The FIFA 21 Global Series European Qualifier Pre-Show is presented by PS4.
Some say it's about skill.
Ronaldinho, l'ancien joueur du PSG. Ronaldinho, le raton est parfait.
Some say it's about being clinical.
Caca nel balcón del área, va a tenerla, va a tenerla, va a tener.
And some say it's the moment.
Manchester City and Chelsea, Premier League champions.
If you are here, it's because you're amongst the best. If you are here, you know you can taste it.
I don't accept that ranking of #1 until I've won a trophy.
Tom has a European major.
And by that I mean up to $100,000 in your pocket and a spot in the coveted FIFA E World Cup.
It's sort of a dream, isn't it? What was going to happen when you put all of those players together in one weekend?
Ever wondered just how good the best are at FIFA? Look no further.
Who is going to come out on top? I simply cannot wait for the playoffs.
Welcome to the FIFA 21 Global Series European Playoffs.
Yes! What is up, everybody, and welcome to the very last day of the very last events of this FIFA Global Series season. Before we get to the FIFA E World Cup, it is all popping off today. We're going to name a champion, we're going to give somebody $100,000, and we're going to book our last spot for the E World Cup. It is unbelievable. I'm Jimmy Conrad, and I'm here with Mike LaBelle. He's been with me this whole time on this journey. How are you, Mike LaBelle? Great to see you as always.
I'm feeling amazing. I'm looking forward to the 9th place game. You could not write a better story or paint a better picture between those 4 competitors. We got world champion, #1 in the world. There's only one position. And then I think we should just rebrand Sunday. It's no longer about the championship. This is Big Bank Take Little Bank Sundays.
Yeah, I just have one thing for you, Mike, okay? I've been rocking a megaphone pretty much this whole weekend, but I've one-upped it. I've taken it to the next level. You ready for this? I got a Vuvuzela.
No.
How amazing is that?
Is this the future of my Sunday?
It's
how many
future.
hours are we on?
We're living in the future right now, Mike LaBelle. Also, for everybody that didn't get to see what happened over the last few days, we got you covered. Check this out.
3, 2, 1, day 2 recap.
Here we go, here we go.
8 players have claimed their final position FIFA E World Cup. And as per usual, unpredictable. First off, Levy, favorite, he's been eliminated.
That's game over.
The same can be said with Adriman. Even #Tom.
And that is game over.
This is unbelievable.
Let's talk about the great 8.
Peugeot, his willingness to attack, and then
Peixoto. Well done.
to put the game to bed.
Puma.
Congratulations, Puma.
Got the job done.
There is a way.
Houston, guaranteed good FIFA entertainment.
The time! Volley.
Ali volleyed,
Do you know why I'm smiling?
my personal favorite.
Your player to watch versus my player to watch.
Did we mention Dennis? We didn't build that storyline.
Dennis, you're in London, my friend. Congratulations.
No losses.
Surprise, surprise.
I didn't even know that last game was qualified.
He didn't even know he qualified. As for Ducks Neat, part of the new crew.
There's one way to respond to it.
Inventive, creative, undefeated as well.
That's all I have to say. Wow.
You do not want to miss this action. Everything unfolds Sunday. For the money, for the 9th place game, we're going to finalize the FIFA E World Cup.
There is that third goal as he rings in.
All right, welcome back. What a recap there, Mike LaBelle. I love when you're walking the streets of New York City. So give me your biggest storyline from all the things that we mentioned, the highlights we just saw from yesterday, and maybe even from day one as well.
I think a couple of the big storylines is that we have no Levy and that we have no Adriman, and potentially we're going to have no hashtag Tom. We're looking at the top 3 players coming into this competition, highest ranking, most consistent, most reliable. If you had a car and you needed it fixed, you would call one of these 3 if they were mechanics instead of pro FIFA players. But the point I'm making is we might see none of them at the FIFA E World Cup.
Yeah, that would be pretty ridiculous. Let's take a look at the 8 players who have already qualified from the PS4 side of things here in Europe for the E World Cup. We got the German. Dennis is in there. Fuma, the Frenchman. Dux Neat. Peixoto is in. Offset Danny with the big win over hashtag Tom to make that happen. Andoni, Oli Boli, and Ustin, the man who loves to score goals, and we are here for it. And then here is, for that last spot, you see that's blank. It's because there's 4 players that are competing for that. We're going to get into them in a second. Here is the bracket. We're going to go winners first. Mike, talk us through this a little bit.
Well, Dennis and Fuma is kind of the battle of the underdogs or the under-the-radar players. They were not taken to get this far. They were not on a lot of people's predictions list, but they made upset after upset after upset, and now we got to talk about them. They deserve that, all the recognition, the accolades, FIFA E World Cup. I'm looking forward to that matchup. And then Dux Neat versus Peixoto. A bit different stylistic approaches to playing FIFA, but both these guys have been very top tier in terms of some of the quality that we've seen on display and also the consistency. And in the losers round, we have Offset, Danny, I feel like you just have to say Offset like that, versus Andoni, of course, which is another one of those matchups where you have someone like Danny who didn't even know that he had qualified when we did the interview, and then Andoni is a household name, and then Ustin and Ali Bali is probably the match to watch from the losers bracket because most of us expected them to be in this position, and now one of them has to go home.
Yeah, those are the 8 players that have qualified for the E World Cup. Here are the 4 that haven't yet, but still have a chance on day 3. It's the 9th place fight for it. We got hashtag Tom, the #1 ranked player in Europe on PS4. TG Roberts. Those 2 are playing up against each other. And then we have Gravison, a household name, as Mike likes to say, in Spain. And Mo Abba, the reigning E World Cup champion. So we're going to throw it to you on Twitter. Follow us at EA FIFA Esports. Get over there and vote. Who do you think is going to clinch that spot? Well, the voting's actually been done. Mo Abba was the champion. Big surprise for you in that regard, Mike LaBelle.
Big fan base, current world champion. It feels right, I think, from a fandom perspective, to see him have a chance to repeat.
Okay, I like it. He's been my player to watch throughout, but I'm going to stay out of the 9th place fight for now. Let's take a look now at the prize money breakdown. Whoever gets first, $100,000, as I like to say, that is a lot of cheddar. Second gets $70,000, and then it trickles down from there. But wow, first prize, that is first place and first prize. I made up a new word, but that is a lot of money for a weekend's worth of work. Geez, that's tough for me to say. It's mainly because I'm nervous because we have a top pro with us right now. It's Ryan Pessoa from Manchester City. Ryan, how are you? How excited are you for day 3, Championship Sunday?
Yeah, we've got a big day. Of course, as you said, someone does secure that $100,000 prize. As we saw last weekend, Levy winning it as well, his first tournament, his first time making it the World Cup. So yeah, so you can do it today. And also the 9th to 12th spot, that one extra ticket to London as well is a big one.
Yeah, it's going to be a really big one. I'm very excited. There's a whole bunch of big games going on today, both on the real pitch and the virtual one. So definitely excited for everything that's happening around the beautiful game. Now let's talk about our players to watch. And actually, it's only one player to watch. Mike, you're going to go first. You got only a handful of players to choose from. Who are you going with?
As you can see on screen, we got Ali Bali. He's been the guy that I've kind of been on his coattails, or I've been saying that I've been impressed from the very beginning of this competitive season. The same with this tournament. He's now got his spot, so he can be a little more relaxed for the FIFA E World Cup. And we have arguably the best opening game as well, with Ali Bali going up against FIFA Ustin. Is guaranteed pure FIFA entertainment. This is a rematch, and it was high-octane offense. If you saw that game, one of the best games we've seen in competitive FIFA this year.
All right, that's a nice choice. How about you, Ryan? Who are you going with?
Yeah, so the players I initially had to watch at the start of this weekend are all eliminated, but I've been really impressed with Peixoto's performance. If you see the results he's had to reach this stage and to qualify for the World Cup, he's beaten some big names and he's beaten them comfortably. Oli Boli 7-0. He's beaten Adriman comfortably, Yago as well. So for me, someone just to keep an eye on. Again, he's someone I've known to be very, very good, but I haven't given enough respect to him.
No, I agree with you. He's done a lot over the European qualifiers throughout the season, so I like that pick a lot in Peixoto. I am going to go with Dennis, though. I'm going to stick with the winners bracket this time around. Mo Abba still My heart is saying Mo Abba is going to make it happen in the 9th place fight, but I like Dennis. He's been quietly very good throughout this tournament, beating some big names along the way. And he was good in the first couple European qualifiers as well, and you can't sleep on Germans in big competitions. So that's why I'm leaning towards Dennis. I think he's going to have enough to make it happen, but he's got a big first game against Fuma. All right, really quick, Ryan, I just wanted to ask you, what does it take to get to a tournament of this level? Because I think all the players, everybody out there watching wants to know. It's not that simple, right? It's very difficult.
It's not at all. A lot of sacrifice. You have to be consistent throughout the season as well just to reach this stage. Of course, the format of this season, the top 64 players who are ranked made it to this spot. So to be here at this stage is crazy difficult.
No, I bring that up because if anybody wants to get started on this journey to become a pro, there's a great way to do it. You got to sign up for the PS4 Open Tournament Series. It's easy to do. You just go to your console. It's on the menu. They make it very easy. Look at there, PS4 tournaments. Go find it. Go make it happen. And then you just pick which one you want to play in and you go from there. If you want to learn more information, go to compete.playstation.com to make that happen. But you get all the stuff, play with your friends, play with some rivals, get some prizes. It is all popping off, so go make it happen. Compete.playstation.com. All right, if you want to join the conversation, we already had a poll going earlier before this whole day started. Go to EA FIFA Esports and hit us up using the hashtag FGS21 so we can see your beautiful voices on the broadcast. All right, everybody, we're going to take our first break, but when we come back, it is our first match of the day. Ducks Neat taking on Peixoto. $70,000 is at stake in this match. That is ridiculous. So much to play for. Don't go anywhere.
Stepping forward once more, De Bruyne into Firmino! He's been there all weekend long. Let's just be honest, all year long. And he starts it off for Tom.
What's happening, people? It's Tom here, also known as hashtag Tom. I am a player for hashtag United in the European region, and this is my masterclass. Today, guys, I'm going to teach you how to control a game of FIFA and how to use skill moves effectively in order to beat your opponent. And let's get into it. As we can see in this clip, we have the possession out wide, and I'm playing it up the pitch, slowly building the play, not taking too many risky passes, keeping it nice and safe for now, as I don't think it's worth taking the risk in the second third. I think any risks that I do take are in the final third. You can see I stand still as well in order for my opponent to doubt himself, not really sure where I'm going next. We play a couple of recycle passes, keeping possession, but we're still looking dangerous. So I know that whenever I get the opportunity to play the right pass, I will do that. But the recycling pass is really important because it then makes your opponent doubt himself. We pass the ball forward at the right time and we manage to get the goal. The main thing for me is that you manage to keep the tempo of the game at your standard. So if you want to play fast, you can play fast. Or if you want to slow it down for a little bit, you can also play a little bit slower. And I think that's really, really key in order to force your skills onto the opponent. If you have the ball, you can be in control and then you can go from there. As we can see in this clip, I have the ball with Roberto Firmino. He's looking dangerous. The opponent's actually at a standstill, and I know if I can get the bridge off, I can find the space to beat my man, as I do there, and we get the shot off at the near post and manage to get the goal. The bridge I use in the final third to gain an extra speed boost from the opponent to pull away a few yards. I think it doesn't work every time, but if you can master it in the position it works in best, then you'll have a lot of success with it. And that's it, guys. If you learn the importance of controlling possession and controlling the tempo of the game, and also learning your skill moves, I'm sure you'll have a lot of success on the pitch. Best of luck.
The FIFA 21 Global Series European qualifiers are presented by PlayStation 4. Register and play in FIFA 21 PS4 Tournament Open Series at compete.playstation.com. And the qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
And make sure you follow at Turtle Beach on Twitter and tweet using the hashtag HearEverything so that you can win one of their new Recon 500 headsets. Go make it happen. All right, everybody, let's take a look now at the bracket here on day 3 of the European playoffs. It's the last event before the E-World Cup and the last day of this event. And we are looking at the winners semifinal. I said prior to the break that there was a $70,000 win for whoever gets into the winners final, but it's actually $45K into this. So still a lot of cheddar at stake, and obviously the opportunity to get to 70 and then eventually maybe even 100. And what's up, everybody? I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Mike LaBelle, and we are here for it. Let's go, Mike LaBelle. We're getting into the first matches. I got my megaphone, and I'm going to bring out my Vuvuzela a little bit later just to annoy as many people as possible, because that's what Vuvuzelas do. Mike, how are you feeling for these games about to start?
Well, I'm pumped. We're going to make some different history here. I mean, this is a huge event or a huge qualifier. I mean, you look at just the financial upside now, because the majority of these competitors, of course, have that qualification. So it is really some money matches, but $100,000, $70,000, $45,000 over the course of a weekend, that's life-changing. That's career-changing. And all these guys, have, other than maybe the 9th place game, have already set up their contract for the next year. They're going to be in high demand. You're one of the best FIFA players in the world, and that plays such a massive factor into the contract negotiations and leverage going into, of course, FIFA 22.
All right, let's take a look now at our first matchup of the day. Dux Neat is going to be taking on Peixoto, but let's get into Neat a little bit because he has been pretty neat throughout this. He's the only undefeated player left in this competition. Didn't lose on day 1, didn't lose on day 2, and now he is cruising into the E-World Cup full of confidence, Mike LaBelle.
He's smashing it. Dux Neat has always been on the list this year as somebody to watch out for. If you talk to the Spanish community, they respect him a lot. Young gunner, a lot of the skills, a lot of the intricacies, very, very creative and gifted and talented around the edge of the box. And it's all been clicking for him this weekend. I don't expect that to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, I feel like the guys that have already qualified can also just relax in a way that they couldn't in day 1 and day 2. Now they're just playing with house money, as they like to say. Let's take a look at his opponent now, Peixoto. A lot of success, a lot of consistency throughout this European season, been in a handful of qualifiers and shown well every time he does appear in that. And again, here he is, booked his ticket for the E-World Cup and has a ton to play for. As Ryan Pessoa's player to watch, maybe he's not getting the respect he deserves, Mike.
I was just going to say that he is the best player that is not talked about enough. And mentality-wise, incredible. He has the fortitude, the stamina, and obviously the ability on the virtual pitch. Really well balanced. He's a tactician. I got a lot of respect for Peixoto, and I'm happy that he's locked in a spot and that he's in this type of position to move forward.
Yeah, this is going to be a great match between two players playing at the highest levels right now. So what's your prediction, Mike?
I just built up Neat so heavy. I think Neat has a little more of the technical capabilities. I think Peixoto's a little stronger mentally. So that does put us into a strange dynamic. I'm going to go with Dux Neat here with an opening win. I think he's going to carry on his undefeated streak.
All right, I respect that. I think it's going to go to extra time, maybe even penalties, and then from there, it is a coin flip. All right, everybody, we're done talking here. We're going to throw it over to Mark Hatcher and Dan Gaskin, who have the call of this first match of day 3 of the European playoffs on the PS4 side of things. Take it away, you two.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. I'm hyped. I'm excited. What a day of not only football away from FIFA, but on the virtual pitch as well. This is one of the most exciting days that I've been involved in for a long time. Dan Gaskin alongside me, and what a way to kick things off. We have our winners semi-final. We have Neat going up against Peixoto. The perfect way to kick off your Sunday.
Yeah, Neat undefeated, Peixoto just kind of demolishing everyone in his path. He really is on a fantastic route through to this potential winners final. I think this is going to be a really close matchup despite the amount of goals that both of these players have scored, but it's going to be an entertaining one.
It certainly is. I'm looking forward to this game kicking off, and there's only one way that we should get into this game, and that's with a little bit of Turtle Beach lineup analysis to see what teams are going to be going up against each other and what players are going to be slotting in. This is Neat's squad. Dan, what do you make of this one?
Llorente, I think, is always going to be a crucial member. We've seen him do everything. He's been doing absolute bits on the pitch. De Jong is always an interesting inclusion for me as well, but certainly should be able to at least provide a lot of stability in the middle alongside the likes of Hullet. Vieira at centre-back, Ramos alongside him. The perfect defence, Mark.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. Those two being in there is vital. And now our lineup analysis presented by Turtle Beach for his opponent is going to be Peixoto. Let's have a look at this lineup, Dan. Pretty similar, it looks like, although this might not be the squad that we're actually looking for. This looks like it might be Tugas that we saw a little bit earlier in the tournament. So apologies to everyone about that one, but don't worry about it. We'll find out the players when we get into the game. And Dan, these two players that we're going to be talking about, we're going to be watching today, for me, personally, I think two of the most technically exciting players to watch. Neat inside the 18-yard box is an absolute pleasure to watch and see what he could do with those skill cancels. Peixoto, his attacking flair that we saw from him yesterday was something to behold, and it is the perfect way to kick off Championship Sunday. As you can see, we're underway now. It's Ducks Neat versus Peixoto.
I mean, if we just look at who Peixoto beat to get here in the knockout stages, 7-1 versus Adraman, 8-2 versus Yago, and 7-0 versus Oli Bolly. How on earth is he destroying some of the best players in the world by that amount of goals is beyond me. If Neat even lets Peixoto kind of attack him as he has done in knockouts, he's going to be in for a lot of trouble here.
One thing that I loved about watching Peixoto play yesterday was his willingness to go forward with the fullbacks as well. Lorente and Davies both doing so much work, getting beyond the back line and really causing problems. But it's going to be Neat here. He might be one of the earlier players to cause some problems, as Neymar's going to go back inside now. De Jong firing that one in early. Cristiano Ronaldo against Vieira, forces the save. Ramos with a wonderful block here to keep Peixoto in this one early on, but great early signs here for Ducks Neat.
And this is what Neat needs to do. He needs to be aggressive, go at Peixoto, not allow Peixoto to get comfortable in the game and start to dictate the pace. Because you're right, he does play attacking football. He does like getting in the face of his opposition. If he was able to score 6 goals against a player like Houston, for example, this is Neat I'm talking about, by the way, he can do the same thing against Peixoto, another player who scores a lot of goals. So if he can play a similar way as he did against Houston, he should be in an all right spot, but he just has to make sure he gets that first goal today.
Well, here is Peixoto then. It was Davies again, just venturing forward initially to start off this attack. Pele now taking up his more familiar position on this left-hand side, looking for the opportunity to work it back inside. Goes for the ball roll scoop, but Lorente strong in the challenge, and now an opportunity to counter-attack here, and it's being taken as Pele now strides into all sorts of space here on the right-hand side. Can he find the ball he's looking for? Unfortunately not. Patrick Vieira in as centre-back. We mentioned it yesterday. Ramos and Vieira seem to be the two centre-backs, Dan, that were performing best in those big moments.
Yeah, the two players linking up, just so difficult to get past them, and it seemed like Neat was caught in two minds there. Didn't know whether he wanted to keep going down the wing and potentially try and dink one to the back post, or to play that through ball, which he ended up going for the latter. Didn't work out, but again, promising signs, worrying signs for Peixoto, because Neat is just so quickly transitioning from defence to attack. He needs to keep an eye on that.
A good player switch there to cut that pass out from Neat as well. Not only attacking capabilities from both of these players, we're kind of lauding a lot of praise on them, and quite rightly so for that, but defensively also very, very good. Very quick with those player switches and those abilities to make sure they read that pass that's going to be coming and make that interception. There's a good example of it there as Luka Modric is in the way to pick up the ball now for Peixoto in midfield. And it's always something we talk about. We usually highlight what is an extreme strength for a player, Dan, but to get to this stage, you need to be strong in all facets of your game.
Yeah, they both had a very similar defensive record, only 18 goals conceded for Neat and 19 goals conceded for Peixoto. So you consider the amount of goals they have been scoring, to only consider that to concede that amount is a very impressive statistic. And hopefully they can still find goals in this game so we don't end up with too much of a stalemate. But it does happen sometimes in FIFA when you get two very aggressive players who know how to score goals but also know how to defend. You can get into a little bit of a sticky situation where it's 0-0 for quite some time. Eventually that deadlock is broken, and then once it is broken, the game sort of opens up a little bit.
Frenkie de Jong venturing forward here for Ducks Neat. Little heel to heel and trying to find that ball into Cristiano Ronaldo. Once again, the pace and the positioning of Sergio Ramos was good enough to make sure that that ball didn't have any more danger attached to it than it needed to for Peixoto. And now he can build from the back a little bit here. No real strikes on goal so far from Peixoto. We saw that one early chance that Ramos managed to block for Ducks Neat, but ever since then, no real efforts on goal either end, as Pele now strides away. Vieira going to have to come across to try and cover the Brazilian, as Davies will slot back into that centre back spot for the time being. Neat now with that pressure. There's the directional nutmeg. There's a sliding tackle from Patrick Vieira, and he just about managed to get a feather on that ball as it carried it through to the goalkeeper. A little bit of desperation, but you have to say well defended at the same time.
It was one thing I noticed about Peixoto's gameplay yesterday is he's not afraid to take a risk, both in attack and defence. He will go for those slide tackles. He will go for those risky passes, and it has been paying off for him so far.
Here's R9. Ducks Neat. This is where he's so dangerous, but Peixoto does well to stand up to it, and that's where his concentration levels are going to have to be at their highest. And the first game of the day, Dan, you would have imagined these players have both been warming up, but you really cannot afford to have a moment when you're not switched on and playing at 100% of your concentration levels.
The good thing is that they won't have that kind of looming factor of, am I going to get to the E-World Cup? They've already secured their spot now. That's done and dusted. They can just focus on the competition, focus on being the best, being a playoff champion. Yes, of course, prize money is going to be there in the back of your head, but ultimately it's about beating who's in front of you right now. And both of these players will have a lot of respect for one another, especially with the routes that they've had up to this point. And you can see that in the early stages of this game. Neither player really being able to break the other down to have clear-cut chances. Yes, okay, there's been a couple of opportunities here or there, but nothing that strikes me as, okay, one player is dominating the other.
Something you might expect at this stage of the tournament. Everyone's so tightly matched, and it can come down to those fine margins or a little bit of brilliance. Last time fake shot there from Cristiano Ronaldo. Read well once again by Ducks Neat, and Sergio Ramos stepping in to make that tackle. And one thing I've noticed that Neat's done very well defensively, he's kind of nullified that attacking option down the wings that Peixoto is looking for, switching to his fullback and getting in front of his man a few times to win that ball back. And now Peixoto on the back foot. There's a cricketer again, but Ramos stepping out aggressively there to win it back for the Frenchman. He does incredibly well as the halftime whistle goes, and nothing to separate the two as far as the scoreline is concerned, and nothing to separate them really on the virtual pitch as well, Dan.
Yeah, both of them just feeling one another out. Neat has had better chances, but Peixoto is taking more risks from what I've seen in the first 45. And as soon as one of those risks pays off, then you might get one of those clear-cut chances. He has been switching play from his right back to left back quite a lot, and then trying to find that quick pass down the left-hand side of the wing to try and catch Neat off guard. But Neat has just been so on top of it. He's been tracking all those runs and hasn't allowed those passes to come through, and that's why he's the one who's had the chances. Whereas on the other side, 0 shots at the moment for Peixoto, but we know how quickly that can turn around in the second 45.
Oh, it certainly can. Passing accuracy up there among the very best for both these players, both over 90% as well. The only worry that you can really see for Peixoto is that lack of shots on target or shots at all, to be honest with you. Donuts across the board, but only 45 minutes gone, and we know that it can only take that one opportunity on goal for a player like the man you see on your screen right now to really turn the screw and have the opportunity to give himself the lead. We're back underway, though, in the second half of our first leg. No goals in the first one. Will the second be any different?
Quite rightly pointed out by Dr. Nightwatch, these two did match up against each other in the third qualifier, and they matched up against each other twice. Peixoto taking both games, both high-scoring games as well, Mark. A 6-5 victory for Peixoto in the winners bracket, and then a 5-1 victory for Peixoto in the lower bracket. So he already has that edge in terms of mental games. He knows he can beat Neat, but Neat might be looking for revenge here.
A combination of De Jong and Davies do well to stop Cristiano Ronaldo. Peixoto maybe thought he saw a little gap in the defence that he tried to exploit with that directional nutmeg, but the crowd of players from the Ducks man was enough to make sure they didn't find that gap. And now Neat can build again, who has looked slightly more threatening, in my opinion, in the first half. The stats kind of back that one up. Apart from that early chance, not really too much to talk about for the two players. There's an attempted directional nutmeg again, and there is the man that I christened the most undirectional nutmegable player yesterday, Patrick Vieira, once again showing that title has been earned.
I mean, that's a statistic that should probably be showed on his foot item, to be honest. When you go in, it should say cannot be directional nutmegged. He would be selling instantly or be crafted, depending on which way you want to claim him. But at the moment, I think this is what happens when you have two players who have played each other a few times in previous tournaments, and you get to day 3 where they have had time to assess how each player is going to be playing. They know how the other one is going to attack, so they seem to have each other completely sorted right now. Someone needs to come up with something a little bit different.
Well, it's going to be Peixoto. He's going to try something a little bit different here. The pace and the power of Llorente was enough to That's Alphonso Davies there, and plays it back off of the Canadian to make sure that that is going to be a goal kick and the danger averted for now. But you can see again, Peixoto just more than willing to send those fullbacks on those runs beyond the fullbacks of Ducks Neat. It's very difficult to track sometimes. You almost expect the recycle play to come in. And now he's going to have to do some defensive work here as Llorente is going to be getting forward. Llorente now inside. Davies does just enough to cover the ground as Pele was looming behind, but that's been kind of the story of the game so far, Dan. Nearly, but not quite close enough.
You have to think it would be such a different game if you didn't have the likes of Llorente and Davies who can so easily transition from attack to defence and then defence to attack. I mean, I know we've seen fantastic fullbacks throughout this iteration of FIFA, but it seems like we have found two gems now who are so difficult to replace. They're just so vital for your team.
Well, Ducks Neat building again. Great tackle, though. An interception from Luka Modric. As Pele is going to be sent on his way again, but that's just going to create some space now for Peixoto to build from the back once more. Taking his time in his attack, waiting for those opportunities to play. That ball in behind. Ramos is going to be stepping forward, and that's going to leave R9 a little bit of space, and there's going to be space out wide now for Pele. Tries to attack the byline once more, but there. Once again, the two Ps provided by Marcos Alonso. Going to be pace and power. Marcos Llorente, excuse me. One thing that Marcos Alonso unfortunately doesn't have in this game as much pace. But Llorente stepping up when it matters once more, dealing well with that pace of Pele.
And I really love that Peixoto is now starting to apply a little bit more pressure, and there's a lot of white shirts up the field. Every time he gets the ball back, there is 4 players waiting right on the shoulders of the defenders saying, yep, okay, the pass is there, play that through ball. And he just takes one to get through, and then suddenly he could be a goal up here.
Well, Neymar managing to get a touch on that pass to slow things down momentarily here for Ducks Neat, but Peixoto now found a ball in behind. That's the first time we've really seen Ramos being caught out of position. There's Vieira, though. And when one doesn't step up, the other one does. And that combination once again proving how well they work together for Ducks Neat this time. And now the Spaniard, the 17-year-old, can start his attack.
Really good player switching from Peixoto at the moment, but Neat has spotted there are gaps, and all those players that are being brought out leave vulnerability at the back, but it's only going to be a corner as the result of it. But again, just absolute mind games from both of these players.
Neat now stepping forward. Frankie de Jong. Little croquette from him. Llorente is going to get it stolen! Goalkeeper called into action for the first time at either end. And Van der Sar does well enough there to keep this game at 0-0.
And even though de Jong's statistics aren't bad, you imagine if that was Cristiano Ronaldo, Neymar, R9 on the end of it, that could have been 1-0. But I don't think he expected to get the ball again after the croquette initially failed. A fantastic chance to try and get an early goal.
Great tackle from Ramos once more. It really is difficult to beat those two when they're being controlled by such talented players. And that's been the story of this first leg so far. Only a couple of half chances, really. Goalkeeper called into action at either end. Just the once so far. But there's still just a little bit of time left in this first leg, and it's going to be Peixoto who's going to have the opportunity to go forward first.
Still 0-0 then, and I guess with two players with the best defensive records in the tournament, even though they have some of the best attacking records in the tournament, it can just end up in a chess match, to be completely honest, where they're both trying to dissect one another's defence, look for those vulnerabilities in the first leg.
Well, Pele's striding forward. There's that ball back to Alphonso Davies. 87 minutes on the clock now. A goal right at the death here would be absolutely massive for the Frenchman, heading towards that second leg. Knowing you can keep your opponent at bay is going to be important. He's going to take the free kick here and play this one short into the 90th minute. Peixoto playing for that last attack here. As the ball is played into R9 and plays that one back to Pele. De Jong trying to get across to cover. Directional nutmeg now from Pele. Right in the depths of stoppage time now. Ball played into the box. First time fake shot from Cristiano Ronaldo! And Peixoto, right to the death, breaks the deadlock and gives himself the 1-goal advantage.
90 minutes full of little to, well, no chances really, no clear-cut ones, and then suddenly Peixoto explodes in the final third. Fantastic footwork, Neat just couldn't keep up with Cristiano Ronaldo there, and great composure from Peixoto as well, just to kind of bring that round the goalkeeper, slot it home. And he will take a goal lead going into leg number 2 of this winners bracket semi-final. And what I thought would be a goal fest is very much a tactical masterclass.
Well, of course, we've got plenty of other games going on at the moment. One of them is the fight for the final spot here, involving all of the players. Brandon Smith is going to be joining us to keep us up to date with what's going on, because arguably one of the biggest matches in the entire tournament still going on for that E-World Cup spot.
Absolutely, gentlemen. I think it's one of my favourite games as well. 4 players, 4 very, very talented players battling out for the FIFA E-World Cup spot. These two matched, which feels like a long time ago, back in Qualifier 5 in a winners bracket semi-final. And hashtag Tom thought he was going to have the same sort of storyline after going 1-0 down with just 25 minutes on the clock. But then the only English player left in the tournament who's looking to bring it home before the actual game a little bit later on tonight, led by not 1, but by 2, heading into second leg here. And took a little leaf out of Mo Alba's book after what we saw yesterday. Speaking of this game right now, Mo Alba against Dux Gravesen, 2 players that have been in the scene for a very long time. Unfortunately, there hasn't been anything to smile about for the 2019 E-World Cup champion, because at the halfway point, Gravesen leads by 2-0.
Great performance then from Gravesen and from hashtag Tom. We're going to go for a quick break, though. When we get back, it is going to be the second leg of our feature game continuing. We're going to have Duxneat going up against Peixoto. It's currently 1-0 to the Frenchman. We'll have to see if the Spaniard can fire back.
Lovely ball around the corner for Levy to win. Around the corner, could be 3, it will be.
Hello guys, I'm Levi de Weert, better known as Levy. I'm a player for Team Gullit in the EU region, and I want to welcome you guys to my masterclass. Today I'm gonna talk about 2 topics. I'm gonna talk about how to make the best out of the 4-1-2-1-2, and I'm gonna teach you something about the La Croqueta cancel. In the defense I use balance 5-5, that's nothing special, but in the attack I use fast build-up with 1 width and 5 players in the box, and especially this 1 width is because I want all my players to be in the central and get my left and right wing back to bunch down the wing. In terms of instructions, I put both of my STs on getting behind, my cam is on stay forward. My left centre mid and right centre mid are both on balance in the attack and both on cover wing. My CDM is on stay back and cover center. And my left and right back, as I explained before, because I'm using 1 width, they have to make the whole width and bunch down the wing. I have them on balanced and overlap, and I will show you how this works. One of the most important things while attacking is triggering attacking fullbacks. As you can see here, I have many people in the center, and because I have triggered attacking fullbacks, I got the option to Mandy, and I get a good space and make the combination, and it was an easy pass back to Ronaldo, and then it's an easy finish. Now I'm gonna teach you guys something about the La Croqueta skill move. It's one of the best skill moves to perform in the box. You perform it by doing a croqueta, so L1 and then a ball roll, so your right stick to the left or right side, and straight after you've done that, press L2 R2. The key in this skill move is that when it goes from, in this case, the right to his left foot, then you have to cancel the skill move, otherwise it won't cancel the La Croqueta and it will take a bigger touch. So guys, I hope you enjoyed my masterclass. I hope it will improve you with your weekly league results, and I see you guys later.
Welcome back, everybody, to the FIFA 21 Global Series Europe Playoffs, and it is the winners' semi-final, leg 2, to come in just a few moments. Time for us to take a look at Peugeot's squad, though, Dan Gaskin. We've already seen it in action in that first leg. He has the 1-0 advantage, and these are the players that have given him that.
I think the most important player actually has been Luka Modric. Has just been absolutely vital in the middle. A lot of interceptions, a lot of important passes as well. And of course, Patrick Vieira Ramos in the centre-back positions. But Mbappe's also been doing bits on set.
He certainly has, and the combination of Davies and, of course, Marcos Llorente have been doing a lot of work in that fullback position and in the attacking third as well. We'll have to see if that continues now. But the real story here is that late goal, Dan. The one goal that separates the two players coming in extra time, added time, whatever you want to call it, right at the end of the 90 to give the Frenchman Peugeot the lead. Can Dux Neat find an early goal here to tie things up?
It happens a lot in FIFA 21 where you'll see a goal in the 45th minute or the 90th minute because you have that. It's called a free attack. You can take that risk. You know you're not going to be counted on, so you can just smash all your players up the pitch and you can generate all that space and have all those options, and it's very difficult to defend against. And also, the pressure starts to kick in when it's the 90th minute and you feel your opponent attacking you, and that was the case for Neat. Peugeot now carries a 1-0 lead into this, and if he can double up on it and take a 2-goal advantage with the way he's been defending, maybe that might just be enough here.
Well, Peugeot is going to be the first player to venture forward here. Cristiano Ronaldo, heel to heel. Mbappe! Save from the goalkeeper, and a vital one here for Dux Neat. Going down by 2 would have been absolutely heartbreaking, but from defence, it turns into attack, a 1v1 opportunity. R9, no! Cannot beat the goalkeeper. And more action here, Dan, in the first 7 minutes than we saw pretty much for the entirety of the first 90.
Neat is going to be hugely disappointed not to take advantage of that. One-on-one with the goalkeeper, goes for the ball roll. Great movement from Peugeot, though, just to force Neat to make a decision. And the decision was the wrong one in the end. Great save and great positioning from the defenders to ensure that it wasn't going to be an easy tuck away into that right-hand side of the goal. Peugeot will still hold this goal lead, but Neat is going to be very much kicking himself.
Of course, the winner of this game will be taking home $45,000. So that's what's on the line here. And that's why there's a lot of tension in the air. As now Luka Modric, a player that you highlighted as one of the keys to success in that first leg, as Ronaldo with the reverse elastico almost creates just a slither of space to get that shot away. But now Neat immediately attacking up the other end, and this has really started off end to end here in this second leg. De Jong is going to fall over here after the pressure from Patrick Vieira, and maybe it will be something direct from the free kick. Ramos is going to step up. Ramos is going towards goal, and it's Ruud Gullit off the line here. But this attack not over. R9 twisting and turning. Neat almost got away from Vieira. I'll tell you what, Dan, this game started at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, Neat just really amping up now, isn't he? He's shifted to a different gear and he really wants to apply as much pressure as possible to grab that equaliser in the early stages of this game so that he doesn't have that nervy second 45 or last few minutes of this game.
Here's R9, the man who missed a chance just a few moments ago. Stops up and goes for the quick elastico to follow to try and fool the defender, but once again, whether it's Ramos, whether it's Vieira, and Peugeot in control of those two, it doesn't matter. They've been doing their job.
It's not a bad free kick as well from Sergio Ramos when Neat took it, and my respect for him went up instantly. You know me, I like people taking direct free kicks. I appreciate the effort. Very difficult sometimes when the defenders are on the line, of course, but 1 in 10 will just nestle its way into the back of the net, and wasn't to be the case on this occasion, but at least Neat went for it. At least he's showing that he has the willingness to score here.
Oh, massive chance here, R9, ball roll. Oh, he just took it back onto his left foot. And again, 2 huge chances falling to R9 that have been created by Neat, and neither of them have been taken so far. And in the first 26 minutes here, Dan, Neat's going to be kicking himself a little bit. He could be 2-1 up.
Just hasn't had that clinical ability in front of goal today. And that can very quickly change, though. At least he's only 1 goal behind. If he was a few goals behind, I'd maybe start to be worrying a little bit. But he's shown promising signs I'm sure that the rest of the Ducks gang behind him will be encouraging him, saying, look, you're creating those chances. Don't worry about the fact that you maybe have made a decision or two that might have been incorrect, might have been wrong at the time. You have to make those decisions in a split second, and it's very easy to make the wrong one. All it takes now is for him to just keep creating these chances, keep creating these opportunities, and one will come.
Well, R9 is going to have a 1v1 with Vieira here as well. There's a Cricketer cancel, and Ducks knee. He's starting to flow a little bit now inside that 18-yard box or just outside of it. Ramos versus Ronaldo. And it's going to be pulled back for a free kick here. After Ramos initially won that tussle with Cristiano Ronaldo. Now, will Ramos go direct again? Yes, he will. And oh, Sergio Ramos! One Spaniard producing a bit of magic for Ducks knee. And what an angle that is on the replay. That is postage stamp.
Oh, what a sublime free kick. Sergio Ramos has been the hero in the heart of the defence for every team. He's been taking penalties as well, but that is the best free kick that you will see in this competition. He already went for one a little bit earlier. That one was even further out, 27. Wow. What a goal that is from Neat, and Peixoto stunned.
Oh, you can't say it hasn't been deserved. Ducks knee has come out of the traps firing in this second leg, and now for Peixoto. He should just compose himself a little bit. He knows that that was a bit of magic from the feet and the thumbs of Ramos and Neat respectively. And now it's about carving something out, slowing down this momentum. Llorente going to be stepping forward from fullback once more here for Peixoto, but that really has lit this game on fire. As now R9 is going to be looking to attack the goal once more. It's time for Peixoto at the other end.
And if it was against the run of play, then maybe Peixoto would have felt a little bit hard done by as he tries to attempt a shot from distance himself. And I think you hit the nail on the head. It has all been Neat here, and Peixoto will just look at that and have a lot of respect, saying, all right, well, you know what, he's been knocking on the door, and finally one of his chances have come off. It just so happens to be a long-distance free kick. But it is going to be a massive wake-up call here for Peixoto.
There's a bit of space wide here for Neymar. Fake shot inside, ball roll, little step over. Llorente had to be perfect. And Peixoto had to be perfect. And a deep breath from him at the end of the first 45, because the man on the right-hand side of your screen has been absolutely electrifying in that first 45, Dan. And this goal, oh, drink it in.
Just look at him sighing with relief as well. It wasn't a celebration from him. He was just like, thank goodness I've scored a goal here and I've got the equaliser. Now I can focus on playing the game the way I want to play it. It's very easy when you're chasing a game to start playing your opponent's style of play, maybe trying to match the pace of it, whether that be a slow possession-based style, whether it be a very tiki-taka style. But Peixoto really just hasn't had as much of the ball as we saw in the first leg. And at 1-1, I mean, it's easy to say it could go either way, but really, it's Neat who's in the ascendancy.
Completely agree with you. It's been all the Spaniard in that first 45. Now, will we see any tactical changes, or will Peixoto be sticking to his guns here and thinking that once got him this far, he's going to keep him in the dance? It's just 1-1, though. We always talk about this. For all the chances, for the fact that there was a wonderful goal in that first 45 minutes, there's still nothing separating the two. And it only took that one chance in the first leg, Dan, for Peixoto to go into the second with that 1-0 lead. So they're the kind of margins we're talking about. That's how close these two are.
That's why it's important. You need to stay focused for every single second of this game. You cannot afford to take your eye off the ball whatsoever. Otherwise, that chance could end up as a goal. You could be 2-1 down, and that might just be you dropping down into the lower bracket. But it's Peixoto looking to attack here.
Almost fed that ball around the corner to Pele as well. It was very, very nervy. There's Patrick Vieira, though, once more. Another gladiatorial tackle from the Frenchman. Davies again progressing on that far side. And Neat will have possession here from the throw-in.
And I think this is okay that now it's 1-1, both players can slow it down. There is, of course, the possibility of extra time as well. Wow, that's a big challenge. Probably going to be a free kick. And I tell you what, I'd be a little bit worried if I'm Peixoto here. Similar distance, 2 more meters out than it was previous, but of course, slightly different angle.
Well, it's going to be Neat who's going to be taking this one. De Jong stood over it. Hullet and R9 having a look as well. And there is the main man himself called to the party. Sergio Ramos. Vieira been pulled off of the wall as well. And quite rightly as well, because you saw the idea there, maybe baiting the fact that that last free kick flew into the top corner. But Peixoto talks about concentration levels being vital, made sure everything was covered that had to be.
Yeah, the shot wasn't quite on there, really. With that angle, it would have been a little bit easier for the keeper to gather it. So I like the fact he went for just a little bit of bait, saying, oh, well, I'll put Ramos on the ball, so you think I'm going to be taking a shot here. Unfortunately, it doesn't come off. Almost, though, the directional nutmeg was enough to beat the defender. And if Neat can take a 2-1 advantage here, then Peixoto will probably be in tatters, because he controlled a lot of the game, and he did have that lead in the first leg. But Neat just looks so threatening going forward that it could be 2, it could be 3, and he wins the ball back again here. Peixoto just not able to hold on to it.
Yeah, great defensive shape there from Ducks Neat to make sure that there was an opportunity to just switch player there and get Neymar involved to pinch that ball away. And now that little diagonal ball is going to leave a 2v2 situation. Vieira and Ramos versus R9 and CR7. Ramos this time will come out on top once more, and it's not the first time and it's not the last, we'll say it.
And it's 2 entirely different ways of playing the game. As I say, they both have the best defensive records in the tournament, but you can see Peixoto is dominating possession, 66% possession he had last time we saw it, but it's still 1-1, despite the fact that Neat is consistently on the back foot. He's always looking to counter-attack quickly, and he's making the most of his attacks. He is often making a chance from every single attack, and you can't say the same for Peixoto. A lot of his have just been cut out, or he's been recycling play. And when it comes to being clinical in front of goal, well, both players really have had chances that should have gone in. We probably should have seen more goals, but you know, you can understand it when you get to these nervy moments in the latter rounds of a tournament.
Well, that was a great ball into the feet of R9. The tackle from Vieira is going to fall back to Cristiano Ronaldo, though, as Neymar will be out wide now, trying to turn away from the attentions of Llorente. Didn't quite manage to do so. Had to recycle the play instead. Davies going to be an option here, as R9's going to be trying to get back in behind, tries to pinch that ball off of Sergio Ramos. Doesn't quite work for him, though, and 73 minutes on the clock now, around 15 minutes plus stoppage time for one of these players to find a goal, which could be the winner here, Dan.
Should be the winner, but we have seen a lot of last-minute goals and a lot of back and forths. Yesterday, I remember when Mo Alba got that equaliser, and then Oli Bolly went right down the other end in the final kick of the game, just stole it away and crushed the hopes of Mo Alba, forced him into that 9th place playoff. So even though you think that a goal this late on should win you the game, you have to keep your eyes on the ball. No mistakes allowed.
Well, here's R9. He's got just a little bit of space here. Reverse Elastico, the Brazilian down on goal. Patrick Vieira stretches as the corner is now whipped in. Ronaldo's there, but so it's a 6'7" Thibaut Courtois to get a punch on it, but late pressure coming in now from Peixoto. Hullet tiptoeing forward, Llorente doing likewise. Hullet steps past his man, De Jong, it's not going to count. The linesman's flag went up there, but Peixoto started to come to life a little bit in this second 45 here, Dan.
But as soon as that was offside, Neat sat up and said, okay, well, this is my opportunity, but he's given the ball away. He's given the game to Peixoto here, because we've seen how much he dominates possession. We've seen how much he's been controlling it. We saw what happened right at the end of the first leg, a last kick goal. And he might just go for something similar here. Only 6 minutes left of regular time. I'd say that's about 10 passes if you play it correctly. And then you have the last attack. You can take that risk. You can go for something a little bit more dramatic. And maybe, just maybe, it might be a goal that guarantees you at least $45,000. And I say at least because, of course, $100,000 for the winner of this tournament.
What a player swap that is from Neat. He decided, I'm not going to sit here and watch this. I want to be the player who has the last attack. I want to be the player who wins this game. And I don't want to leave it down to my defensive ability. I want to win it at the other end. We want that ball back. And now it will be the 17-year-old Spaniard who will be stepping forward, having the last attack of the game. Frankie de Jong tiptoeing past one, tiptoeing past two. The Dutchman now goes back to another Dutchman in Ruud Hullet. Well, over the allotted stoppage time here. This will be the last action of the game. Ramos says no. And it's only right, like we have so many times over the last couple of days, that we go to extra time.
Wow, I mean, the way we saw the first leg play out when it was 0-0 for so long, I think already then we were looking at extra time because neither could break down the other. You can take a look at the highlights, and this was the goal right in the last minute of the first leg to give Peixoto the lead, but he wasn't really able to build on it. But what a free kick this was. I want that in every single highlight reel for the rest of the year because that is one of the best free kicks I've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, phenomenal strike from Sergio Ramos. One of those things the 98 rated centre-back does offer is obviously the free kicks. You can see it there in the finish that came in, but it was an interesting game as well. That second leg, first 45, Doug Sneak came out of the traps and it felt like, well, this is only going one way. He got that goal. He had a few really, really big chances that he didn't take advantage of, Dan. But then the second half, the pattern changed again. Peixoto came back into things and managed to hold off the onslaught from that first half. Had some chances himself, but wasn't able to take them. And that takes us to where we are right now. Into extra time. Changes on the pitch as well. For Neat, you can see Bruno Fernandes coming in. That central midfield position just to give him a few more attacking options, maybe.
I don't know which kind of shoes I'd rather be in. Peixoto, who's dominating all the possession, or Neat, who just keeps having these counter-attacks.
Well, here's Davies. And it will be Neat inside of the box. Kylian Mbappe, can he find the space for the shot? He gets fortunate. Fortune favours the brave. Well, the bravest man on the pitch there was Ruud Gullit, who stepped back in for that second tackle to win it back. But again, pair the margins, Dan. So tight.
And I think both of us will be delighted that Gullit did actually step back in, because neither of us will want to see a game like this decided by just, you know, a messy goal, a little bit of a fortunate one. So instead, now they can both go at each other's throats. What a slide tackle that is. The referee will blow his whistle, but it's going to be play on. Again, aggressive defence coming out from Neat. He's really wanting to win that ball back, not allow Peixoto to dictate the pace of this play.
Fernandes around the corner then for Neat. Two players just getting in their way, getting in each other's way, I should say. Vinicius Junior introduced, who has provided some really important moments across the last 3 days for numerous players. Patrick Vieira, once again. Just monstrous, Dan. There's no other word for it in a centre-back.
It looks like both players may be considering a little bit of Mo Alba ball to try and break through the defence here. The long over-the-top pass, hoping that one of their taller strikers can get on the end of it. We've seen Gullit, we've seen Ronaldo both score goals from those kind of positions.
Oh, Mbappe! He's through a goal! Heel to heel! And what a pass that was! And what a directional nutmeg, just pierced through the two centre-backs. Doug Sneak with a wonderful, wonderful goal. And it was just an explosion of pace in the attack to create that opportunity. He now has the lead down.
That's why you've got Kylian Mbappe in your team. He can explode and suddenly create something out of nothing. It was a great pass, but there were defenders in the way. But then the amount of space he was able to generate by just shifting that ball in front of him, and then the finish was always going to go in. And now with 15 minutes left, Neat has the lead for the first time in this fixture.
Wonderful directional nutmeg. The first time we've seen Patrick Vieira beaten. He was lunging in there to try and win that ball back. Peixoto, as you would imagine that you would in that kind of position, but it was the pace in transition from kind of holding onto that ball in midfield, firing it into Mbappe. And everything happened so quickly. And now the man on your screen has got some questions to answer. The BDS player has got to try and come back on the man on your screen, on the right-hand side of your screen, Doug Sneak, because that is the goal that might be worthy of making him a hell of a lot of money.
This will be a massive revenge game for Neat. As I mentioned earlier, lost twice to Peixoto in qualifier number 3. Peixoto has had the best attack and defence in the tournament so far. But for Neat, he's still undefeated, the only undefeated player in the tournament. And maybe he could find a third here.
Well, here's Neymar. That ball over the top in behind the fullback has paid dividends. Here's Mbappe, goes for the strike. Neymar's going to pick it up, but he was offside. And Peixoto will take a deep breath there as some worrying moments for him, but he hasn't got any time to play with now. 120 minutes is when this game will end, and he needs to find a goal down, so you're going to see every player flowing forward for him.
Yeah, he really just needs to throw everything forward, ensure that every pass connects, can't afford any mistakes, but he also doesn't want to dawdle on the ball. Give yourself as many opportunities as possible. You also have to recognise that every chance might be your last.
Fernandes will step in. Oh no, he'll try and bully back to get that ball. When now Mbappe tries to get away, Cristiano Ronaldo will pick up the pieces at that back post. Neymar is making a desperate run as well. But there's Acuna, fresh on the pitch, battling back. And maybe that kind of battle is exactly what was needed. Lionel Messi introduced as well. So many attacking options here for Peixoto, but this might be the last roll of the dice here in the winners' semi-final. Ronaldo tries to get it back, but Vieira again steps out. All over the top here for Neat as well. An opportunity to finish things off in style. Back inside to Neymar, heel to heel. Hullet gets a piece of it. Neymar will keep control. And now the play recycled, and this is just frustration now for Peixoto.
Yeah, he just has to hold on to the ball, doesn't he? He recognised that once he didn't get the strike away, he could hold on to it, but now there's going to be possession regained here for Peixoto. Last roll of the dice!
Vinicius versus the goalkeeper! Tries to go round him, and Courtois comes up with a piece of magic in goal. Peixoto will not have a better chance. He still has a few seconds left. But Vinicius Jr. staring down the eyes of the goalkeeper. Couldn't make it work. Vieira can't get enough of it. R9. Oh, Courtois again. Magic from the Belgian in goal.
Surely you have to just lump this one in from the corner. There's so much time. If you go backwards, the ref blows his whistle. Got to go back post.
Messi will deliver. Ronaldo will not beat Courtois. And that has been the story of the last 5 minutes. Thibaut Courtois, the hero here for Ducks Neat, who will continue his run here in the European playoffs. What a performance. But he's got his goalkeeper to thank right at the end there. Thibaut Courtois, magic in between the sticks.
Still undefeated then is Ducks Neat as he marches on to the winners bracket final, as Peixoto will drop down to the lower bracket.
Well, some crazy stuff in that game. Brandon Smith, what have you got from us from our fight for the final spot? Because I'm sure it's just as intense.
Yeah, not as intense as that. Just to say there's been lots of goals, though. Unfortunately, for one of these two, it's the end of their hopes for the FIFA E-World Cup. But if you're a hashtag United fan and a hashtag Tom fan, you will be happy to know that Tom is one game of FIFA away from the FIFA E-World Cup final. He is through. Oliver Roberts is out. The 2019 E-World Cup champion was down by 2-0 coming into this one. But Gravison, the experienced FIFA pro from Spain, teammate of Neat, of course, at Ducks Gaming, did not stop there. Was up not by 1, not by 2, but by 3. 5-0 up with 40 minutes on the clock. As much as Mo Alba tried to buy back late into the game, Gravison still was able to drive through. That means that the 2019 E-World Cup champion will not be there to defend his crown in London.
That means we will have a new FIFA E World Cup champion, Dan. A massive shock result, you could say. Finally, Mo Alba will not be able to defend his title. Hashtag Tom. His content run continues. He's back where he was a few moments ago. He managed to find himself in this position yesterday, of course, and it was an 87th minute goal that he conceded, which kind of took that chance away at the FIFA E World Cup. But he's still alive here. Hashtag Tom. What are your thoughts on what you've just seen there?
Bring it home for England is what I'll say first. It would be weird, really, not to have any English players at the FIFA E-World Cup, and it would mean that the one Scottish player there would be now a British player, in my opinion. But one thing on Mo Alba, we have to say that, okay, yes, he didn't make the E-World Cup, but the fact he even got this far after having a pretty poor season for the majority, but then still finding a way to knock out some of the best players in the world. I mean, Levy getting taken down Mo Alba was a huge result for Mo. But it's going to be a tough game for both hashtag Tom and Gravison in that last fight for the spot.
And Brandon, what a day for Ducks Gaming. What a day for Spain as well. Both Gravison and Neat staying alive in the tournament. And Neat, I want to just take a second to speak about this man. What a year he's had. 17 years old. And he looks like he's been playing for 10 years, 15 years. The man just doesn't get flustered.
Yeah, back-to-back La Liga champion, Mark. He's had such a good start to his career. We just haven't been able to see so much of it on the European stage, but he's going to be at the FIFA World Cup. Another Spanish player will be there, and Gravesen now, one game away, has to take on #Tom for that final FIFA World Cup spot. Cannot wait for that one later today.
Oh, thank you very much, Brandon, for the updates. We're going to go back to the desk now. An amazing start to an amazing Sunday, and it's going to continue. But for now, it's time to go to Mike and Jimmy to break down the action. We'll see you in just a sec.
Thank you very much, Mark, Dan, and Brandon. Let's go. Let's get into the brackets. Let's catch everybody up. Fuma doing the business over my player to watch, Dennis, and doing it in real style, Mike Labelle, 2-0. And then Ducks Neat being very neat once again, fighting back from a 1-0 result to get to 2-1. What a free kick he did to actually equalize that one. And take us through the loser side of it, Mike.
Well, we've got Peixoto going up against Andoni. Obviously, we just saw Peixoto drop a game. Andoni with the win over Offset Danny. Not a big surprise, in my opinion. And then, unfortunately, maybe for my predictions or my player to watch, Ali Bali is out. Does have the FIFA World Cup position, but Astralis Houston moves on against Dennis. Like I said, with anything with Houston, it's just going to be goals galore.
All right, those are all the players that have actually qualified for the E-World Cup. So let's take a look at the ones that are still fighting for that last spot, the 9th spot, the 32nd spot in the tournament. #Tom does the business over TG Roberts. And Gravesen taking down the reigning E-World Cup champion. Mo Abba is officially out. It's going to be #Tom versus Gravesen for that last ticket to the E-World Cup. Mike Labelle, I am here for it. Inject it into my veins. Do I need to get out my Vuvuzela? I think I might have to. Let's go.
I don't like you, Jimmy. But that matchup, premium, if you remember yesterday, I took Gravesen as the player that I think is going to advance from those four, which would be a 9%er based on the poll that went out. But Tom has been battling, and this has been in Tom's fashion. Everything has been in the most difficult way possible throughout this tournament. If you missed day one, Tom went 0-2 and was able to pull it back 3-2 in Swiss stage. And then yesterday, every game that he played went to extra time or penalty kicks.
All right, we're going to get into Tom and Gravesen a little bit more, but let's talk about the analysis, your analysis, that is, Mike Labelle, presented by PS4. What do you have for us?
I've got you covered. We've got to start out with the game winner. This is picture-perfect material of how to use the bridge dribble and why it's so effective. Splitting the defenders with the bridge. This really is not bad defending. It's just perfectly timed offense. They have that saying where they say better offense or great offense can beat great defensive play, or maybe better offenses. I don't know the saying.
I love
it. It's gorgeous how he splits the two center halves.
I love it.
And that's kind of what it's designed around, is the bridge is supposed to be able to kick it around a defender or kick it in front of you and let you go chase it. And it's just perfectly timed, well weighted, well set up, great maneuver.
And well explained by Mike Labelle. That is our analysis presented by PS4. All right, everybody, we're going to take our next break. But when we return, we got more exciting action on the horizon. More games, more money at stake, and of course, that last spot to the E-World Cup. Do not go anywhere.
Back to Neymar. Levy Louis does not care. Levy went into gear 19. Incredible performance.
Hello guys, my name is Levi de Weert. I'm a player for Team Gullit in the EU region, and today I want to welcome you to my masterclass. Today I'm gonna talk about how I won the PES Europe qualifier number 3 while being 3-0 down against #Tom. As you can see here, I was 3-0 down. It was very difficult for me to create space with the 4-2-3-1, so I had to change things up. I talked with my coach Renzo, and the game plan was to switch to a 4-4-2. And as you can see here, it rewarded me because I had two strikers up top with a 4-4-2, so it's easier to make combinations and play short passes. And as you can see here, the through ball to Neymar was open, and it is a perfect goal. As you can see here, I was just taking quick passes, trying to get him drag players out of position, and just waiting for the good opportunity to come. And as you can see here, the perfect pass from Davies to Neymar and the perfect inside fake shot made it 2-0. In this situation here, this is a really tricky situation because as you can see, Tom has 8 players on on my half, and all his players are just bunching forward. And I also have only a 1-goal lead. That's not nice. But what I also knew is that if I win the ball here, there's a really big opportunity for me. So as you can see here, I win the ball back with Bruno. And the thing that you keep in mind then is when your opponent is pressing, there's so much space on the wings. Then it's the most important thing, just running and let him make the choice. An easy cut back to Ronaldo, and that's the decisive goal for me. Because when I scored this goal, I was confident because of 2 goals leading. I wouldn't give that away anymore. Thank you guys for watching my masterclass on how I beat #Tom while being 3-0 down in the second leg in the European qualifier number 3. I hope to see you guys soon.
The FIFA 21 Global Series European qualifiers are presented by PlayStation 4. Register and play in FIFA 21 PS4 Tournament Open Series at compete.playstation.com. And the qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Oh, let's go, everybody. This is Championship Sunday at the European playoffs on the PS4 side of things. The last day of the very last event of this FIFA Global Series season before we get into the E-World Cup. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Dr. Mike LaBelle, who's here with us. It's time for some FUT Lab presented by PS4. Mike LaBelle, what do you have for us? The good doctor in the house.
As you know, I've always got something working out. We got that mixology. I like to give you the FUT equations, a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And today we're looking at center attacking midfielders. I'm gonna give you 3 options at 3 different price points. You got the tier 1. If you can get nasty Neymar, he's gonna do the business. 5+5. We're talking coveted 5-star weak foot and 5-star skill moves, ultimate levels of creativity, turns on a dime. Next to him, Coutinho. And you might say, Mike, he's lower rated than Super Mario next to him, but he's gonna cost you more. Some of those links, it's a flashback. We're gonna rewind those years, a little bit of that Brazilian expression, a very powerful and special FUT item. And then last but not least, Super Mario. One of my favorite introductions this year, or reintroductions, is Player Moments FUT item. Very affordable, easy to introduce. Also gets a green link with Dumfries. If you're trying to bring together that collective, he's got the skills to pay the bills. He's gonna give you that razzle, dazzle, and he's got the extra heater, the burner.
Mike, that's why you are the good doctor, and that was FUT Lab presented by PS4. I feel smarter after listening to you, by the way. I know. That's the highest compliment I think that I can give to you. You should take that. You should absorb it. All right, let's get into the winners final. We have Mr. Ducksneat taking on Fuma. It is going to be a ridiculous match between 2 players that are playing at the peak of their abilities. We're going to start with Ducksneat. One of the top players coming into this, continues his trend, as you can see, the winner of La Liga in 2020 and 2021. So clearly he knows how to be consistent, Mike.
And he's still peaking. That's the reality here. Since his introduction on the scene, he's been phenomenal. He's been a player that I've always heard about coming out of Spain, especially with the Ducks guys when you're talking about Gravison, who we're going to see on display a little bit later on, where he's got that big play-in for the 9th place matchup. But he's been telling me this is the guy to watch out for. Neat's going to be the future of the top Spaniards. And it's showcasing. He's the only undefeated competitor left in the competition. I'm talking day 1, day 2, day 3, and he wants to continue that streak.
Well, what's interesting about these 2 particular players is that they faced off against each other in round 4 on day 1 in the Swiss formats. Now, Fuma had already won his first 3 games, so he'd already booked his ticket. Maybe he relaxed in round 4 because he lost to Neat 2-1. So, Mike, I'm going to throw it back to you before we break down Fuma in particular. Do you think that plays into it, that earlier result, because they have that experience against each other a couple days ago?
I'm sure that he doesn't mind having the rematch, and it gave you direct experience, direct information, but it's a new day. People play differently. There've been adjustments, there's shifts, there's pivots, also mentality-wise. We now have both competitors qualified for the FIFA E World Cup, which I feel is definitely a very big mental relief, as opposed to when you're grinding through a lot of those games. I'm hoping this game's a little more open than the Neat Peixoto matchup, which is very defensive. If you were to really break it down and analyze, both these guys are trying to outthink each other. It wasn't a game with a bunch of free flow opportunities.
All right, let's take a look now at Fuma. Let's look at his tail of the tape and get some of his fun facts. 19 years old, from France, really coming onto the scene in a really meaningful and powerful way here during the playoffs. Always a good time to peak during your season. Mike, what makes him special?
Well, Fuma was part of that squeak and peak group where he was able to just get out of the Swiss stage, and then from there he's been unstoppable. And you can tell he's getting more and more confident as a player each round that he goes forward. His mentality, he's ready. He's got pretty good experience this year overall, but he really hadn't had a breakthrough, especially not internationally. So this has been his tournament. What a time to have the tournament. Super impressed. Last game, he just had a clean sheet, which tells you that he's defending really confidently, because this is not a FIFA that you see a lot of clean sheets or even low scoring games. There's so much high pressure, and when you flip the switch and you go for maybe a constant pressure or even a pressure after possession loss in your tactical setup, players are just flying all over the place.
Okay, I just want to remind you, Mike, and your fancy lab coat, and everybody watching, that this game is for $70,000. Whoever wins this banks $70K, and they get their first spot into the grand final. So that is some next level-ish, as I like to say. All right, Mike LaBelle, let's get into some predictions. Who do you like in this one? You going with the Frenchman, or are you going with the Spaniard?
Well, the only two undefeated competitors on day 3 that are left in the competition, or I guess in this bracket stage, so day 2 and day 3. But I've got Dux Neat. I was really impressed getting by Peixoto, which is a player that really takes some of the expression and some of the creativity away from Dux Neat. He's very gifted and talented right around the edge of the box. I think this game's going to look a little bit different, and I've got Dux Neat to progress, to make, I guess, to become $70,000 richer and to be sitting pretty in the grand final. Hopefully no reset for him.
Mike, put some respect on Fuma's name. Put some respect on Fuma's name. He's been excellent so far through day 2 and obviously here in day 3. All right, let's throw it over now to Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa, who have the call of this big match, a winner's final. The winner gets $70,000 in a spot in the grand final. That is amazing. I'm excited to see how it all plays out. Take it away, you two.
Thank you very much, Jimmy and Mike. Can't wait to get into our winners bracket final here. Joining the commentary booth by myself, Richard Buckley, and Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, on a historic day, there's going to be some more FIFA history made right here. Dux Neat can cement himself as one of the top players, not only in terms of accolades, but also prize money in FIFA esports. He wins this game, he's looking at like $270,000 in terms of the prize money. We'll have a look at the squads right here before we get into the matchup. Ryan, talk me through what we're seeing right now. You see Neat squad on the screen right there.
Yeah, it's a familiar theme. We've seen Neat already on the broadcast. He's got the prime icon moments versions of the top players you'd expect, with R9, Ruud Gullit, Vieira, Pele. Of course, Sergio Ramos, we saw that free kick as well, which he scored in the last game to bring him back against Peixoto. But again, leading the line, CR7, Neymar team of the season, De Jong team of the season. He's got Llorente, some top names on the bench as well. So it's a strong squad overall.
Yeah, super strong team right there. As we jump over to Fuma's squad, couple of different players in there. You see Eder Militao in at centre-back, but for the most part, it looks relatively similar, Ryan.
Yeah, no Vieira. And of course, the key difference is Vieira and Ruud Gullit. I'm not Ruud Gullit, sorry. De Jong, who has been replaced by Bruno Fernandes. But again, it's still a very, very strong team.
As we get into our winners bracket final here, Atlantide against Dux Gaming, Fuma against Neat. Winner of this guarantees themselves $70,000 and also a place in our grand final, with the advantage of coming through the winners bracket. It's going to be Fuma from left to right and Dux Neat from right to left in that Dux Gaming strip. When you look at the individual results of both players in terms of their performance, especially in the bracket, you wouldn't say Fuma's been convincing by any stretch of the imagination. A penalty shootout win against Tuga, a 4-3 win against Hazers, a 3-2 win against Roberts, with his most convincing victory coming in the last round against Dennis by a 2-goal deficit. He has not been blowing people away in the bracket, but he's just been getting by.
Exactly, I think that's the key at this level. You're not going to find games, it'll be very, very rare where your opponent will, a player will blow away his opponent. Almost saw an interception there from a risky pass across the field from Neat there. But again, we haven't really seen that other than Peixoto yesterday, where he was scoring a lot of goals. I remember he scored a lot of goals against Yago, Oli Bolly, Adriman. But other than that, it's been very, very tight games. Even for Neat, he's had a lot of tight games as well. So again, you'll be hoping that this one's not as tight. But last game, he turned around the game up against another French opponent in Peixoto, who was my pick to win today, which he still can in the loser bracket. But for Neat, I've been so impressed. You spoke about the amount of money he's won already, the accolades he's got. He's only 17. As we see a breakthrough by Alfonso Davies, but Fuma manages to get across. But yeah, Richard, is so impressive from him.
And being 17 years old, already had so much success, winning heaps of cash as well through playing FIFA, whether it's on the domestic level in the La Liga or on an international level, E-Champions League, top six finishers in the domestic qualifiers, top 12s, top 8 finishers. Does the pressure of sort of having such a big game right now, $70,000 game, grand final spot, that it just feels like another game to him, surely? Whereas Fuma, maybe there's that little bit more pressure on him to get a result.
I agree. I think that the way Neat's conducted himself as well has been very mature. This is the first time we are seeing him on the bracket, I believe, this weekend. But for Neat, we've already seen, even when he scores last-minute goals, he keeps his cool. He's good at keeping possession. And that second leg against Peixoto, for me, was very impressive. He nullified Peixoto completely, squeezed him out of the pitch, created a lot of chances as well. It was a shock that he even went the distance. He could have won that game a lot earlier than he actually did with the amount of chances he created. So just from seeing that alone makes me confident that he'll be able to do the job against Fuma. But again, Fuma's done so well this season to secure a grand final spot as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you'd have come into the tournament, I think one thing that has been... I'm trying to look at the statistics and make sort of assumptions around how players have done well, because it's sort of been a mixed bag. Players who started the season really well, a couple of those have played well in the playoffs. Players who ended the season well have sort of failed in the playoffs, but both of these two competitors won their domestic leagues. With Fuma with the E-League, with Lorient, I think Leandro Peixoto, his teammate, and Neat with Real Valladolid in the La Liga. So maybe there's some... But then, no disrespect, you see Shells, he won the E-Premier League, goes 0-3. So it's sort of just a mixed bag, really. Like, you can't put any consistency on it.
No, I think that's what we were saying going into this weekend. There's so many players who could go the distance. Almost a mistake, but Ramos manages to recover for Neat there. But there's been so many players that, as we said, could have reached or secured a grand final spot, even won the tournament. Genuinely, there's that many players that have done well this year. I think the PS European side in general this year have been so consistent and really, really good. Like, they've had in my opinion anyway, I think it's a higher skill level than what we've seen on Xbox. I'll be honest. I think PlayStation this year has impressed me a lot. Seen so many new names, so many names up and coming, or household names that have done well, and also household names that have done badly in this tournament just because of the newcomers being so good.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I think the surprise element of a lot of competitors as well. Fuma is no sort of outsider, really. Finished 24th on the Global Series rankings. He's got a domestic title to his name as well, but he wasn't the name on the tip of the tongue. And his performances, everybody who's earned a playoff spot, they've earned it. Do you know what I mean? It's not been an easy feat. Nobody's bought a playoff spot. Nobody's got an easy run to a grand final spot. See Neat coming forward yet again. He left it late against Peixoto in that winners bracket semi-final. Both of these two guaranteed $45,000. The winner of this will take their prize earnings to a guaranteed $70,000 by winning this matchup. And it's not even the end of the season, because one of these two very well could go on and win the FIFA World Cup and take home a whole lump of money. It's not going to be an easy road, though. You're going to have 30 of the best of the rest around the world. Top-tier FIFA players all competing for the same prize. It's going to be a ridiculous tournament, isn't it? The FIFA World Cup, Ryan. When you look at the name power, when you look at who's already qualified, we've got one spot remaining to sort of solidify the 32 competitors, but there's a few surprises in there, but there's also some huge FIFA names as well.
Huge names, as you said. We've got Dasari, previous winner as well. We've got Nicholas, who's been there in and around the names to be one of the champions there, or a name that could go the distance. We've got so many newcomers as well in the South America region, North America as well. So as you said, it's going to be very, very tough. And there's one spot left between Gravison, of course, representing Ducks, teammate of Neat, and of course Tom playing that, which will be a very, very interesting game later on. But halftime, nothing to separate these two. It's been an edgy game. No one's really asserted their dominance, just trying to keep possession in and around the area. But as we say, it's sort of similar. Oh my goodness, look at that. It tells the whole story. 0 shots, possession has been in favor for Fuma, but the pass accuracy has been sky high for both of them. They're just keeping the ball, waiting to see if anyone will make a mistake.
Yeah, passing accuracy through the roof. 98 and 95% respectively from both of these two. It's going to be a narrow margin. Just to confirm, if you are joining us here on day 3, who's already got a FIFA World Cup Grand Final spot on the PlayStation? Dennis from Leno Esports. Fuma, who you're seeing right now in action. Dux Neat, who's in action right now. Diogo Peixoto. Offset Danny from Portugal. Andoni from Spain. Astralis Ooston from Denmark, another Scandinavian doing his top work here at the end of the season. And who can forget Ollie Bolly? He's going to be at the World Cup representing Team Makers. Could be an Englishman, could be another Spaniard to add. Hashtag Tom against Gravison coming up about an hour and a half to 2 hours time. Chance here for Fume, played the extra pass. Looked like he was a pretty much guaranteed goal there if he took the shot. Reverse elastic goal, stings the hands of the goalkeeper.
I don't think he expected it. It was a bit of a slice of fortune for the ball to fall back to him. That's why he played it off as a pass. I don't think he expected it to happen. But he still managed to try and get a shot at goal there with a sort of easy save for Courtois. He was stepped over on that side anyway, so it wasn't too difficult. You'd be shocked if that chance goes in, but that's the first shot we've had between these two.
I certainly think the edginess of this game, so much riding on it as well. If you win this, you get to kick your feet up for a couple of hours before the grand final. If you lose this, you're down into a loser's bracket. You're going to be playing someone coming off the back of a win, coming off the back of a very good result as well through that loser's bracket. It's always a tough situation to be in right now, the winner's bracket final, because if you lose this match and you go down into the loser's bracket final, that is a treacherous game. It's a very, very rough game to be in, because you're coming off the back of a loss, you're playing someone who's probably off the back of a win, maybe even a couple of wins, making a run, getting some momentum in the loser's bracket, and you stitched up, really.
Absolutely, I agree. I think, as you say, that the key point there is just the players coming off of wins against somebody that's just come off of a loss. Two different sides of the spectrum in terms of mentality, which is really, really hard to come up against someone that is flying after their wins. They're gaining confidence, but for the winner, they're in a hugely favourable position because they have to lose twice. The bracket has to reset for them to lose that chance to win $100,000 and win the playoffs on the PlayStation side in Europe. So again, if you win this, it would take something special from the person in the loser bracket to come and take that away from you.
Yeah, and when you look down as well into the losers bracket, into that double elimination bracket, they'll be looking up and thinking, I've got a bit of a marathon ahead of me. I've got to win this game, I've got to win the next game. Then I've also got to double up in the grand final as well. There's a reason that you don't typically see a lot of resets happen. I would probably say, Ryan, the most usual situation we find ourselves in is when the person from the loser bracket wins the first two-legged match and then loses the second one. They just run out of steam.
Yeah. And like I said, it's happened a lot. I think this year we haven't seen too many resets where the players come out on top. I could be wrong. Off the top of my head, I think Jesus was one against Bonded Until. I think that was Cup 2. I could be mistaken, but there hasn't been too many times where the bracket's been completely reset and the player's gone on to win both of the ties as well. You see neat break forward there. I thought got a bit more elevation and power behind that. That could have hit the back of the net. We've seen those go in.
Yeah, it's a good catch as well from Van der Sar. We're expecting him to keep hold of it. Typically that gets palmed out. We've seen quite a few rebounds scored today as well. The Gravesen game specifically, there was a few times Mo Alba's goalkeeper just knocked it down to an on-rushing striker. Van der Sar keeping that one close to his chest. As we come into the final 15 minutes, just offside, and neither player really making their mark on this winners bracket final yet. We're going to be joined with our very own Mark Hatcher to break down what is happening in the losers round 6 matchups between Houston and Andoni. It's going to be a cracking game. I can't wait to see how that first leg has finalised. Before that, we've got 10 minutes remaining here. Will there be a breakthrough? Neither players deserved to be winning so far, Ryan.
I wouldn't say so, no. I think a draw's kind of fair, but in the game earlier with another Frenchman we spoke about, Peixoto against Neat, it was Peixoto actually broke the deadlock sort of late in the first leg, so maybe we could see a goal. I'm hoping we do see some goals because, again, both these players just keeping possession, don't want to make a mistake, not taking too many risks, but that's the thing you associate with the top players now. There's like a certain play style which works, unless we see or someone that breaks that mold in Mo Alba yesterday with some of the goals he was scoring. A lot of the time it's a similar way to break down the defence. Passing, creating movements as well, off the ball runs, player locks, directional nutmegs. And I think these players sort of are, in one hand, afraid to do that because they think it's predictable. But as I said, none of them have taken many risks this game so far.
Final chance will fall to the Frenchman here in Fuma. He'll be looking to give himself a slight advantage going into leg number 2. I don't think there will be an advantage. Ryan going into leg number 2. All level going into that one-leg shootout for a chance at booking your spot in the grand final here in the PlayStation playoffs. Stuxnet 0, Fuma 0. Nothing to report in the winners bracket final. However, our very own Mark Hatcher has been watching the losers round 6 matches. And fingers crossed, Mark, your games had some goals.
Yeah, we have. Don't worry. We've had some goals, and as we would expect, it's full of drama. It's full of excitement. The first game we're going to look at is between Dennis and Astralis Houston. And Houston, I have always said, is a player who plays at his best when he is confident. You can see it in his gameplay here. He goes 1-0 up, and then you want a perfect example of confidence? R9, little Panenka down the middle. That gave him his second goal, and that is how that one looks after the first leg. This one, a lot tighter between Diogo Peixoto and Andoni. Peixoto got the first goal of the game, but the Spaniards have had a great game and a great day so far today, and in the 89th minute, he found the equaliser.
Diogo Peixoto and Andoni level pegging. Let's see if we can get some goals in leg number 2 in our winners bracket final. Don't go anywhere.
This game, you cannot take your eyes off it. Andoni keeps finding an answer. Andoni looking like he's back to his best, really.
Hola, soy Andoni Payo, más conocido como Andoni PM, represento a Riders en la región europea y os doy la bienvenida a mi Masterclass. Hoy os vengo a analizar la ronda de semifinales del Loser Bracket contra Peixoto, la ronda a la cual me dio el pase a la final del Loser Bracket contra #Top. Íbamos perdiendo aquí 3-2, el rival estaba bastante encerrado y entonces teníamos que tener un poco más de paciencia, mover el balón de un lado a otro y sobre todo buscar los desmarques de los delanteros, que al final son los que más peligro tienen. También hay que esperar su error, y aquí su error está en que saca al central de posición y vemos como Cristiano entre el central y lateral hace el desmarque para meter este empate, este 3-3, y pues ponernos ya un poco más de cara a la eliminatoria. Pues aquí estamos con Bruno, cuando fijamos al lateral, saludamos a Cristiano, y aquí es el momento en el que tenemos que aprovechar el hueco que hay con Neymar, se queda solo Cristiano, y con esa cola de vaca también nos hacemos ese espacio, y en este momento hacemos el cancel porque si tiramos hay autoblock, y aquí hacemos el tiro claro porque al final Cristiano con la zurda y siendo el Totti nos iba a dar el primer gol y era la primera vez que nos íbamos a poner por delante en toda la eliminatoria. Así que es una jugada muy importante y que nos iba a poner de cara ya todo el partido. Pues estábamos en un momento de que teníamos que tener el control del balón para hacer que su defensa saliera y en cuanto su defensa saliera aprovechar los huecos que creara para al final rematarlo. Aquí vemos a Cristiano, conectamos con el delantero, hacemos muy bien esos giros para que se equivoque con el switch con James. Y aquí ya definimos, con suerte de que movió a Pope por el palo donde tiré, pero finalmente con Cristiano Totti y su potencia de tiro conseguimos meter el 5-3 y poner la eliminatoria a nuestro favor. Espero que os haya gustado el análisis de mis 3 goles contra Diego Peixoto, que me puso las cosas muy difíciles, y os espero ahora en la siguiente ronda contra Cosimo Guarnieri y espero que me deis mucha suerte.
Welcome back to the European PlayStation playoffs. You join us in a pivotal moment here, going into leg number 2 of our winners bracket final. Duxney up against Atlantides Fuma, joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and Ryan Pessoa in the commentary booth. Ryan, I'd usually ask you at this point what you thought of the first leg, but there wasn't too much to digest.
Nothing at all. There wasn't many clear-cut chances, if any, actually. There was a couple of saves from shots maybe had a chance to go in. I think the one which Van der Sar caught it, if there was a bit more power behind that, it could have challenged him a bit more. But other than that, it's genuinely just been keeping possession. You could keep possession longer. You could have the higher pass accuracy. As I said, no one wants to make a mistake. No one wants to try and be a little bit risky. But maybe we'll see more, because in the second leg, I thought Neat's performance against Peixoto was incredible offensively. He came out the traps flying anyway, so hopefully we see the same from either of these two opponents, as Pele is just offside there for Fuma.
Yeah, opportunities will start to be created here in the second leg. I'm sure of that, and if we cross our fingers and toes, I'm sure we'll get a goal in this second period of action. Chance here for Neat down the right-hand touchline. Pele into CR7. He twists and turns the ball, fires it into Hullet, back to R9. Couple of step overs, ball roll, scoop turn. Ramos takes the ball off of him, and the reason that we've not seen a lot of chances is because both players have been perfect in the defensive third. Chance here for Mbappe coming forward. Will we see Fuma break this Spanish wall of black shirts? You just see the player icon that Neat's using all the time, that he's controlling. It's so quick when he's player switching. And talk to me about that, Ryan, because that's the reason we've not seen any goals so far. Both players have been unreal at the back, but that player switching with the right stick to make sure you've always got a player marking the passing lane is unbelievable.
It's brilliant, and his team is well structured as well. He's not putting anyone out of possession, trying to squeeze in. He's just waiting to see us. Tried to do a Lacroqueta there, didn't work out. But as you said, that the player switching is perfect. He's choosing the right player. See him cutting it in with De Jong really, really well there in defence. And I'll be honest, it's really hard to see how a goal's going to come. I honestly, the only way I can see a goal coming is it has to be a moment of magic.
Or it'll be an awful mistake. This could be that moment of magic. We've seen him bang one so far with Sergio Ramos. He steps up. Ooh. What a save.
Every time you see Ramos lining up there with Neat, I'd be fearful if I was the opponent. Directional nutmeg couldn't break through Llorente there. It was fortunate. Well, that free kick, he's been taking them, as I said. Irrespective of there being a player on the line, he trusts himself, and he trusts enough to use that third player run as a decoy to try and get it over the wall and stop his opponent reading the shot. But it was a great save from Van der Sar, to be honest.
No, it really was. It was a outstretched right hand tipping it over the bar from Edwin van der Sar, and he's been very good so far in this tie. No mistakes really from the shot stopper. Chance here for Fuma. Gets the benefit of the doubt, but a great save. Chances starting to sprout in this second leg. Through ball, played into Neymar. Couple of step overs. He'll be looking to create something magical. Lacroqueta getting away from his man, popping it into his compatriot striker right there. R9, and again, a Lacroqueta ends up as a Kocher flick. A couple of times he's done that so far, Neat.
Yeah, he has. It's a tough one there. I think that's the first time he's breached the line properly of Fuma's defense. Fuma defends really, really well. I actually like the way he defends. He's trying to predict the movements of the player, but he's not diving in terms of trying to predict too hard. So it's a little bit of a bait, but it's just enough. Chance. So if he does read it wrong, it works. But Vieira, this is always there. Steps in with the interception. It was a driven pass across goal, but it's more hopeful than anything, Richard, I'll be honest, rather than actually thinking it would have made it through. It's just it's a pass that you hope maybe there'll be a little bit of a bouncer for the player will step away, but it wasn't a player lock or a creative run there from Fuma offensively.
It's not the first time Fuma's got down that right-hand side, Ryan, either. He's had a couple of chances where it's been on that far side, looking to create. Chance here for Neat. He gets the bounce falling back to him, CR7. Unable to bring it into his stride. And as we approach half-time here in leg number 2, still goalless. Believe it or not, we've seen some real end-to-end matches in these playoffs so far. But as the prize money increases, I think the tension certainly amplifies as well. As we find ourselves with one goal to win $70,000. Nice ball down the line. Llorente is always going to be favourite though, and as we do approach half-time, Ryan, it's again a couple of chances falling either way, but the only way I can describe cagey. That's literally it. It's just a cagey game. Neither player wants to make a mistake, and that could be a mistake. Directional nutmeg round his man. Frenkie de Jong picks up the ball for Neat just before half-time. Neymar. Reverse Elastico, good tackle, falls back to De Jong. Everything going to the Ducks gaming man's way. Frenkie de Jong picks up the ball again. He seems to be at the heart of everything here for Neat. Couple of Lacroquetas, comes to nothing, and Fuma's just going to spoon that right out of play to get himself into half-time.
That's the first time we saw any sort of error from Fuma there with a misplaced pass, sort of giving it to Neat. And as soon as he stepped there with Neymar and he fake shot stopped, that's the scariest thing when someone has 5-5, so you don't know which way. Is he going to elastico onto the left, reverse elastico onto the right foot? It's really hard to read, but he does it. I believe it was Bruno Fernandes as well doing the defensive duties, but again, look at that. Nothing to separate them, even on shots and shots on target. Pass accuracy is very similar. Possession, again, not too much to separate either of these players.
Yeah, literally as even as it comes. The only difference being a corner and some passing accuracy, a couple of misplaced passes here or there, but even still 90%. If you imagine you make 100 passes in a game, there's only 10 going awry. It's still very impressive.
It's amazing. As you say, as a pro player myself, you try and look towards pass accuracy as something that it's very important. I'm not sure, as casual players anyway, they tend to look at it, but as we say, it's so important because it sort of stems how the game's going possession-wise as well. You don't want to be giving the ball away. You should be forced into making errors. But again, the pass accuracy, some players that take more risks will tend to be lower. They try those through balls or over-the-top passes, which sometimes doesn't work out, but we're going to see maybe a directional nutmeg from R9's, or Fuma's R9, but it didn't work out. We're still just passing it around, trying to see if there's any gaps. But just look at the way Neat's defending there. Player switching perfectly between Gullit and De Jong. Oh no.
Oh, we didn't think we were even going to see a goal. It's fell for Fuma, the less likely of the two competitors. Ryan, talk to me.
I need to see that one more time. I'm eager to wait for the highlights after this game because I'm not exactly sure what happened. Maybe he... I don't even know. All I know is that he tried to play out from the back. R9 got there. It wasn't even a shot. It just sort of bundled off of him onto the post and then obviously an easy finish. But, oh boy, that's rough. I said anyway, I'd expect a moment of brilliance. There's a moment of madness to separate these two players. And now, hopefully, anyway, we'll be able to see a little bit more offense from both of these players. Fuma on the counter-attack and Neat breaking forward. Oh my goodness, a little bit of luck again there as Vieira intercepts that pass from the player lock. Thought it was going to bounce back to R9 again, but for Duck's Neat's sake, it didn't. And now he'll have to start being a bit more offensive. 30 minutes left of this game, potentially, to see if he can break down Fuma's defense.
Yeah, and for both of these players right now, hoping that the game sparks into life, that goal just relieves a little bit of the tension, the shackles are released. Duck's Neat knows that he needs to fire back to avoid a loser's bracket run and potentially a two-legged reset in the grand final if he was to get there. Fuma, on the other hand, a little bit fortunate on the first goal. He'll be looking to get a second. R9. Ramos, the defender, on him. R9 twists away from Ramos. CR7, heel to heel! And Fuma doubles his lead.
I'm really impressed. That's a fantastic goal, Fuma. Neat's devastated, as you can see, but for Fuma, again, that was well worked. He didn't rush his attack, and as soon as you get the ball there to CR7 and R9 on the edge, you don't know what they're going to do, what skill move's going to be executed. As we see the highlight there, a little step to the side with R9 to CR7, the heel to heel. Vieira maybe could have done a little bit better, but again, a fantastic goal from Fuma.
As Neat, aggravated, frustrated. Do you think that'll be with himself? The first goal, tried playing out of the back. The second goal, was there any elements that he could have done better there in the defensive end?
I think it's tough. The first goal, of course, breaks the ice and then it allows Fuma just to gain a bit more confidence and sort of Neat to lower in confidence. I don't think that goal happens if he doesn't concede the first one. I'll be honest, I don't. I genuinely think this game could have gone all the way to penalties without us seeing a goal, but I need to see the highlight of that first one again. The second one, nothing short of fantastic from Fuma. Being calm and composed to score and to slot it in at the near post. But for Neat now, it's going to be hard. This will potentially be his first loss, you know, Richard, of the weekend. Because 5-0 in Swiss, unbeaten up until this point in the winners bracket. He's been sublime this weekend, but he's faced an opponent who's been very assured defensively, structured. He's been brilliant.
It's a chance for Neat to get right back into the game. Straight from the kickoff, no messing for Neat. 2 goals to 1 with 20 minutes left to play.
Wow, where was that? We needed that brilliance throughout the game. It seemed so easy when he went forward there. Straight away from kickoff, just breaking down Fuma. You can see a lot more bodies behind the ball. For Fuma there, it looked almost impossible to break that line, but that first time fake shot with CR7 was brilliant, and it's a great finish now. 2-1, 20 minutes left. It's going to be nervy for both of these players.
Talk to me about that first time fake shot. Back in October, November, I didn't see a lot of people doing it. It was more getting into feet, elastico, reverse elastico, even the directional nutmegs, even though they are super strong now. That first time fake shots added a different layer of creativity into the final third.
It has, even the one you just saw there with CR7, the first time running fake shot. I've seen a lot with Levy Deville as well, being, in my opinion, one of the best at that, just cancelling it or doing it anyway. For a first touch to get round the defender is brilliant, but we're seeing a lot of space here.
Chance here at the other end for Fuma, potentially to seal the game. He rushed the pass back inside. A mistake, you've got to say, from Fuma there, and potentially could get capitalised on here by Neat. So he played that wrong then, Fuma, Ryan? Did he waste the ball? Did he waste the opportunity?
I think it's hard. I believe it was CR7 on the bottom of our screens that was making the run, but he might have creative run and pushed him away a little bit too far. Maybe it was just the actual movement from CR7. See Rutelit up against Rutelit, nothing to go by there. But Neymar just didn't have that pace, and when someone's charging you down there with Neymar on the ball, shoulder to shoulder, you anticipate them to be a little bit stronger. So it was hard. I don't think he should have passed it, but he could have lost the ball either way if he tried to dribble out of that.
Neat building, chance, first time fake shot, heel to heel, great block, it bounces back, it's bouncing around the box like a pinball machine. Neat, directional nutmeg, looking to ball roll inside. Fuma somehow clears his lines via Van der Sar. The chance still not done yet though. Neat comes forward again. Ruud Gullit now, he plays wide to Neymar. Found Frenkie de Jong, good area. Pele, standing still, Lacroqueta, cancel, what a goal from Neat.
Oh, that is special. That is special. Pele on his left foot. As I was saying, where was this throughout the game? He only came into the game offensively from the 70th minute, but it's a wonderful goal. And now Fuma, oh, it's going to be a little knock in confidence. 2-2. Oh, it's tough to be in this position, I'll be honest. Pele, the fake shot stop, or the stop into the Lacroqueta. Again, Lacroqueta onto the left foot, and it's a great finish. You see how much that means to him as well.
Talk to me about, he just stood still. He stood still on the ball for a second, even half a second. I feel probably FIFA 19, Tech started doing that quite often. Just standing still, just waiting for your opponent to make the move first. You saw an unbelievable example. That is the perfect example of just standing still on the ball and waiting and finding out what the next move is.
It's so hard to defend that. Again, you get scared. Just saw from the replay there for Fuma. It might be a little bit hard done by with Ramos there on the floor. Could have done a little bit better if he was on his feet to try and stop that attack. But yeah, when someone fake shot stops and you have someone with 5-star skills or just R1 stops or anything, it's really, really hard to predict what they're going to do. You don't want to dive in and especially press tackle in and around the area just in case you give away a penalty. You kind of hope that the player does an elastico into you, which is an easy way to get the ball, especially if you're using the likes of Vieira. But for that time there, it didn't work out for Fuma.
You saw a couple of changes being brought on there for Neat. I think Denzel Dumfries coming in at centre-back. And what looks like Acuna as well at left-back, with Sergio Ramos making way. He's been a star for the Spaniard in this playoff run so far. He now finds himself on the bench. Final attack gonna fall to Fuma. No, it's not, as Llorente punts the ball out of play. And a extraordinary second half here. This game exploding into life, Ryan.
Yeah, Neat, as I said, came on the offensive front late in the second leg after being 2 goals down. It sort of kicked him into gear, and since then on, you can see 5 shots on target. Both of these players, shot accuracy, pass accuracy is sky high. The possession is in favor of Fuma again, which we noticed from the earlier stages, or I say probably towards the midway into this second half. But again, extra time, very, very nervy. Neat's been in, and Fuma, in fact, they've both been in really tight games so far today.
Yeah, a lot of those games have been 1-goal deficits, or 1-goal wins, I should say. You saw Fuma, first game yesterday in the winners bracket, he won on a penalty shootout against Tuga, so he's familiar with the format. If we do go to spot kicks, Neat getting us underway. He's kicking from left to right in this first half of extra time. Kylian Mbappe twisted into the box, nothing comes of it there in the end, and Fuma will take the ball clear. A bit of a misplaced pass there in the midfield, and once again, maybe we're going to fall back into our old ways of the first leg, potentially in this extra time period, where the tension has certainly been ramped up again, and the nerves especially will be playing a factor.
I wouldn't be shocked if we see, as you say, a lot more possession being held by both of these players, again, similar to what we saw throughout the first leg and parts of the second leg, because again, you don't want to make that mistake. And oh my goodness, that could have been very, very fortunate there for Neat after the directional nutmeg. Bounce off the defender and almost put Mbappe in on goal.
Chance here. It's Fuma. He plays back to Neymar into R9. Fuma back in front through R9 Ronaldo.
Oh, that's a big goal as well. Worked down the wing, played across, and when R9's in those positions, there's nothing but net. And that's what he found there. Pass Courtois as he takes the lead in extra time, and now Neat's going to have to push forward. There's going to be some gaps opening up. But can Fuma take advantage of those spaces in behind on the wings this time, or is he going to fall short again and concede? Because I wouldn't be shocked, Richard, if you see a lot of bodies flying forward for Ducks Neat.
Especially so close to extra time, so close to half-time, I should say, knowing that Fuma might not even get another chance to attack here. Ronaldo twisted and turning around the box. Could have been a penalty. Maybe should have been a penalty. As the referee playing one last attack here. Kylian Mbappe, directional goal. That's got to be a pen.
Oh.
Fuma goes to ground. Vieira is the perpetrator. Ref, where's the red? Is it going to be?
Oh yes,
red
I was going to say. Like, it has to be.
He's looking for Ramos. You've already brought him off, Neat. You brought Ramos off. See Cristiano Ronaldo over it. 12 yards out. Sticks it in the left corner. Advantage Neat going into the second half of extra time. Has the man advantage.
Oh, the directional nutmeg there. I thought the ref could have even blown the whistle for half time, but he allowed that last attack. The directional nutmeg I thought was... It's hard to say. I would have said it's a bit predictable, but he tried his best to defend it anyway. But the tackle from Vieira, surely, Richard, you let him go. I don't know.
Do you go to ground? I was about to ask you.
No. I wouldn't, to be honest. Like, I don't like to slide tackle and stuff in the box, especially. But if I know they're one-on-one or like in on goal, I wouldn't. But again, it's easier to say that from where we are compared to the players in that moment. But as we see the penalty put in, sent the goalkeeper the wrong way. And now Fuma, 15 minutes now to... I don't even know how you play this, I'll be honest. I think you would sort of be content, in my opinion, anyway, to get to penalties with 10 men.
Depends. Yeah.
Yeah, I would. I wouldn't be shocked if he does that. Maybe a change of personnel, change of formation, try go a little bit more defensive, because you have to sacrifice that offensive player just to move someone more defensive. I think that's Militao, I think, with Ramos in that. Yeah, Militao's come on for Neymar. So again, I wouldn't be shocked if we see him going a bit more defensive. Just keep possession, try your best to try and break through the defensive line of Neat. So that he gives the ball away, but for Neat, you would try and you'd be upset if he sort of got a penalty, I'd say.
So the question is, Ryan, where's the player missing? Is it a wide player? I'm trying to figure out who's missing.
If I'm playing let's say a 4-2-3-1 and I have a man down, for me, and in this moment, the striker comes off. Like, as in, I'll play the,
you just play with
red
3
card up
cams.
front.
Yep.
Yeah. Absolutely. You'd have to keep that structure. It will be, of course, you'd lack that offensive threat, but you have to keep the wingers just for that potential counter-attack. I think that's very important. And in a 4-4-2, the one striker obviously has to go. But again, it's a bit... I would change formation, as I said. I wouldn't be able to stick with the 4-4-2.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out what's happened here with Fuma, because R9 looks like he's up top. CR7 looks like he's up top as well. And I think he thinks he might be able to go on and win this game. And save himself from a penalty shootout.
Oh my God.
Elbow. 10 men of Fuma. Managing to bundle his way through. It wasn't pretty. It certainly wasn't neat. But Fuma, 5 minutes away from a grand final spot.
That's a poor punchline from you there, and it's I feel it's a horrible bundle to concede again. It's rough, I'll be honest, but 4-3, am I seeing that right? It actually is 4-3. It doesn't feel like, I thought it was less goals, but we've seen 7 goals in this second leg between these two. But wow, that's a rough one to concede. And if I'm Fuma, everybody behind the ball, everyone now. You have the players going forward for the counter attack, but you have to go to the corner flag. There's not long left. As he runs out of play, there might just be one last attack here for Neat.
One more roll of the dice. He's got the man advantage. He needs the goal. Acuna flying forward. Feeds the ball back into CR7. Kevin De Bruyne wins it back for Fuma. And the 10 men here in extra time look to be potentially sending Fuma to a grand final and $70,000. Van der Sar, he's going to launch it long. And Fuma, the Frenchman, finds his way into a grand final, Ryan Pessoa.
Wow, we saw some fortune in the second half, but that goal at the end there to break it, I feel for Neat. But for Fuma, that's massive for him as he advances into the grand final. $70,000 secured, and he'll be waiting to see who he comes up against.
Well, we said lots of goals in the second leg, and we certainly got them. Mark Hatcher, you were watching a couple of the matches from the losers bracket. How did a number of our competitors get on?
Well, it was equally as stressful, as you would imagine, and I'll keep you up to date with all of the goals, as you would expect. Dennis versus Oostin. Coming into this game, Oostin had a 2-goal advantage on aggregate, but Dennis is here for a reason. He got 1 goal back here to put the pressure onto Oostin. Oostin, he responded in the only way he knows how. He made it 3-1. He was looking comfortable. Everything was looking good. However, Dennis decided he was going to pull it back once more. 3-2. Dennis on the attack. The German never say die. He gets a little bit of fortune, but what a strike that is from Ronaldo. However, the final goal of the game, it went to Oostin. Beautiful little spin on the edge of the box, and he takes home the win. Next game, Andoni versus Diogo Peixoto. Very, very tight in the first leg between the two, but the first goal of this game went to Peixoto, and that was the story. From then on, Peixoto just let loose, to be honest with you. It was 2-1 on aggregate, then 3-1, and then as you can see from these highlights here, it became 4-1. He was absolutely dominating. He wrapped things up with a final goal. Diogo Peixoto looking dominant.
Peixoto set up a tie with Australis' Oostin in the losers bracket semi-final. Cracking work from you, Mark. Last time you're going to be joining me this weekend, Ryan, in the commentary booth. I want to just get one final prediction from yourself. It's not regarding England v Italy. 9th place, who's going to take it, Tom or Gravison?
God, I love both of them, innit? They're great guys. You can't do that. You're actually going to... I'm going to say Tom. I think he's been through some craziness this weekend, but Gravison as well is so good. Like, I don't know. I'm going to say Tom, but yeah, it could go either way.
Well, Tom's Ryan's pick right there from the commentary booth. We're going to head back over to Jimmy and Mike to break down all the results and remaining fixtures.
Thank you, Richard, Ryan, and Mark. What a fantastic match between two top players. Fuma doing the business. Had a little FOMO, as I like to say, Mike LaBelle. Fear of missing out on 70 grand, but he gets it done. He books a spot into the grand final. He's either going to get first or second in this competition. Well played to the Frenchman. We see the Peixoto doing the business against Andoni. He goes through to take on Oostin. That should be a very, very good match between a lot of talented FIFA players. Mike LaBelle, we are seeing it. We continue to kick it and doing well in this tournament right now. You have some analysis, though, presented by PS4. What do you have cooking for us?
Well, I've now coined, if this should have been done before, that Houston is the most entertaining player in the FIFA world, at least the competitive world. This is the game winner. It showcases his composure, his creativity, what makes him special. In this moment, you've got to make a quick decision. So he's looking inside at R9, takes advantage of that, Ronaldo to Ronaldo. You're going to see just a lovely turn here. Just able to have a slight split of space. You see the resurface, top corner, best corner. That's the winner in the 74th minute. And it's just another one of those, there's chaotic moments, and what are you going to do with them? We always talk about the differences between pro players and other guys that are even performing at an elite level. It's often how you handle these little misfortunes or fortunate bounces.
All right, that was analysis presented by PS4 from our very own Mike LaBelle. So Mike, when you see all the players that have been competing today, who has played the best? I know the easy answer is Fuma because he's still in the winner's bracket, booked a spot to the grand final, but has anybody else caught your eye? Because Houston and Peixoto have been very good as well.
I think Houston's been really impressive throughout this portion. Everybody that's left, we're down to the last stages of the tournament. Obviously, you're performing well. There doesn't need to be a deep dive of analysis. These guys are here for a reason. They've been consistent over the course of 3 days, and they're making their final push.
No, I love it, and I love seeing it. If you guys want to join the conversation, hit us up on Twitter at EA FIFA Esports. Use the hashtag FGS21. Let us know who you think is playing the best on day 3 of the European playoffs on the PS4 side of things. All right, we're going to take our next break, but when we come back, it is going to be Houston versus Peixoto, and I'm here for it. It is going to be a fantastic affair. Don't go anywhere.
Adriman with that ball towards them. Goal, and it will be a goal. Adriman, he's played this game perfectly. He writes himself into a top 4 finish.
Hola a todos, me llamo Adrián, pertenezco a Team News Gaming, juego en la región de Europa, me conocen más como Adriman y bienvenidos todos a mi Masterclass. Hoy vamos a hablar de 2 temas para que todos vosotros podáis mejorar en vuestro juego, que es saber aprovechar las contras y el juego con espacios en FIFA 21 y la fortaleza mental. Yo, de la manera que más cómodo me siento atacando en este FIFA 21 es atacando con espacios al contraataque. Aquí estamos presionando a Vieira para conseguir recuperar la bola y salir rápido. Conseguimos robar en esta presión con Renato su pase a Zidane y salimos en la contra. Vemos a Bruno, vemos el espacio para Mbappé. Continuamos con unas bicicletas. Aquí lo normal sería dar el pase si él no cubriera, pero como él cubre esta situación, nosotros seguimos avanzando con Mbappé. Le tiramos la pared al ver que su central sale y generamos un espacio muy grande, el cual aprovechamos con un pase a Cristiano. Cuando él salió con el central, su Vieira tuvo que ir a tapar la posición de defensa, con lo cual se generó un hueco muy grande en el centro del campo para que llegara un jugador con llegada como es Bruno. Aprovechamos el espacio. Su defensa está muy desordenada porque antes él tuvo que taparnos su triangulazo. Aprovechamos el pase para Rashford y conseguimos marcar el gol. En el partido que me jugué yo para clasificar al segundo European Qualifier de la FIGS de FIFA 21, en la ida perdimos por 3-1 en un partido muy duro, además recibiendo un gol en el último minuto que realmente, si no hubiera sido por la fortaleza, nos hubiera dejado fuera de la eliminatoria. Y gracias al coaching que recibí de parte de mi equipo, hicimos unos ajustes en el segundo partido, que fueron jugar más directo para generar más ocasiones, y le conseguimos dar la vuelta. Es muy importante mantenerse frío en estas situaciones, ya que muchos de vosotros en vuestra casa os frustraréis en X situaciones del juego, pero tenéis que conseguir manteneros fríos, emplear la cabeza y hacer los cambios necesarios y no los cambios que a veces hacemos cuando nos enfadamos en el juego o tenemos rage. Bueno chicos, espero que os haya gustado mucho la masterclass que hemos podido dar hoy. Espero que os sirva de mucho saber nuevas tácticas en el contraataque, que sepáis lo importante que es la fortaleza mental jugando a FIFA 21 y que disfrutéis jugando al juego chicos. Un abrazo.
The FIFA 21 Global Series European qualifiers are presented by PlayStation 4. Register and play in FIFA 21 PS4 Tournament Open Series at compete.playstation.com. And the qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
I am terrible at the Vuvuzela, but I love doing it with.
Try that again, Jim. Try it again, Jim.
We are here for it. It is the last day of the European playoffs as we book our last ticket to the E-World Cup. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Mike LaBelle. We are excited to be here with you guys today. We're absolutely buzzing. Let's take a look at the bracket as we whittle it down to see who's going to win $100,000 and also who's going to get that last spot to the E-World Cup. Our next matchup, though, is a very good one. Two fantastic players. Oostin taking on Peixoto in the losers semi-final. The winner of that's going to take on Mr. Neat in the losers final to see who can get that 100 grand. So a lot still at stake for these two particular players. Let's talk a little bit about both, because when I look back on all the results that they've had over this 3 days of this tournament, they both score a lot of goals, and they have one thing in common. Oostin and Peixoto have both lost to Ducks Neat in the knockout rounds. So they've got that, but Oostin scores a ton of goals. I know he's one of your favorite players to watch, Mike LaBelle.
He has to be. If you're someone who enjoys watching FIFA, which of course you do, you're here, especially the competitive scene, this guy should be circled on the calendar every time that he has a fixture. Oostin is just going to score a bunch of goals. He's going to concede a bunch of goals. He doesn't know what a clean sheet looks like, feels like. None of the above. It's just guaranteed entertainment and guaranteed creativity all over the pitch. He's just a very unpredictable player across the board.
I remember you said on day one that you would watch every single game that Oostin played in, and now here we are. He's taking on Peixoto, who has averaged 7 goals a game since day 2 started, except his game against Ducks Neat today, where he only scored 1 in his 2-1 loss. That said, he is banging in the goals, including a very impressive 7-0 win over Ole Boli a little bit earlier. So another fantastic player who maybe doesn't get the respect that he deserves, Mike LaBelle.
I don't know why that is. Maybe that's going to shift this year. It kind of has to. And with Peixoto as well, with him scoring a lot of these goals, it's more about being efficient and then being really gifted sometimes defensively with the steps, which starts easier offense, and then you're being clinical when you get those moments. They're very different with how they're scoring a bunch of goals or how they're producing. Peixoto has much more balance. I'll be very transparent with you. But Oostin has this wild card factor that you just kind of have to support.
Okay, what's your prediction for this? This is my favorite part of the broadcast when I get to put you on the spot.
This is where I'm at. I think I want to watch from maybe a very biased viewpoint. I want to see Ducks Neat against Oostin, because I know it's going to be one of those games that's 7-6. So I'm going with Oostin off a very biased Mike choice for the next matchup.
Okay, I just want to see an 8-7 game. If it's not an 8-7 game, I'm going to be severely disappointed. So now we're going to throw it over to Brandon Smith and Lisa Manley, who have the call of this big match, the losers semifinal between two of the most talented players in the FIFA scene. And Brandon, I just want to see goals on goals on goals on goals. Please make that happen for me.
I mean, Jim, thank you very much. You joined myself, Brandon Smith, and Lisa Manley for the call of this one. And you want to see goals as much as we all do. And what we're in for here, Lisa, is the top 2 best attacking players. Of course, Oostin has registered 60 goals in total in this tournament so far. Alongside that, Peixoto might be the best defender, but he's the second best attacker. These two know where the back of the net is, Lisa. It's safe to say. So fingers crossed, we're in for a thriller here.
Exactly that. I'm excited for this one. I see goals flying in left, right and centre. Like you said, 60 goals for Oostin. He's a very attacking player, and so are both of these players. And I'm looking really, really forward to this one.
Well, he scored plenty of goals, Oostin, but also, as we said, has Peixoto. This has been his recipe to success, so to say. He booked a spot to the FIFA World Cup yesterday, and this is his team, a colourful team, Lisa, with loads of different in-game items in there, from Prime Icon moments to that Ramos item that's been so good, Path to Glory, Summer Stars. What do you make of that team overall?
It's a great team. Obviously, loads of Prime Icon moments there in Vieira, Hullet and R9, and obviously the goalkeeper Van der Sar and Pele. He's got 94 Lorente, which of course has been upgraded to 96, but these pictures were sent earlier. And what a great team that is. It's a team we see all the time in terms of Ramos and Vieira at the back. Just a brick wall, to be honest with you.
And just to get your thoughts as well, Lisa, as a pro player yourself of Revolution Esports, what do you make of this Summer Stars Modric in-game item? Because he has popped up a couple of times for players, such as #Tom in the past this weekend, and I think 9 times out of 10 we're so used to seeing, you know, Ruud Hullet alongside Frankie de Jong in that midfield, but the Croatian midfielder Summer Stars in-game item for quite a few players has seemed and been deemed, good enough to play in teams, and he has actually scored a couple of goals across the weekend.
Yeah, he certainly has, and we've seen Tom using him as well. Obviously, 4-star skill moves, 4-star weak foot, and overall just a great card going forward. 90 pace. We need to see a lot of pace this year to help with defending as well. Of course, 97 passing, 90 physicality, and 91 defending. He's just an all-round great card.
He's a player that I'm sure will have quite a big role to play in this one. Of course, it's Peixoto from left to right, and Astralis is Houston from right to left in this one. Lots of history between these two. Fatih Houston made himself the third Danish player to qualify for the FIFA World Cup yesterday. Posted a tweet on social media yesterday just explaining how good Scandinavia have been this year with the talent they've had. Here's Peixoto, first chance of the game for the French pro. 3 Danish players, 2 Swedish players out the 32 with a lot of opportunity for those players to write themselves into the history books across that weekend in London. Please be reminded that we haven't concluded that last place for a FIFA World Cup spot. Gravison plays Tom in the next set of matches today. If you're looking forward to following that game, do stay tuned in with us. We'll have that game for you with updates live on stream. However, before that, we have to find out who makes it to a loser bracket final to take on Ducks Neat, which will be a rematch for both of these two. They both have come unstuck, it's safe to say, Lisa, against the 17-year-old wonder kid from Spain. And although this might be a task in front of them now, in the near future, they'd love to get a rematch against Neat. And it'd be the sweetest of matches if it was to be revenge, because if you win it, you're guaranteed not just $70,000, but a spot in the grand final.
Yeah, exactly that. And Neat's such a great player. We saw that defensively and attackingly. Obviously, he did end up losing at the end there, although he had a one-man advantage. But a great game we saw there towards the end. The first game was obviously quite not a tactful game. But as we saw here, a chance here. Is he going to get the lucky bounce? He does not. He still has the ball, though. No, great defending there. Oh, no. It's just ping-pong, as we see right now.
Ronaldo picks it back up well. It's Fatih Houston who strikes the hands of Edwin van der Sar. Whips it in quick, tries to catch the defenders off guard, so there's no time to really move up. Any player around, back to R9 again. Fatih Houston makes it 6-1. And there's a man behind him that will tell you everything he needs to know about how to win tournaments, how to get into the World Cup final.
We expected to see goals, and we got it really early on there with Ronaldo. And sorry to interrupt you there. You know, we saw a great sort of play there, obviously, into Ronaldo in that position, and he fires it into the near post. And we expected goals, and we got that 22 minutes into this game.
Just going to quickly say in that, Lisa, is that Houston's been the highest goal scorer.
Atención, atención. Llamada a recepción al dueño de un sedán gris de marca.
This tournament so far. Here's Peixoto for 1-1. Well, now I'm saying that, Diogo Peixoto, he's also been the second best goal scorer in the tournament so far. I was just looking down to a handful of stats that have been provided by experienced player in the scene as well. He's provided a lot of help along some of these broadcasts this year. Dr. Nightwatch. 5.45 goals over 2 legs. Houston averages. Just behind him is Peixoto. 5.10 goals a game. These two players score a lot of goals. And with what, 30 minutes on the clock here, Lisa, we can only hope this is the similar theme and trend this game will continue to take. Houston looking for another. R9 can't find the right touch that he's looking for, and it will go out for a corner. To De Jong from distance, who fancied his chances there, did the Dutch midfielder.
Yeah, he's not going to be the person that you want in that position there, but he took a dig at it, and to be fair, it weren't too far wide there, and as you said, it's such an end-to-end game. As we see him lose the ball in that position, and Houston going forward, you don't want to be making mistakes. You want to have that pass accuracy, because if you don't and you make a simple mistake, he's definitely going to punish you.
Chance. CR7. Houston does well to save from Van der Sar. When we saw his highlights earlier, such a confident player, as very Mark Ontehatcher was saying. He's just, when he's in a mood to play good FIFA and to score goals, that's exactly what he'll do. Just offside there, Peixoto. And every single time he goes forward, he looks like he's going to score, Houston. The combinations are near enough on point, whether it's R9 or whether it's CR7. How difficult is it to have that right decision-making in those sort of areas, Lisa? Because you have to be on point, whether it's a cancel of a skill move, a La Croqueta cancel, whether you're just going for a simple ball roll scoop turn. You have to be on point with your decisions, but also so unpredictable.
You definitely need to be unpredictable, because that's why Tex is quite a good player this year, and in general, sorry, because, you know, he's so unpredictable. You can do a ball roll scoop, you can do a hill to hill, you can see a dead stop straight into a reverse elastico, a normal elastico, and there's so many skill moves you can combine together to just get the perfect one. And overall, that's why these players are so unpredictable, and it's so hard to stop Houston, because you're just not sure what he's going to do.
De Jong now, last chance to half. That will do us, referee. No, we'll get a free kick instead. Peixoto thought it was half-time, so did we for a split second. 23 metres out, there is a player on the line, which is Ramos. I doubt the direct shot will come, and it'll be something probably off the training ground. Neymar goes on his own! OK. Well, I tell you what, talk about being smart. He made the player run over the ball to think he was going to play it short, and Neymar said, you know what? I fancy hitting this, and from some distance, Marty Houston went into half-time with a very small lead, but a huge bit of confidence. How about that for a finish?
It was a great finish. Obviously, Hullet ran over the ball when we all thought that he was going to pass it short there, but he just banged it and it went top corner. And here we see the highlights here of Houston's first goal. He passes it there, and, you know, he's not going to miss in that position. Puts it into the far left-hand corner, and here you see him go through on goal here, the double A pass, and he puts it into the back of the corner. And overall here, the free kick again, I kind of feel like maybe Van der Sar to save that, but it is top corner, and 2-1 into the next half. And what a great time to score, you know, going into half time. That's the type of time you want to be scoring, because it just puts Peixoto on the back foot going into the rest of the game.
One thing that is to add about Peixoto is that obviously he's been the best defender. On average, he only concedes just over 2 goals across 2 legs of FIFA every game. He's just conceded 2 goals in one half of FIFA, which I think tells you the story of how good Astralis' Houston has been. These two have matched earlier this year. They haven't played in the playoffs, believe it or not. Somehow they've avoided each other through Swiss rounds and winners' brackets, losers' brackets. Played a very long time ago. It was all the way back in qualifier number 1, December time. Just offside there, Neymar. It was actually a huge result, which went in the favour of Houston, winning 3 goals to 0. Obviously a player that isn't always congratulated for how good he is defensively, Houston. He's always been a player that outscores you. I wouldn't say happily concedes goals, but happily outscore you every single time. Peixoto building, trying to find that Ronaldo to Ronaldo link up, as we often always see. I think we had this discussion last weekend, Lisa, and it's the same to say again. How difficult is it for these players that, no doubt, you come into the playoffs, you come into the Global Series, in all honesty, just thinking, how do I get my ticket to the E-World Cup? What have I got to do? What league have I got to win? What tournament have I got to win? How do I get to the playoffs? The E-World Cup is always the goal. The bonus, no doubt, is a PlayStation Championship in the playoffs, $100,000. Is it difficult for these players to come into today, Lisa, with extra energy and motivation, especially for someone like Peixoto, who's just lost in that last round to Neat.
It's super hard, of course, but their main aim was to get the E-World Cup spot, and once they've got it, it's just about playing for the money and pride, and of course momentum. If they win this, going into the World Cup, the World Cup, you know, it's massive. You know, having to have a trophy next to your name going into that, it gives you so much motivation, and of course, $100,000 as well. It's a lot of money to put next to your name.
I think following today, it's only 25 days until London. And both of these two will be battling out in the FIFA E-World Cup. Whipped into the box deep. It's going to be punched away by Edwin van der Sar. He's had a very busy day, especially in the net for Diogo Peixoto. If I'm correct, I think that might be his brother that is sitting behind him. He's being very vocal on social media, Diogo Peixoto, thanking his family for the help he's had this year. It's his famous quote as well, which is, "Work hard, smile later." And that came out to full force yesterday when he was able to book a spot in the E-World Cup. And I find it so impressive as well that his brother is also ridiculous at FIFA. Leandro Peixoto. He might not be at the E-World Cup, but this year he's won a qualifier. He's won the E-League, and he's on his way to the FIFA Nations Cup, which happens just 2 weeks after the FIFA E-World Cup. It must be nice, Lisa, to have a brother that's just as good at you at FIFA.
Yeah, it helps, obviously, having a family member that you can sort of rely on to help you in qualifiers. You know, coming into this, I'm sure he played a lot of games against his brother, knowing that he's won a championship, and overall, I'm sure he's had a lot of games against him, and you can probably coach him as well, to be honest with you, just giving him a bit of tips that you might not know.
Anyone will be lucky enough to have a sibling that's at the same level of them at FIFA, if not even better, no matter what the game is. Those two have both been making noise on opposite consoles this year. Here's Mbappe for Peixoto, does well, heel to heel, the bounce back's not kind. Ronaldo was there on the edge of the box waiting for a bounce back to fall his way. Houston will come flying forward once again. The very wise eyes of Maggie Rosemeyer just watching over him. Both those two were teammates in the recent E-Club World Cup earlier this year. No doubt it wasn't part of the Global Series, but still. Had a lot of time to play together this year, a lot of FIFA to be played. And that man, as a former E-World Cup champion, I'm sure can provide you with a lot of help, guidance along the way. 12 minutes here of the game. Taking a bit of a turn, it slowed down. You win this game, it will be $45,000 guaranteed and a top 3 finish. Lovely ball, is he onside? Keeper's off his line, got to be dangerous. What a save from Van der Sar! He's up again, he gets a hand on it. For a split second there, I have no idea how Van der Sar got something on that, Lisa, because it looked like it was an easy tap-in for Cristiano Ronaldo.
I don't even know what to say, you know, a great heel-to-heel in that position, and you expect it to go in there, and wow, he'll be hard done by not to score there, to be honest with you, and be an extra goal up.
Could be a chance straight down the other end. Peixoto, he does well, fakes inside, look no further. And a man playing the best FIFA of his career. Faked the shot with R9, not once but twice. And it was all about just setting up that man. Mr. Reliable, Cristiano Ronaldo. If you could have a game, the first leg of the game, sorry, to end in a certain way, to set up for a gigantic second leg, which will produce fireworks. This is the game you want. 2-2 the scoreline, 2 minutes left. Just a word on that goal, Lisa, from Peixoto. So patient. However, when he had to be clinical, he was.
Clinical as you like in that position. Great through ball, and when he got in that position, great Lacriqueta cancel, and he passed it off to Ronaldo in that position. Cristiano Ronaldo, he's not going to miss from there. It's basically a tap-in.
Added time of a minute. Peixoto, if he leaves this game with another goal, what game it would have been. Well, that will do us for the halfway point in this tale. Charles Houston may have led not once but twice in the game, but Peixoto will respond. We knew these two both did score goals coming in to this game, and they've delivered to it at this moment in time. It is the halfway point between these two. Peixoto 2, Houston's 2 as well of Astralis. We're going to go to a quick break now. When we return, we'll have the second leg between these two to find out who will play Neat in that loser bracket final.
Time to take your game to the next level with exclusive kits of your favorite FIFA teams. Pick your badge. Choose your colors. And wear the kit on the biggest stage. This is how you show the world who you belong to. Join the new stars. Join the favorites. And prove you've got what it takes. Come and pick your colors and represent the badge with honor. Get the kit and show your skills. Think you've got the skills to take these squads to the very top? Whose team you want? All new FIFA Global Series 21 kits. Available now.
Well, welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series European Playoffs. We're here on Championship Sunday, and we're here for a massive matchup between Astralis Houston against Diogo Peixoto. Both of these two will be at the FIFA World Cup final, but they're playing for money today, and more importantly, a top three finish. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Lisa Manley guiding you through the action. And it was safe to say, Lisa, the first leg of this match was action-packed. 4 goals, separated 2 apiece.
Definitely action-packed, and it seems like we're going to start this game off with both of them flowing forward, but 2-2 first leg, it was end-to-end, and it's just a great game to watch, because whenever people are scoring goals and they're attacking, it's just so exciting to watch.
It was Houston that led. They had 2 goals, on 2 different occasions within the first 45 minutes. One of those was a free kick that was hit from about 23 metres out. Neymar doing so to tuck it in. Peixoto on the hunt for a goal to go in the lead. He does well! And when he gets into those areas, he just remains ever unpredictable. I think me, you, anyone watching at home, you're hitting that as soon as Ronaldo gets a sniff at the goal. But there was a little bit of goalkeeper movement, a teeny little bit of goalkeeper movement, and a heel-to-heel then allowed the space to be open for Cristiano Ronaldo. And it's only taken 7 minutes for Peixoto to take the lead. But what's more important here, Lisa, he's taken the lead for the first time across the two legs. Not for long. Oh, nearly.
Very close there, but of course, it's his first time going in the lead. But it was a great goal as well. You saw R9 sort of dink it over the top to Ronaldo. And like you said, you expect most people to just shoot that straight away, but it was great composure to do the heel-to-heel and then to shoot far post. A little bit of keeper movement might have made him aim in that direction of the goal, but a great goal nonetheless.
One stat that was an interesting one to read into is that across this whole tournament, Peixoto has only averaged conceding 2 goals every 2 legs. Here's Ronaldo, what a save, the bounce back's not kind. He conceded 2 goals in actually 45 minutes in leg 1. Problem being, he's up against one of the best attacking players, not just in the playoffs, but in the FIFA esports scene in general. It's one of those things, isn't it? Everyone has a different style of play when it comes to FIFA, depending on how the game plays for you, depending on how you enjoy it. Some like to play total football, others are all about scoring a lot of goals. Houston's always been on that ever since he burst onto the scene. I still remember, like yesterday, 2018 FIFA E-Club World Cup out in Paris. Him and FIFA Fredberg at the time were in a ridiculous final. Ice Vogel against Aero. I remember it still to this day. Team Envy. And Houston, I think, needed like 3 goals or 4 goals to turn the game on its head. And that is when you first got that first sort of proper introduction to how good of a player this man is in front of goal. Corner to come in for Peixoto. Lots of space for CR7. He might fall back kindly to Mbappe. He's unable to do that. You can already see, look at the Astralis numbers running forward. Look at Frankie de Jong running forward. Pull it. Does well. CR7 can't pick up the pieces. Van der Sar nearly stitched up there. It will fall back again to Astralis' Houston. Try for a free kick. Referee said no, we're playing on. Peixoto can get into a 2-goal lead in this game and on the aggregate scoreline. It will mean that Houston will have to change something if he remains to stay in this tournament. Modric to Pele, heel to heel, can't find that right foot finish that he was looking for.
Very interesting there to see him do that heel to heel in that direction. He had so much space on the left-hand side of the pitch there, but I guess he wanted to sort of be unpredictable, but very unfortunate. And a shot there, but it's such an end-to-end game, and I wouldn't like to say the way this is going to end because, like you said, they're both very attacking good players, and they're both defensively quite good as well. Obviously, Houston probably conceding more goals because when you attack so much, sometimes there is gap in behind. As you see here, Peixoto going forward.
Just keep that in. No, he doesn't. Davies there all the way from full back, but no, you're absolutely right. I think what was impressive there from Houston, 2 passes and he was through at goal? That's been the storyline at points throughout this weekend. It's been echoed from all commentators that have been cast on the action, is how good your fullbacks have been for these guys, whether it's been Llorente in at fullback alongside, I mean, the only man that plays in a left-back, Alphonso Davies, the Canadian left-back at Bayern Munich. You can get them working overlaps, you can get them involved, it just causes so many more problems. Your players, I still remember to this day a handful of pros saying if you can get your fullbacks involved, one of the best bits of advice that I give to a casual is as soon as you have those overlapping runs from a Davies or Llorente, depending on which player you want to put in that position, start to make your opponent have to think and worry about what the player is doing in front of them, whether that could be an Mbappe, a Neymar, a Pele, Ronaldo. List goes on depending on who you're playing in that 4-4-2 flat. In those wide positions. It's always something so simple that, no doubt, is so important. I think if we're going to continue this debate, is the only thing that really changes in these teams leads to fullbacks. Maybe the odd central midfielder, maybe the odd forward. Goalkeepers change now and then, but other than that, it's always the fullbacks that the only debate that the positions that do change throughout the competitive year.
Yeah, exactly that. At the moment in this tournament, we've only definitely seen Davies, and at right back, Llorente is such a great card. Obviously, he did get that upgrade to 96, but they did fall out, so he's not going to get another upgrade. But they're both great going forward, and they're so helpful in these teams. Just because if you have them overlap, they just give you an extra bit of help going forward on the wing, and it's so helpful. It sort of makes them have to sort of track them and leaves a bit of gap in the midfield.
Time is near enough upon us. Heavy into the goalkeeper. Jan Oblak will collect that one, and it's not been. The half two, remember, in all honesty, for Houston. He's had chances. I mean, he's had a chance with Ronaldo that hit the post. Other than that, Peixoto, I'd say, has been in control here, Lisa. And we'll talk through these highlights now, because it was Peixoto that did score the goal.
He sure did, and he put it into the far right-hand side of the goal, and he's not going to miss there. It was a great pass from R9 Ronaldo in the air, and like you said, great composure there, because normally most players would just shoot straight away, and he didn't. He did a heel to heel and he put it into the far corner. But I just wanted to quickly mention that I actually think Peixoto has changed formation coming into this. He did say his favourite formation was a 4-2-3-1, but at the moment he's playing a 4-4-2, and that's probably because his opponent in Houston is playing 4-4-2, and it's a great attacking formation, and we do know he's a great attacker in this game as well. And I think they wanted to match him in them positions in the midfield exactly, because we've seen De Jong going forward as well, and he's probably got his midfield on sort of balanced attack, but also get on the edge of the box, and we've seen that in this game, and that's why it's such an attacking game, as you can see.
And I think this year, especially from the years that I've personally been casting it, FIFA Esports, there's been so many changes in formations throughout the years and throughout the months. It's sort of reverted back to a 4-4-2 normally now. Also something I saw in those half-time stats. Pass and accuracy of 85% and 89 respectively for both of these two. Which at times is quite unheard of for these pros. It's normally 90s and above. How dominant they are. Shows how open this game has been, and at times how careless, for their own standards, they have been in possession. Only one goal that separates these two. Remember, winner plays neat in a loser bracket final. Winner of that bags $70,000 and sets up a date against Fuma in the PlayStation playoff finals. Winner of that will be your PlayStation European champion, and will go to London with all the confidence in the world. Keeper just teased off his line there. Is he going to look to cross it in straight away? He is, and down the goalkeeper's throat there of Jan Oblak. Gives it back though. Speaking of that careless possession I was talking about, reverse elastico, brilliant save again. Jan Oblak is the hero for Fatih Houston. But a careless pass just gives possession back. Diogo Peixoto there, and very nearly he was 2 goals down.
A massive mistake there. We saw the reverse elastico, and sometimes you do expect Ronaldo to score from there, and Jan Oblak, you know, he did save today, but it was a bad mistake. And as you mentioned, 90% of the ball pass accuracy in this game, and we expect a lot more than that. You know, a couple of 89s, 85s in this game, and as we have a chance here, unfortunate, but you know, we expect at least 95. I think a few of the passes are a bit careless, and when you do mistakes like that at this sort of level, you expect to concede.
Well, he did everything right in his defence with R9. He got the ball into him. A simple reverse elastico opened up the space for the shot to come in, and we already know when R9's in those areas, he's got the finishing stats. Also a 5-star weak foot. You can go on either foot. We still will have to say a big thank you to Jan Oblak, because if it wasn't for the Slovenian goalkeeper, Peixoto would have been heading his way into the loser bracket final. Houston now, great save from Van der Sar. Chance that maybe we'll look back at the end of the game. Could I have done better there? Was there an option? It was moving so quickly that I didn't really see if R9 was there to peel off as a simple one more pass. for a player that's got the highest goal-scoring record in the tournament. He's only scored 2 goals this game. Normally averages 5, just over. What Peixoto's done, whether it's that formation change that you alluded to, Lisa, he's just not been able to create chances. Peixoto with the chance to conclude the game. Extra passes, tries his best to simplify it. And very, very nearly, that would have been the knockout blow for Houston, and I think he would have said, commiserations, it'll be a top 4 finish, and it won't be a loser bracket final for you. He keeps on losing possession. Llorente, this is what I mean about a fullback. Maybe not making those sort of runs. He does well for Houston though. Neymar scoop turn, reverse elastico! And just like that, we speak of goals and they shall appear. A frustrating 75 minutes for the 2-time E-World Cup finalist. Just look at that from Llorente again. He just made a huge run, Lisa, that just caused issues for Peixoto. It's as simple as that. There was an overload there. There was space for Neymar to peel away. Credit where it's due for the reverse elastico, because that was nifty in that sort of area. And the finish was an easy one in the end for Houston. 3-3 all to play for. We're 50 minutes away from extra time.
Like you said, I mean, what a surge and run forward that was from Llorente, just to create an overload there, and in that position, a great elastico, reverse elastico there as well. So great composure from him. But to be honest with you, I think he should have scored from the chance earlier, Houston. He had a great opportunity to pass it back into Hullet, but he decided not to do it. And same with Peixoto, he had an opportunity to score. He passed it probably one too many times for my liking. I think he would have scored if he'd have passed it a little less. But what a great game we have here. It's end to end. You can't ask for much more in these games.
You really can't ask for much more. This is the FIFA that we want to see at such high level. 6 goals between the two, with extra time on the cards, potentially so. It's a little bit different from their 3-0 game they played, which feels like a lifetime ago, back in December now. There's more money on this one, there's more on the line. Gifted back to Houston, there's your player lock teased, dinked into CR7, who can't win the aerial battle against Vieira. Some of the scorelines that Peixoto has had in this bracket has been ridiculous. Beating household names by a lot of goals. 7-1 Adriman, 8-2 Yago, 7-0 against Dolly Bolly. The only man that silenced him was Neat. Will Houston be able to do the same? Minute left plus additional time. We could be on the verge. An extra time. Last chance, Saloon. Last roll of the dice. In normal time for Houston. Far to Houston now. R9. Yeah, the double tap pass was great. Fair play to Ramos. He had no idea about that one. Just dove into the tackle. Extra time on the cards here, Lisa.
I mean, what a game. To be honest with you there, he had a great chance there, Houston. I think he didn't even need to do the double X pass there to actually try and find a better position, because all we had to do was shoot it into the near post and just shoot. You know, you never know what's going to happen in this game. And as you see the stats there, 5-4 for Peixoto and 3-2 for Houston. It's such a close game and it's so hard to call going into the rest of this game.
You mentioned the formation change at half-time in this game. It certainly felt like for periods in it, Lisa, Houston was struggling to, one, create a good chance, but also to find any sort of goal. What do you think it was? Was it the formation change? Was it the way that, you know, Peixoto was pressing? There was moments in the game where there was wayward passes at the back, and until that goal went in from Neymar, I honestly thought that we would have been saying congratulations to Peixoto, you're in a loser bracket final.
I mean, there's so many reasons I'd say for it. I mean, mainly like you said, there's good press from there, press after possession loss, it kind of looks like, but it isn't. He's just good at player switching, and we see a great through ball there for Houston. Is he going to be able to capitalise on this great ball roll into... Ooh, I mean, I think too much there, but he still does keep the ball, and he's just going to try and recycle it into a better position.
As well. Does very well, Neymar. Ronaldo looks to be penalised. Referee says wave. Sorry, referee says let's play on. I'll wave that one away. These two have both lost to Neat in the tournament. That is who awaits the winner of this game. A young player that has burst onto the scene quite literally. Alphonso Davies from fullback. Could it be the assist again from another fullback? A couple of moments there that have sort of just echoed the words that I've said. How good are, if you use it rightly, how good is having overlapping fullbacks? Not all the time. Obviously, stay back in defence will be a common instruction that you imply on your players, but they do add confusion into attacks. They do add an overload. They do add more options. Here's CR7. Peixoto. Heel to heel. Just wide.
Just wide indeed. And yeah, it's so helpful having overlapping fullbacks. It does sort of add a bit of help going forward, but you can also get countered. And if they're so far high, you can also get countered and you can concede because of it. But as we saw, Llorente going forward, Surgeon running, it really did help Houston to get that goal.
Last chance of the first 15 here in extra time. 6 goals between the two is not enough to separate them. And that will do us. 15 minutes here. Is penalties on the cards? Is it too early to say that? Will there be more chances? That is the question that remains. This next goal could be worth $45,000. That's what you're guaranteed if you win this game.
A lot of money on the cards, as you mentioned there. $45,000 is a lot of money, but overall, penalties. I mean, it's great to watch penalties, but in that situation, it's so tense, and you ain't got the cursor. You can't see exactly where you're going. Great through ball there. Is he onside? He's in a great position. Will he put it across goal? No, he shoots.
For a very split second there, we might not have needed extra time. Sorry, penalties, I should say. That chance came a long ball forward. Rushed from Party Houston. CR7 now. Trying to find the key to unlock the door. This back line that has remained the strongest this weekend for Peixoto. Averaging 2 goals he concedes a game. He's conceded the most here. So more than the average. Conceded 3 goals in this one. It's a bit messy. It's been this across the 2 legs. Possession hasn't been sort of stronger to either player, end to end at times. Final roll of the dice. Who will have that roll of the dice? There will be Peixoto. Chance. Vinicius Junior into Florenzi. Does well. Even better. Fake shot. Cancel. How many? Reverse elastic. Oh! Wins a corner. If that was to fly into the back of the net, that would have been one. For a goal of the day package. How many fake shot skill cancels were there in the row? 4 of them, I think it was.
A lot of shot cancels there. To be honest with you, you should probably just pull the trigger. You know, you never know, you might get maybe a lucky deflection or it will just fly in the back of the net, but none of these players want to go to penalties. It's just such a harsh way to go out, and if you win this, $45,000 is a lot of money and a chance, obviously, to win the whole thing.
Ronaldinho comes on. Might only be a minute left in the game, but... And Bruno Fernandes. Those are the 2 changes he's made. Is it a triple change? Just the 2? Only a minute left. Well, those 2 is part of a goal here. Then certainly, we've played the minute. We're going to extra time. Houston, there wasn't any urgency there to get the ball forward. Well, strap yourselves in. Winner plays Neat. and bags $45,000. Here come the penalties. Up steps Houston first of Mbappe, save, cheeky Panenka. Did that earlier on in the tournament. Got caught out this time. Florenzi, who nearly scored the winner, steps up for Peixoto, score. No! It's in. No, it isn't. It isn't. It isn't.
Ronaldinho steps up for Houston, and he goes right, and it's scored! Up next, Acuna must have brought him on as a sub. What way is he going to go? He goes right as well.
Perfect pens from Peixoto. Up steps Bruno Fernandes, the man that's normally good from the spot, not on this occasion. And a chance to really take this game. Vinicius scores.
It is a must-score situation for Houston. Ronaldo steps up, and he goes left and scores. Peixoto steps up with Pullet here. Is he going to score? Is he going to go middle? He goes middle, and it's saved.
Saves Houston. Houston must score to keep this one alive. Up steps Vieira, does score. Peixoto scores, he wins. He misses, we go to sudden death. CR7, Mr. Reliable, does score. And Peixoto will set up a day, and more importantly, a rematch against Ducks Knee in a loser bracket final. And you can see exactly what it means to him there. As Charles says, Houston, he came close, he tested the French player. No one likes to see penalties. Well, if you're a pro player, you don't. If you're a spectator like us, we absolutely love it. The lottery of the penalty shootout comes to a close, and it will be Peixoto that has the last laugh here, Lisa. And unfortunately for Astralis Houston, he will crash out in a top 4. He will be in London in the FIFA World Cup. But hey, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah, we love to see penalties. It's so tense, but a lot of penalties missed there as well. But great game to watch there, and so attacking. But unfortunately for Houston, he does go out. But congratulations to Peixoto.
Absolutely. Well, Lisa, I think it's your last cast of the weekend. Absolute pleasure having you on the broadcast across these two playoffs. Done a brilliant job. And without any further ado, 3 players remain here in the PlayStation Play. I'm just going to pass it back to Jimmy and Mike, who hopefully, at some point, I'm going to see that Venezuela again come out from your gym.
Yes, Brandon, at some point, you're going to see it, of course. I can't help myself. I love the Vuvuzela. Thank you to you and Lisa for that great commentary. As always, here's a look, of the losers bracket. Now we're into the losers final, where there's going to be a repeat between Ducks Needs and Peixoto. Peixoto had a few chances there against Houston, but he didn't take them. He just wanted to wait till penalties to make it a little bit more exciting, Mike LaBelle. And I know that you are on the edge of your seat pretty much throughout this whole tournament.
You should see, in between all these breaks, I got the jacket coming off, shirt change, shirt comes back on, jacket comes back on. I'm sweating. I don't know what's going to happen. I feel nerve-wracked throughout penalty kicks. I'm not sure if you're in that placement, but I never know what's going to happen. I'm telling everybody I got faces covered. I'm dedicated. I'm dialed in. I don't want to miss the action. Congrats to Peixoto. I know that I took Houston, but I said this would be a close game. It was indeed, and I'm really looking forward to it. We have our final 3 plus. Do we call it the bonus spot? What did we call it last weekend? The decider? The decision? The final? I don't know. Like the last FIFA World Cup, the 9th place joint.
It's coming up. The 9th place game is coming up. But I want to talk about penalties really quick, and we're going to get into your analysis in a second. When I watch these guys take penalties, when they go down the middle and the goalkeeper just catches it, I'm like, what are you doing? What's going on? Why would they do that? Why are they, so I'm always just kind of criticizing the players because I can, because there's no cameras on me. Not in a bad way. Sometimes I'm here applauding, give a little golf clap. But I wouldn't want it to come down to penalties. You work so hard, and then it goes down to a coin flip ultimately. But some players are excellent at penalties. Others are not. Let's get into your analysis. PS4 is presented doing the good stuff on this. What do you have for us, Mike?
We've got Peixoto with some percentage play. This is very smart. It's a great way to create an opening. He's got Ronaldo to Ronaldo, and you have space to work with. You're going to give him a chance to go get it. I always talk about feeding the bear, letting your best players be in advantageous positions. A bit of a 50-50 here, takes it down off his chest. You see the extra fake shot and the heel to heel. Gorgeous, beautiful, extra touches, fine details, and he converts the finish. But it all starts with knowing that you have space to work with. That's often what happens in FIFA, is that you're not always gonna get a sure thing. You've got to put the ball into space and really try to put your teammates or your other offensive attributes or their offensive personnel into areas on the pitch where they can succeed.
That was our analysis presented by PS4 and our very own Mike LaBelle. Listen, I love me some runs off the back shoulder of a center back. I may or may not have given up a few goals in that sense when I was a center back, and all of a sudden I lost where my marker was because I was focused on the ball. So I love that you can do that in FIFA at the highest of levels. If you guys want to join the conversation, hit us up on Twitter, FIFA Esports, EA FIFA Esports, excuse me. Use the hashtag FGS21. Let's get after it. We're getting down to the nitty gritty here on day 3, Championship Sunday, the European playoffs, the last event, the last day before we get to the E-World Cup. Coming up after this break. Oh my, it's a big one. Lots of big games left. Don't go anywhere.
Zidane over to Ronaldo, and Principe holds on here. Stoppage time is up and the final whistle goes. And there is that release of emotion from Principe.
Ciao a tutti ragazzi, sono Daniele Paolucci, in arte Principe, rappresento il team Makers per la regione Europa. Oggi benvenuti nella mia masterclass. Oggi vi mostrerò come si fanno i cross in FIFA 21. In questo video come segnare su un cross alto. Con Lozano bisogna soprattutto mantenere bene la posizione del corpo, perché se crossiamo di spalle in posizioni difficili è impossibile segnare. Ma in questo caso Lozano è posizionato perfettamente, cross preciso per Cristiano Ronaldo cliccando il tasto quadrato, e bisogna poi cliccare il tasto del tiro, solo il tasto del tiro, per segnare la conclusione. Importantissima è quella di avere un giocatore che crossa dal limite dell'area in fase esterna e avere dei giocatori in area che la maggior parte delle volte devono essere di più di quanto sono i difensori in difesa. Un'altra cosa molto importante è capire l'angolazione del cross, ovvero se crossare sul primo palo o crossare sul secondo palo. Ogni azione ha i suoi sviluppi, ma conoscere e capire bene chi attacca e chi difende può aiutarti e può darti una mano per segnare un cross su cross alto. In questo video vi mostrerò come si segnano i gol su cross basso, perché stiamo parlando di un cross quest'anno fortissimo. La prima cosa che bisogna dire è che si fa con R1 e quadrato, è un nuovo cross implementato su FIFA 21, bisogna capire come farlo. La prima cosa è l'angolazione del corpo del proprio crosser, quindi chi crossa. R1 quadrato, soprattutto quando l'avversario è lontano dal pallone e i difensori non sono attaccati all'attaccante, bisogna trovare lo spazio giusto tra il difensore e l'attaccante, crossare con R1 quadrato, e diciamo che il 90% dei cross fatti in questo modo portano al gol. Questa è stata la mia masterclass per i cross. Spero che questi consigli vi siano stati utili per migliorare il vostro gioco, per vincere più partite, e che dire, ci vediamo in game e che vinca il migliore. Arrivederci, ciao.
The FIFA 21 Global Series European qualifiers are presented by PlayStation 4. Register and play in FIFA 21 PS4 Tournament Open Series at compete.playstation.com. And the qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Oh yeah, everybody, what's up? I got 2 megaphones out because we have 2 massive games upcoming here on the broadcast, day 3 of the European playoffs. I'm here with Mike LaBelle. Mike, we got the decider, the decision maker, the 9th place game coming up between Hashtag Tom and Gravison, and of course the losers final is going to be popping off as well. But we're going to focus on the losers. Well, we're going to see it here in the bracket really quick, and then we're going to get into the 9th place game. Let's take a look and see what is what as Ducks Neat takes on Peixoto. They've already played once, and Neat got the better of him 2-1 earlier. And then waiting for them in the grand final will be Fuma. The winner of that match in the grand final wins $100,000. That is next level. And the winner of this one between Neat and Peixoto guarantees 70K. So stacks on stacks on stacks on stacks. And then talking about the last spot, the 9th place match that Mike has called and coined, the decider. It's happening. Hashtag Tom taking on Gravison. Only one spot left for the E-World Cup. And it's between these two players who have a ton of experience in the scene. It's going to be hard to go against either one right now. We'll both be gutted for whoever loses, and I'm absolutely thrilled for whoever wins. Mike, how are you feeling about this? How are these two preparing for this big match? Because it's all riding on. Their whole season is riding on that game.
Yeah, build it up. I mean, it's getting hot in here. I can feel it. And these are two of the most likable competitors in all of the competitive FIFA ecosystem. People love them. Content creator, influence amongst their communities, you name it. So this is really difficult. I said yesterday, because you asked me, you put me on the spot, I had Gravison. I'm sticking with Gravison. I love you, Tom. I appreciate you, but I have a feeling that Gravison's gonna get the result. That's just that's what I was told. The FIFA gods, they came through, lightning was outside, it started raining, it was a little bit of that Thor, that Greek mythology. They said, yes, Mike, that's what it is. I said, okay, Gravison, right, so be it.
Well, before we take a deep dive into Gravison, let's take a deep dive into hashtag Tom first, his opponent. Even though we're friends with him and we appreciate what he brings to the table here, what makes him special? He had a good performance against TG Roberts to even get in this spot against Gravison.
Well, if you're Tom, you're just hoping to peak in this last day. He's had a really rough time throughout this tournament. He's the #1 competitor. He's been able to get the results this year. He's a champion. He's got the pedigree. He's really been building. This is his best competitive season. Day 1, he lost his first 2 games, was able to make a comeback and generate some sort of momentum. And then day 2, every game that he played, extra time or penalty kicks or last touch of the ball, there was nothing easy or calm or low key or relaxed about any of his matchups, and I don't expect this game to be any different between himself and him and Gravison. But Tom's been amazing this year. #1 ranked player. That's not an accident.
No, and that's for sure. And he actually went down a goal in that one. It's almost like he needs to be down to start feeling alive and getting after it. He has to have his back against the wall. So we'll see what happens early against Gravison. Let's talk now about the Spaniard who has a ton of experience in the scene. Now break down his match that he just played against Mo Abba to get himself in this spot.
Exactly, and I feel that Gravison and Tom were going to get an entertaining matchup. I don't think this is going to be one of those low-scoring, cagey affairs. Even with as much as it means to both of these guys, I can see this being maybe a 4-3, or knowing Tom, maybe it's a 4-all and we're going to extra time, maybe even some penalty kicks. Very consistent competitor, somebody that you know what you're going to get in terms of how he builds up, how he controls games, his decision-making. This is one of those players that has had a lot of success consecutively over the years, and that's because of being able to adapt, being able to make adjustments, being able to also focus and take the game very serious. He's a leader in terms of everything that's happening with Ducks and building out this house and this collective. And what's better than building a team or being a member of that team, or a very adamant member, than also getting the FIFA E World Cup spot? And he joined Ducks Need, of course.
I think what you learn when you see some of the top players play is that there aren't many mistakes, and it's the player that can capitalize on those half mistakes that ends up winning the game. So we'll see if that proves to be the difference. What's your prediction for this one, Mike?
I said Gravison early. I've got to go with Gravison again. We're not going to have any switch ups. It's probably better for Tom. We've talked about this. Every time I go for Tom, he gets a loss. Every time
so it's like a win-win for you then. If you go with Gravison, you don't pick Tom, you don't jinx him. I see what you're doing here.
I'm just saying, if I was Tom, I might
ways, everybody. Mike is trying to have it both ways.
I didn't know the second megaphone was coming out today. I'm here for it. Do you have any more? What else do you have back there? You got some more props? You got like a water gun or something?
I do. You know what? I just got a cowbell, but I'll save the cowbell for something later, okay?
You have a cowbell? You have a cowbell?
All right, Mike LaPelle. Mike LaBelle's made his picks, everybody. Let's start over to Mark Hatcher and Dan Gaskin for the call of this epic encounter between hashtag Tom and Gravison. Take it away, you two.
Thank you, Jimmy. Epic is the best word possible for this potential game. I mean, both of these players have been through it emotionally. They've been through it physically, mentally, everything you could list, Tom. But it all comes down to this, and for Gravison, it all comes down to this as well. It's crazy, Dan. It is absolutely insane. The last spot of the FIFA E World Cup, it's up for grabs over these next 2 legs.
two of the best players throughout this season as well in their own rights. I mean, Tom, the #1 ranked player coming into this competition. Gravison, arguably one of the best Spanish players as well coming into this competition. They both had a chance at the FIFA E-World Cup when they lost those games earlier in the bracket, but now this is do or die. The last final spot is available for one of these two gods.
Well, let's have a look at Tom's squad. And there has been changes, there has been chopping, and we have seen it kind of adapt as the tournament has gone on. Bruno Fernandes has been involved, but Dan, I mean, across the board, it's players who have all performed at the highest level for many players this weekend.
Yeah, for the majority, we're starting to see patterns emerge now of who's being picked. The only big difference here is we saw Wan-Bissaka come into the squad for Tom instead of Dumfries. So I think that ultimately, as long as you're comfortable with the players you're using, you should be happy. But we can look across now at the other side, Gravison's team. There is Llorente at right back. That's the biggest difference between these two teams, in my opinion. You've got Llorente, you've got Wan-Bissaka or Dumfries, and Llorente has just been such a key inclusion, as well as Davies. The overlapping runs that these fullbacks have been making have been absolutely crucial for victories.
Not only that, you've got Lionel Messi on that right-hand side, a man who's just lifted a trophy, and I'm hoping that form and that luck continues over for Gravison, and I'm sure that all of the Spanish fans watching as well, we're going to be hoping that as well. For England fans, it's kind of the last hope here for #Tom to make the E-World Cup, to be the sole representative for England. Both of these players have had a turbulent road to this game, but it's do or die time. Tom versus Gravison, the last spot of the FIFA E-World Cup up for grabs.
It is a big day for England, so England fans, have some love in the chat for #Tom, our last chance at having an English player at the E-World Cup. But for Spain, obviously get behind your boy Gravison, because he's been playing phenomenal FIFA this weekend and certainly is not going to be an easy game here for Tom.
Both of these players played pretty much the most amount of games. I think they've both got 11 games each they've played across these 3 days. Gravison shifting that ball right to left with the Elastico and already testing the goalkeeper. But back to my previous point very quickly, both of them are about as warm as you can get. They've played some highly intense FIFA to get to this position. Ronaldo testing Courtois once again, and at the start here of this game, it's all Gravison.
Another opportunity, maybe, but Pele will... Wow, I mean, honestly, if he keeps putting it in the same place, Mark, we could see a goal here.
Of course, Courtois shifted off his line a little bit more, but he's still not going to be able to get to that one. Ronaldo with the knockdown this time. Here's R9. Cristiano Ronaldo trying to do a little bit of defensive work, but it might just open up for a finesse here. And finally, #Tom can get a touch of the ball, because there's been 3 or 4 chances already for Gravison, testing the goalkeeper. The important thing is, for Tom, it's still 0-0.
Cristiano Ronaldo just about holding on to the ball, but it's not enough to generate a full attack in the end. But you can see both players really just going at one another here. They want to get that opening goal. It looks like it's going to be a very open attacking game, rather so than either player trying to dictate the pace with a possession style. And I like that. I want to see them just go for goals here, show why they deserve to be in the FIFA E-World Cup.
Another interesting inclusion for me and Gravison's squad is, of course, Joshua Kimmich in that central midfield position. He's got all of the statistics you could possibly want on that kind of player, but here's R9 showing his strength. But speaking of strength, Kylian Mbappe tracking back for Tom to match him stride for stride. And now the switch of play in the player lock is going to allow him to build an attack himself.
Player lock's just so important as well. Of course, you can utilize L1 and R1 to send players on runs and bring them back, but the player run just allows you to have so much more control about where you want that player to be. The way he brought Pele back to ensure he had the pass and he wasn't going to make the mistake.
And here's Ruud Gullit, and it was a little mistake in midfield, which has allowed this space for R9. Oh my word! Someone catch that in the crowd. It wouldn't have counted anyway, as it was offside, but that's not what you expect to see from R9, regardless of if it would have counted or not.
It is the risk of hitting it first time, though, and as you say, it was offside, but still, take that extra touch. Maybe he knew he was offside, so he didn't really worry about it and just hit it anyway, just for a little bit of drama and excitement. But definitely worrying signs for #Tom. Has to keep switched on at the back.
Tries that directional nutmeg to get round Ruud Gullit. Good player switch as well to pressurize Gravison there, but the Spaniard dealt with that pressure superbly well, you have to say. And now Gravison can come forward again. I like the fact that we're seeing two formations matching up against each other as well. 4-4-2. It does feel like both of them, like you said, want to go forward, want to score goals here, and it does feel like the kind of game where the better man will win.
Well, both players will know each other well. They'll know where their weaknesses are, but they also know where their strengths lie. And their strengths lie in their attacking game and controlling a game once they have a lead. It's all well and good holding possession and playing it around when it's 0-0, but you want to get that goal first, and then you start to really starve your opponent of possession, starve them of their chances, and frustrate them a little bit.
Well, here's Pele, who's managed to momentarily get the wrong side of Kimmich, I believe that was, who does get a good block in, but Pele works hard to get that ball back here for #Tom. R9 all the way back to Davies now. Tries to feed that ball back into the Brazilian, does well to rescue possession. The pass was a little bit short there. Now Bruno Fernandes. Ronaldo, there are runners outside of him, and I think Tom was thinking about using those as bait as he went for that directional nutmeg, but Gravesen held his ground extremely well in that situation.
Really did. Stayed switched on, didn't allow himself to just overthink it. Sometimes when you are too focused, you can overthink opportunities and almost try and predict what your opponent's going to do, and then you just start double bluffing, you start double guessing yourself, and you just get left in a really awkward scenario. And Tom again, looking
what an
dangerous.
overlap. That is from Davies. Just caught offside though, but great spot there from Tom to see the fullback marauding forward into that space. There's been two opportunities now, one either side, where offside has kind of stifled things before it got a little bit too spicy, but a little bit more promising in the second half of this first half for Tom. Gravesen really came out of the traps hot, Dan, but Tom started to grow into this one.
Yeah, Tom is definitely growing into it, and he looks dangerous. He knows what he wants to do, trying to go for the through balls when they do present themselves, but also happy to recycle the play, focus the wings, and then when he notices there's a little bit of a gap in the middle, that's when he attacks Gravesen.
Well, here's Ruud Gullit. He's got space in front of him to attack as well.
Oh.
No, it's a miss kick from Ruud Gullit.
Penalty.
Tom thinks it should have been a penalty. All kind of gestures coming out the player cam of Tom as well. And you don't need to be fluent in multiple languages to understand that he was a little bit frustrated about that one. But for Gravesen, a little bit of a let-off there.
Well, considering the animation, you think that he was punched off the ball was Gullit, but potentially a chance here for Gravesen.
Player lock. Oh, and he didn't hit it. It's as simple as that. He took an extra touch. I don't know if it was deliberate or not. Maybe the shot just didn't register in time, but allowed the goalkeeper to just snatch back at the ball and pick it up, and it's been drama on both ends in these last few moments.
Only a few minutes left as well. Can't be giving the ball away there. Gravesen can try and take advantage of this now. He should have the last attack of the half. Probably will slow it down ever so slightly. #Tom. Frustration kicking in certain areas. Maybe feels like he could be a goal up here.
There's a lovely flow to this game for both players. Just avoiding tackles, avoiding players as R9 goes down in the box, and Tom will send this one forward. Referee not interested there as the half-time whistle brings this half to an end. That was entertaining. That was full of action, full of incident, but not full of goals.
It wasn't full of goals, but you feel like if one had gone in, there were probably a few more to follow. I think the floodgates are just waiting to open. It's just going to be a case of who can kind of pierce the dam first. 3 more shots, or 3 shots in total, 2 more shots for Gravesen, should I say. But possession fairly even after a very strong start from Gravesen. Tom was really on the back foot in the first opening 10 minutes. A few corners that arguably could have found a goal for Gravesen as well, but Tom will be happy at 0-0 despite that Gullit chance where I can understand his frustration. He could argue for a penalty, but I just think it was one of those where it was just a little bit of physicality applied and it meant that Gullit couldn't quite get the shot off.
Well, you can see the top of Tom's head here as he bows down for a few moments to recompose himself. Gravesen looks completely locked in though, in the zone. I don't think it would matter if there was one person sat behind him or a crowd of 60,000. Currently waiting outside Wembley, he would not be flustered whatsoever. And if he can keep that kind of focus, he's certainly going to be a dangerous opponent here for #Tom. The second half underway of our first leg. And it will be Gravesen who has the ball at his feet.
It's crazy, really, isn't it, that the whole season both of these players have been playing throughout qualifiers, have been dominating as well in their own respective regions, and then just one game can make or break your season as to whether you're going to the FIFA E World Cup. A really cutthroat approach to the whole qualification process. It will be heartbreak for whoever misses out on this 9th spot, but absolute elation on the other side, which kind of perfectly paints the picture of football for me.
A sad thing for me is the fact that both of these players are gentlemen, scholars of the game. So well spoken, so well respected, so well mannered. And unfortunately, one of them will not be joining us at the FIFA E World Cup. But for now, niceties out of the way. Tom has a chance to play this one in behind. Ramos with that pace manages to do well. Llorente has to be quick and he has to be careful. And Gravesen once again just not feeling the squeeze, not feeling the pressure. Playing out defence extremely well.
Yeah, it can be a risk sometimes just to slowly pass your way out of defence, but at the same time, if you start hoofing it up the pitch, you're very vulnerable.
Massive chance here. Neymar, Courtois gets there first. Vieira tries to clear it off the line, but it's not enough from the Frenchman. And it will be the Spaniard Gravesen who takes the lead here. A wonderful pass in behind Wan-Bissaka to find Neymar initially. And the rebound falls his way. And we have our first goal.
We always say it's a game of inches. I mean, Patrick Vieira so close to getting back and just being able to clear it off the line there. It was a fortunate rebound, but it was a chance that you could argue deserved the goal. Great creation there from Gravesen, and really demonstrating why he is one of the best players going forward in the competition, or was in the competition. I guess this technically counts as something else. But now Tom's going to have to respond, and he's going to have to probably shift things a little bit upward in terms of gear. Of course, we have a second leg, so he doesn't have to change things drastically just yet, but that will be in the back of his mind for sure.
And now Gravesen has the right to control the pace of this game. He can control that ball. And if he does that, he's going to have a lot of success as Lionel Messi now bearing down on Alphonso Davies. A player lock inside is going to give Gravesen a chance, and Ramos strong in the tackle. And the referee has had a few decisions to make that we have seen made in previous games so far this year, but so far the virtual referee's done a pretty good job of calling things.
Yeah, there's always the odd one that goes the way you don't expect, and it can ruin a game if I'm completely honest. But for the most part, this tournament, the better player has won. And it has been a phenomenal one to watch. And I think you hit the nail on the head. It's going to be such a shame that one of these players won't be the E-World Cup, at least not in playing form anyway. I imagine there will be coaching roles and maybe even part of the broadcast team available as well. But hopefully whoever does make it can go on a run.
That's a great ball in behind, and Courtois does enough. Tom laughs, Tom smiles, as his goalkeeper once again almost takes us through his comedy routine. But for now, it's just the goalkeeping that Courtois needs to focus on most here for Tom. Given away pretty lazily there, and Gravesen doing such a good job player switching at the moment. Defensively, you have to say that Gravesen has been impeccable so far.
Yeah, very few mistakes. There's nothing really that Tom's been able to latch onto and try and target in terms of weakness. Instead, Tom is just going through the motions at the moment, saying, well, I can try X, Y, or Z, and hopefully one of them will pay off soon. But that is one of the things that makes Tom such a good player. He is relentless in his attack. He will keep trying different things, has a lot up his sleeve in terms of ways of attacking. It will eventually come to a plan D, I'm sure, where you just start lumping the ball in.
Oh, well, there is a wonderful ball into Ruud Gullit, who takes it in his stride! And the big Dutchman runs from deep, takes that ball down, and drives it across the goalkeeper for #Tom. It's 1-1.
Forget plan D, that's plan G. Just lump it forward to Gullit. He saw the run, and just Gullit is so difficult to wrestle away from the ball once he is through. And the finish sublime as well, and that is going to be exactly what the doctor ordered for #Tom. Right back into this game now. And Gravesen having to refill the water bottle from his other water bottle.
That's the kind of goal that will put a smile on Richard Buckley's face, I'm sure. That long ball over the top. Gullit marching down on goal, that run from deep. And there's been a lot of talk about that goal and that style of goal so far through the playoffs. And it's kind of come about from players playing that high depth where you get that AI-assisted offside trap. So difficult to break down defensively if you work your way up the pitch slowly, but you see that space in behind, you can trigger one of those runs. Well, that's what can happen. That space can be exploited.
Yeah, no, I don't want to say it was brought to light by Mo Alba. I'm sure that a lot of pro players recognised it was something you could do already, but he certainly brought it to the public's eyes for the first time in terms of doing it over and over and over again. And it is something that people are going to have to think about when we get to the E-World Cup.
Here's Vinicius Jr. fresh on the pitch, trying to give Alphonso Davies all sorts of problems. Davies, though, with that one back, great strength and great agility as well from the Canadian to make sure there was no danger to be had. Zinedine Zidane introduced to the game as well. Cheeky little back heel there from Vinicius. So it will now be Gullit and Zidane, both attacking forces and both big frames in midfield for #Tom towards the end of this game down.
Yeah, I think big frames is an understatement. Massive frames, to be honest. A terrifying midfield to go up against. And the final moments of this first leg, Tom looking like he could grab a second if he plays this one correctly.
Mbappe is going to be dispossessed there by Alphonso Davies, and with 6 minutes left plus stoppage time, he's going to give Gravesen another chance to go forward. Wan-Bissaka trying to deal with Neymar. And given away by Gravesen. Referee's going to award the throw in here to #Tom. You can now go forward once again, but both players kind of spurning opportunities with their possession down.
And I think that happens at the end of the game. You start taking a risk or two, you get a little bit nervous, you want to be the one who has the last attack, so you try and hold on to the ball. You don't know whether you should play that through ball, and when it's presented to you, it just means all these things get stuck in your brain and you end up just making a couple of mistakes here or there.
Tom working his way towards goal here. There's an overlap from Kylian Mbappe just outside that 18-yard box. Tom valuing possession for this last attack of the game. Gullit going to spread this one wide now to Alphonso Davies. Into the feet here of Vinicius Jr., who momentarily got the wrong side of his man. Fake shot here from Tom, drives in across goal. Defender is there for Gravesen, who scrapes it away. And at the end of our first leg, 1-1. But an entertaining affair here, Dan.
And I think if there was anyone else but Sergio Ramos there in the middle of the box, that could have been 2-1 for Tom. But Ramos is just so strong and such an influential part of any team there at the heart of defence.
Yeah, an amazing job here from #Tom to come back in that game. That long through ball, Dan, what's the difference to getting back into this game? I said it might put a smile on a certain someone's face, and he's here alongside us. Richard Buckley, what have you got for us, mate?
I've been watching the losers bracket final chats between Peixoto and Neat, and look, if I told you there was one shot in the entire game, that'd be correct. And it fell to Peixoto. 35 minutes gone, he whipped it to the back post. Ronaldo slotted it in, and for highlights, it's about as much as you got. 1-0 after the first leg. I'd love some over-the-top through balls, to be honest with you, in this game to spice it up.
I love the fact that that was it. Unfortunately, that was it from Richard. So he's got to bring us, but it is a massive, massive goal in the context of the tournament as well. But Richard, quick thought from you about that first leg between those two, because both players just seem to be flying forward at each other.
Yeah, they do, and it's surprising, really. Typically in these sort of high-intensity games, you see it a little bit more cagey, a little bit more tense, but I don't know if they're looking at the clock. They can see the Euros kicking off in an hour and a half, thinking we've got to get this wrapped up quickly. Let's get 5 or 6 goals so I can switch off. But look, we're going to see somebody's season continuing and someone's dreams ending, and I'm here for it.
And we will find out who that player will be after this break. When we get back, second leg action is going to be coming your way. #Tom versus Dux Gravesen, all tied up at the half.
Time to take your game to the next level with exclusive kits of your favorite FIFA teams. Pick your badge. Choose your colors. And wear the kit on the biggest stage. This is how you show the world who you belong to. Join the new stars. Join the favorites. And prove you've got what it takes. Come and pick your colors and represent the badge with honor. Get the kit and show your skills. Think you've got the skills to take these squads to the very top? team you want. All new FIFA Global Series 21 kits. Available now.
Welcome back, everybody, once more to the FIFA 21 Global Series Europe Playoffs. It's the 9th place match. This is the game for the final FIFA E World Cup ticket. Both #Tom and Dux Gravison went back and forth in our first leg. We're tied up at 1-1 here, Dan. It could not be any tenser.
It really was back and forth in the first leg as well, wasn't it? It was end-to-end action, both players going for goals, neither one really slowing the game down, more than happy to play an extremely fast-paced approach to FIFA 21, and it suited both of them. They've both looked very comfortable on the ball, comfortable in the final third, but also both defensively very strong.
Here's R9 Ronaldo for Gravison early on. Hullit's arriving late. Here's Neymar, a little hill-to-hill. Wan-Bissaka had to be perfect in that tackle for #Tom. And for the Englishman, he was. One Englishman supporting another. As now Wan-Bissaka is going to continue to forage forward after that defensive play. Davis will make the interception, which falls out of play here. And it was a first leg and first half of the series, which was full of action, Dan. Both players showing that spark. And speaking of sparks, here's R9. Tom second-guessed himself for just a second there. Mbappe inside Bruno. No! It's Bruno. As the shot gets blocked at just the last second.
And that's what I mean by overthinking. He got in his own head there a little bit, Tom. He's probably thinking, well, where does Gravison expect me to go with this ball? Double backed on himself, and in the end, it was a fantastic chance that was rude. And could be one he looks back on in the rest of this game, to be completely honest.
Well, here's R9, manages to squeeze that ball back to Ruud Gullit. Kimmich wide now to Messi. Criqueta cancel from the Argentinian. All the way across. What a ball that is from Gravison. Criqueta cancel! It's a wonderful goal from Gravison. That ball across to Neymar. Not many players in the world would have seen that. But Gravison, he was one of them.
It's just a vision, isn't it, really? Some of these players, they have extraordinary traits, whether it be skill moves, whether it be just good at possession play, defending, but having the vision to know where players are going to be able to spot players' runs and be able to pick out those passes really can separate you from the rest. And Gravison now regains his lead, and Tom will have to find a little bit of magic once again. Might have to go back to that old plan G with Gullit running through the middle.
Pressure on to Tom. Gravison out of the trap strong in this second leg. A 1-goal advantage now with the Spaniard. And Tom, who has had a hellacious run so far in the European playoffs, doesn't seem to be having things get any easier for him whatsoever. And Gravison now has something to hold on to, Dan, and that is a scary thought now for #Tom.
Well, I think I said it right at the start of this game that both players are better when they have a lead. I know it's easy to say that with every player, but some like having a comeback. They like being behind. But when both of these guys are able to really control the game and frustrate their opponent, that's when they excel. And Gravesen now can try and capitalise on Tom pushing up and potentially grab a third goal as Messi and Ramos have a tussle, and Messi gets on top.
Yeah, Messi gets up quickest. I'll tell you what, it was important that Ramos made that initial interception, as Ramos is now going to have more work to do. Cruyff turn here from R9 Ronaldo, looks across goal, Lionel Messi, no! Block from the defender, and Tom will escape.
It was pulled back for offside anyway. Great attempt from Gravesen, but it was just the micromanagement from Tom with his defenders. The player switching, watching the passes, covering the angle for the cutback. Everything was there, and that's difficult to do when you're 2-1 down in a game that will make or break your season.
Neymar gets inside his man. Ronaldo gets inside the 18-yard box. Courtois has to get down as the ball bobbles out inside the 18-yard box. And Gravesen has kept up that aggressive approach which he brought into the first leg. And you got to say, Tom is struggling at the moment here, Dan.
Well, he was. But now potentially something here with Kylian Mbappe, but he's going to have to wait for some more yellow shirts to come forward.
What a run that is. Ronaldo inside the box. He's been struggling up until this point, but cannot connect the pieces. Once more. That's been the story of Tom's tournament so far. Just at that final stage, not quite been able to find that little piece of magic he's needed.
Well, that's one of those where I think his brain was faster than the game. He saw where the pass was, he saw the possibility, played it, but the game just couldn't keep up with what Tom wanted.
Davis will get beaten to the ball. R9 inside the box from Ramos. Had to be positioned perfectly, and he was. And we always say it, Dan, even though it's felt like Gravesen has been all over #Tom so far in this game, still just the one goal. Only takes the one chance, one opportunity, one mistake, one bit of magic, and we're tied up once more.
Yeah, which means you've got plenty of time as well. When you look at that clock, you still see you're in the first half. Because it is only one goal, you don't have to force anything. You can slow things down, you can bide your time, you can plan your form of attack. You don't have to go for stupid over-the-top through balls that aren't going to work. Of course, if you see a run from the likes of Hullet and you think it's going to be on, go for it. But otherwise, you don't have to panic just yet. I think panic stations start to kick in around the 65th minute in the second half.
Well, that's a beautiful back heel. Oh, Cristiano Ronaldo! Oh, it's a wonderful bit of composure from Gravesen once more. Gravesen, 1 foot on the plains of London now. And Tom looks like he might be turning up to the gate a little bit late.
And I thought we were going to be applauding the challenge from Sergio Ramos, the decision to go for the slide tackle there from #Tom. But Gravesen recognising those legs were coming steaming in. And even though a ball roll is a very simple skill move, if you can execute it at the right time, it can be deadly.
And now it looks like there's men over here for Gravesen as well. Slows things down a little bit. Vieira out of position. Neymar gets a little bit of fortune going his way as well as he gets that ball back. The Brazilian still tiptoeing inside the byline here. Kimmich into the feet of Ruud Hullet. Here's R9 and Courtois leaps to his left. Turns it behind for a corner. This has been all Gravesen.
Tom needs half-time. You can see him audibly shouting to himself, shouting at the game, complaining about things he's not happy. He just needs a moment of respite to really compose himself and think about how he wants to approach the rest of this game. From the corner though, it's going to be 4, and Gravesen maybe might just have killed off the chances for #Tom in his E-World Cup.
Courtois came, Courtois watched, and that was all he did. Ronaldo stood still, nodded into an empty net. And now, what was an uphill battle for #Tom has become a mountain to climb. He needs 3 goals to tie this one up now. And for Gravesen, what a performance this has been from the Spaniard.
Tom needs to look back at qualifier number 5 when he was playing against Levy, and he had a 3-0 lead going into leg number 2. He threw that one away and lost 5-3. He needs to do exactly what Levy did. Really up the pressure, switch the formation so he's got more opportunities with his strikers, and just not allow Gravesen to walk away with this game for free. You don't want to go out and kind of fizzle away here. You want to go out with a bang at least. Whether it be you only get a couple of goals back, you at least need to show why you were the #1 ranked player, but this is such a difficult situation to be in. If Gravesen plays his cards right here, he can frustrate #Tom so much in the second half of this second leg.
Gravesen has been unbelievable. You just look back on those goals, every single piece of technique and mechanics you can want in FIFA 21 is on display. The initial pass for the first goal was sublime. The cricketer canto inside. The drive across goal from Neymar, absolutely wonderful stuff. And then we look back at the back heel, the ball roll around, the desperate last-ditch tackle from Sergio Ramos for the second. The man on your screen is playing some of the best FIFA I've seen him play in a long, long time.
Well, are we going to see, again, just as we did during the Xbox playoffs, the #1 ranked player not making the E-World Cup? Tom has been up against it throughout the entirety of this tournament. He was 0-2 in Swiss. He got knocked into the lower bracket right away when he did make it into knockouts, and now he's 3 goals behind with only 45 minutes to play. And I say 45 because it's already been chunked away now. And Tom, he has to focus on winning the ball back as quickly as possible every time he's depossessed.
Needs a goal, he needs it quickly. Not only for his own confidence, but just to shift the pressure back onto Gravesen, just for a few moments, just to plant that seed of doubt that I'm not going to throw this one away, am I? But Gravesen's not looked like he's made a mistake. He hasn't made a mistake so far, but there's that ball. And he scored within that first leg. And this time, Gravesen aware to it. And Hullet couldn't do enough to win that header. But the ball now back at Hullet's feet. Once again, surging from deep here. Kimmich trying to get into Ronaldo, but there's only one person getting into Ronaldo at the moment. That's Gravesen, with every single defender he gets his hands on.
I tell you what, Militao has been phenomenal for Gravesen. As much as we talk about how Vieira and Ramos have been the 2 best players in defence and so important for every team, Militao has had game-changing tackles 2 or 3 times already and really has deserved his spot in Gravesen's team.
You can see Tom's desperately trying to pressurise in midfield now. That stamina is going to be dropping on the players, but he needs to make the change. He needs to make something work. That's going to leave space for Gravesen, who could really put this game to bed now. Ball's going to be cued by one of the players to make some tactical adjustments. R9 finally in a position maybe where he can go at Ramos here, but Ramos is going to show him wide. Hullet's going to win that ball. A little bit of luck maybe for Tom. Not going to happen. Gravesen defends so well once more. But now Tom on the attack again. Militao. What a tackle that is from the Brazilian.
It's just been so good. Tom is really up in the pressure though. Consistently winning the ball back every time he loses possession. Just needs a goal from it. Anything to give him a momentum swing back in this game.
Here's Pele. Hullet, a little bit of space on the edge of the box here. Tom just looking for anything he can find. Directional nutmeg, cannot get past Kimmich. And now on the counter-attack, Gravesen trying to get away. Tom will recover the ball though. And now we've got around 25 minutes left in the game for Tom to find not 1, not 2, but 3 opportunities to score.
Just needs to get past Militao, to be honest. That's the first point of call. There's just so many black shirts back and behind the ball now. At least 9 that Tom has to get past. And then as soon as Gravesen wins the ball back, the counter-attack is going to be on every single time, and one more goal would really kill off this game. It would be done and dusted right here. But Ramos makes the challenge, and now the tactics can be changed as Tom looks to the heavens and just asks the FIFA gods, please, give me something, give me some form of ticket back into this game.
As I say, it was always going to be difficult to send one of these 2 players home. But unfortunately, that's our job here. It's been a long and arduous task for both of them just to get into this position, to have the opportunity to be one of the players, the final player, to join the talent which is already making their way to the FIFA E-World Cup. But for Tom, this is it. He's got around 25 minutes to pull off one of the comebacks that will be talked about for years to come if he manages it. But the way that Dux Gravesen has been playing, I don't think anyone could play him right now and feel confident with coming out with any sort of result, Dan.
I mean, Gravesen took down the previous World Cup champion in Mo Alba to get to this position to play against the current #1 ranked player on PlayStation and #Tom. And it looks like he's about to be the giant slayer on both occasions, unless Tom, dare I say it, I think it's a miracle at this point. 3 goals down with only 22 minutes left. I've seen it happen, but it's so rare.
Well, it has to be perfect FIFA from Tom. It's as simple as that. He's got 20 minutes now. He's going to fire the ball in behind to Alphonso Davies. He's going to find Vinicius Jr. Turns back inside, doesn't use the run of Davies outside of him. R9 going to twinkle his way towards goal, but Gravesen with every tackle, with every single touch, moves closer and closer to booking his spot. That's lazy from Tom, gives the ball away again. And now Ronaldo is just going to run that clock down. Agony for hashtag fans. Elation for Ducks fans. As Mbappe now plays it into Neymar. Gravesen with the croqueta cancel. A little bit of contact from Wan-Bissaka. And now it's just 15 minutes. Mbappe away from one. Neymar. Cristiano Ronaldo to finish it for Gravesen. Courtois with a save. Corner here for Gravesen.
It may not have been the final nail in the coffin, but it's more time that gets eaten away, and Mbappe now shifts his weight onto the left foot, plays it inside to Militao!
Eder Militao! Of all the goal scorers, of all the unlikely heroes to pop up with a finish like that, the Real Madrid and Brazil centre-back says, I want to be the man to send you to the FIFA E World Cup. Gravesen. This has been a highlight performance from the Spaniard.
I mean, Militao has been arguably the best player in defence for Ducks Gravesen, and he put the final goal in, and Courtois will push that one away as Tom keeps a small, tiny hope alive, but you can see the dejection on his face now. Tom knows his chances of an E World Cup are over. Gravesen just has to focus and hold on to this ball.
Another opportunity maybe for Tom here, but it's going to have to be. I don't think it's possible. The time unfortunately has run out here for hashtag Tom. He's given it his all over the last few days, but enough about him. This is the Gravesen show. Vinicius gets round the fullback just momentarily, but Militao, he does everything. Scores goals, denies goals. He's been superb for Gravesen. Here he is again.
I mean, Gravesen really had a chance to win this entire playoffs, if I'm completely honest, but would have been disappointed to get knocked out. Maybe he could have even another goal here. It just pass after pass after pass. And it's more salt that's rubbed into the wounds of hashtag Tom as Gravesen looks to send a statement, and it finally starts to kick in as well. The tears on the side of Gravesen as he knows now he will be going to the E-World Cup if he wasn't already before. 5-0 in the second leg against hashtag Tom. It has been an incredible performance from Gravesen. Commiserations to Tom, and I hope that England can make him a little bit happier later. We'll have no English players in the E-World Cup on set. I did not think I'd be saying that.
And for Tom, let's just take a second to remind everyone what a season he's had. He's been one of the best in the world. He was the #1 ranked player coming into the playoffs on the PlayStation 4. But the level of competition, as you can see, is absolutely wonderful. And Viva España! Ducks Gravesen lets the emotion out. Tears of joy for the Spaniard. The dad of the Ducks gaming household has got the job done. He's led the way. And with a 6-1 win, he will be going to the FIFA E World Cup. What a performance from Gravesen. He has been absolutely unbelievable. An amazing performance from him. Richard Buckley, welcome back to the show. I mean, tears on both sides of things, I'm sure, later today. But Gravesen, an amazing performance. What else has been going on in the playoffs?
Yeah, incredible from Gravesen. Ducks Gaming doubling up because Neat was outstanding in this second leg. I wanted goals. I asked for goals, and he heard my call. Yes, he speaks Northern, does Neat. We speak the same language of FIFA. Beautiful start to the game. 2-0 up inside the opening leg. He turned this game around away from Peixoto. Peixoto will crash out of the tournament in a third place finish. He did get a goal back, however, it wasn't to be enough deep into the second half because the Ducks man carried on scoring. CR7 into the top right corner. Your grand final. It's going to be a rematch. Fuma against Neat. I cannot wait.
Unbelievable stuff. What a day for Dux Gaming. Both Gravison and Neat getting the job done. Both of them will be at the FIFA E World Cup, but Neat will keep rolling as well. Absolutely ridiculous stuff from both of the Spaniards. And I tell you what, Dan, that Dux house, that's got to be one of the nicest places in the world to be right now.
Honestly, it almost brought a tear to my eye seeing that emotion just run through Gravison. You can see how much it means to these players. Like, the chance to play on LAN again, I'm going to be completely honest, like we haven't been able to see these players in person because of the pandemic, and now it's all going to boil down to this, where we're going to have the best in the world in London. I can't wait. Gravison clearly delighted and emotional, and it is a massive shame hashtag Tom won't be playing, but I'm sure we'll see him there in some form.
Unbelievable stuff. Absolutely amazing. Richard, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you alongside us. A quick question, final moment from you as well. The Dux household, I mean, what an impact they've had on the players this year.
Yeah, incredible. And I also want to say, remember the free kick that Neat scored earlier? Where was that game sort of put out of Tom's reach from there? Gravison, it was the corner. These little set pieces, these little intricate details, it's not a coincidence that we've seen two Dux players score incredible set pieces and squeak out these narrow margin victories to solidify a top 32 finish in the World Cup.
And Dan, that performance from Gravison, probably one of the best we've seen so far in the playoffs. He was unbelievable.
Especially when you consider who he was playing up against and what it was for. I think that is something that Gravison will remember for the rest of his life, because an E-World Cup spot is something that all these players want to achieve right at the start of the tournament, and he's been able to do that with an emphatic performance.
Well, congratulations to Gravison and, of course, to Neat as well. Dux Gaming family is feeling very, very good now. But that's going to be all from us for now. We're going to go back to Jimmy and Mike on the desk. It's an amazing time to be Spanish if you're a FIFA player, and I'm sure they've enjoyed watching the games as well.
Thank you, Mark, Dan, and Richard. Yes, excitement personified in that last match. Gravison getting it done for Dux Gaming over hashtag Tom. As everybody else has said, commiserations to him. He's had a fantastic season. He has a lot to be proud of, but he's not one of these 9 players that we're seeing on the screen right now that have qualified for the E World Cup. And that fight for the final spot, we asked you before day 3 started, who was going to win it? Mo Abba was the overwhelming favorite, and he ended up not doing the business. Gravison was 3rd overall, and he comes out victorious. Congratulations again to Gravison. We're going to have him on the show very, very soon. Let's take a look now at the updated brackets. Grand Finals coming up next. It's a repeat between Fuma and Dux Neat. Dux Gaming, as Mark correctly said, is having a great day. Fuma, though, unbelievable in day 2 and day 3. He is the heavy favorite. Dux Neat's going to have to beat him twice to capture the $100,000. Fuma just has to do it once. Lots to play for. Those two played already. Fuma beat him 4-3. It was 0-0 in leg 1 and 4-3 in leg 2. So I'm curious to see what either player gains from that experience and how that parlays into the grand final. Mike LaBelle.
Sometimes it comes down to that opener. Once you've broken through, then it's all doors are open, or the floodgates have opened, and players go back and forth. They make adjustments. Also, you can't wait it out. A lot of times competitors are comfortable being more patient, more passive if it's 0-0, and then taking their opportunities, being more clinical. However, once you go down a goal, something's got to shift, something's got to give.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about something giving with regard to hashtag Tom, because he had his back against the wall. He fought valiantly for so long to put himself in this position, and then just ran into a red-hot Gravison at the wrong time.
Well, if there's one thing for Tom to really take away from this tournament, he starts too slow. How many games, Jimmy, did we watch Tom play where he had to make a comeback? And granted, he made plenty of them. And it was amazing to watch, and from a neutral or even a bias, you loved it. It made everything very entertaining. But if there's one major critique, if you're in his coaching camp or his whoever's behind him, I don't know if Spencer's texting or calling, I'm not sure. I think Stampy's back there with them. Whoever's working with them is like, you've got to be prepared to come in and set the tempo, set the tone in those first legs. It just puts you in such a better position. Whereas so many times that was a frequent criticism we had, or it's like, all right, he made a great comeback, but it was always he made a great comeback.
Do you feel like maybe that was a way to get him kind of ignited, to get him going, that he needed to have his back against the wall? I mean, we saw it actually in real time with Bayern Munich where there was like a stretch of 9 games where they gave up the first goal in real life. And I feel like that was another team that was just so dominant, they needed that. So I'm kind of likening Tom and his dominance this season to Bayern Munich, which I think is an apt description. But let's take a look at these highlights between Tom and Gravesen, Mike Lebeau.
And it started all Gravesen. I think Tom was fortunate, I would say, to walk away with such a result in the first leg. If you watch the first half of that first leg, just all opportunities for Gravesen, time and time again. You see the cancellations, the resurface opens up the body with the finesse shot. It's a beautiful goal. Ronaldo back heel, Ronaldo to Ronaldo, the layoff, the ball roll, just to make sure he avoids that slide tackle. Always looking likely from corners, even though that's poorly done from Tom. But I would say in general, Gravesen gave us a pretty complete package from set pieces, which is another one of those situations where they talk about practice, and practice really makes perfect, and it allows you to be prepared for these moments in these games, and also to give you additional variety.
Yeah, great performance here from Gravesen, and he's definitely going to be feeling very well about himself heading into the E-World Cup. Once he can figure out how he can deal with this emotion of actually qualifying. I wonder if it's real for him. We have Gravesen with us now. Felicidades, amigo. How are you feeling? ¿Cómo te sientes? How are you?
Oh, I'm overcome with emotions, to be honest. I don't know what to say.
So
it's been a long journey, you know?
No, I know it's been a long journey for you, and I want to commend you for not only, what I love about you, Gravesen, is that you're not only thinking about yourself, you're thinking about something much bigger by this Ducks Gaming and having the Ducks House. And I think this is just a reward for all of your efforts that maybe a lot of people don't see behind the scenes, which is why the emotion is coming out, because you put so much into it.
You know, there's nothing I love more than FIFA esports, you know, and I always think about legacy, and I think about how to take this scene to a bigger market, you know. So even though I'm only one person and I can just take one step with me, you know, to have the Spanish community bring two players into the World Cup, 3 actually. Andoni, his second participation, Need, he is in the finals and he's gonna win the finals. I'm so fucking sure of it, because he's the best player in Europe right now. And myself right now, you know, I always had that mental barrier of not consider myself on the top of the Europe bracket, you know, of the top of the Europe level. I always thought I was less player than Moauba, than #Tom, that all of these fantastic players. I always looked up to them, and you know, breaking that mental barrier with the help of my friends at the Dukes workplace, Carlos, Javi, Need, Adri, and also Daniel Aguilar, you know, the Spanish player who coached me through the whole tournament. And you know, just being able to play my best FIFA, beating Tom 6-1, beating Moauba 6-2, one of the, if not 2 of the best players in Europe history. You know, I'm just so happy that I made it, and that I finally showed myself that I can beat these guys, you know?
Well, first off, massive congratulations, Gravesen. Last time we talked, we were on broadcast together in a different role, and you were saying, because we were talking about traveling and potentially meeting up at some point, you were like, all right, I'm going to dial in for the next month. I'm in the team house. I'm going to prepare for this event. Obviously, everything worked. What did that look like, teaming up with everybody and training together? I know you touched on it a little bit, but there's a lot of different members that go into this process, and I don't think people realize the reason that you guys are having so much success is because you're so invested as a group.
Yeah, you hit the right spot. Just the 5 of us, we're so focused on just being the best, you know. Adriman didn't make it, but I'm pretty sure if you speak about commitment, he has the biggest commitment out of all of us. He dominated the whole scene for 6 months. He's a crazy man. And then, you know, he didn't play at his best in these playoffs, but I'm sure he's going to be playing at his best in the next year, because he did get the experience in this tournament. And Need, he has the biggest talent I've seen as a FIFA player. I compare him to Tex, to be honest. I know that's a big comparison, but if you talk about training, if you talk about playing at the highest level, I don't think I've seen a man at his age playing as well and as relaxed as he plays. It's just mental. And then Javi and Carlos, I've been with Carlos for the last 2 years. He picked me up as a player who who wanted to be among the best, and he made it. And then Javi, he always looked up to me because he's so young, and he has been looking up to me for so much time. And just the five of us make, I think, the best team in the world. And I think we're gonna crush the World Cup, and we are showing that with a good group, you can take FIFA, your best FIFA, to the next level.
Well, Gravison, we appreciate you. We appreciate your time. I know it's heavily emotional right now. Congratulations on getting to the E-World Cup, and we wish you the very best when that tournament begins.
Thank you. Thank you. See you at the World Cup, guys.
All right, we'll see you there.
I won't see you at Spain, but I see you at London, Mike. I love you.
Of course, of course. Por supuesto. Buena suerte, amigo. All right, there was Gravison. Unbelievable scenes from him, Mike LeBel. What are you thinking?
I think the big takeaway there is if you want to be the best, you have to live it. That should be the real takeaway. The players that are having the success, they live this. Every day they wake up and they're thinking about football, they're thinking about FIFA, they're thinking about how do I get better? How do I get a little bit of an edge? What margin can I gain? Is it mental? Is it on the virtual pitch? Is there a way that maybe I can balance my life better so that I'm in the perfect place to be ready for this competition? And you got to give so much credit. You see what it means to him. Gravison's been grinding. I love that he brought up legacy because it's true. He's built something so much bigger than just himself. And the fact that he was able to get into the FIFA E-World Cup is huge for his own personal legacy.
Yeah, it seems like the Jedi Master continues to show that he's got those Jedi skills to get to the biggest tournament in FIFA esports. All right, everybody, we're going to take a break, but when we come back, it is the grand final, the big enchilada between two of the hottest players in the playoffs. Do not go anywhere.
Time to take your game to the next level with exclusive kits of your favorite FIFA teams. Pick your badge. Choose your colors. And wear the kit on the biggest stage. This is how you show the world who you belong to. Join the new stars. Join the favorites. And prove you've got what it takes. Come and pick your colors and represent the badge with honor. Get the kit and show your skills. Think you've got the skills to take these squads to the very top? Whose team you want? All new FIFA Global Series 21 kits. Available now.
Some say it's about skill.
Ronaldinho, l'ancien joueur du PSG. Ronaldinho, le râteau est parfait.
Some say it's about being clinical.
Caca en el balcón del área, va a tener la va a tener la va a tener.
And some say it's the moment.
Manchester City and Shells Premier League champions.
If you are here, it's because you're amongst the best. If you are here, you know you can taste it.
I don't accept that ranking of #1 until I've won a trophy.
Tom has a European major.
And by that I mean up to $100,000 in your pocket and a spot in the coveted FIFA E World Cup.
It's sort of a dream, isn't it? What was going to happen when you put all of those players together in one weekend?
Ever wondered just how good the best are at FIFA? Look no further.
Who is going to come out on top? I simply cannot wait for the playoffs.
Here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go.
Turn up the volume!
We are at the grand final, everybody. The European playoffs, the last match of the last day of the last event before the E World Cup. And these two players are vying for $100,000, and I am here for it. Dux Neat, we just saw his teammate Gravison book his ticket, the last spot to the E World Cup. We'll see if he can do the business and be the grand champion of the European playoffs. And he's taking on Fuma, who has been excellent over these last 2 days in this tournament. Look at that prize money, Mike LaBelle. That is some real cheddar we're looking at.
This is a great take home, great weekend, fantastic walk away, pockets lifted, a little bit more of that good stuffing. We're talking about Thanksgiving. I would love to be involved if this was possible, or if I could compete at this level. It's beyond me. My time maybe passed by. That's a different story for a different moment, but these are the top two competitors, and this is a rematch.
What's interesting is that both of these players have played against each other twice over the 3 days. In the Swiss round 4, Dux Neat got the better of Fuma 2-1. And then as we just saw about an hour ago, that Fuma got the better of Dux Neat 4-3. Let's take a look at Dux Neat now, though, and get the tail of the tape and see what makes him so special. And his teammate Gravison compared him to Tex. Mike LaBelle, that's pretty high praise.
I'll tell you what, that Spanish community is really tight-knit, and they almost have this passing of the torch to a certain degree. I don't know if Gravison's quite ready to do that. But I remember when Alfonso Ramos, who is a multi-FIFA Interactive World Cup champion, which of course is now the FIFA E World Cup, was saying that Gravison was the next Spaniard to watch. And now Gravison is kind of saying that Neat is the next guy that's on the agenda, and that he's such high expectations. And I love that Gravison also mentioned in the interview that he thinks that both of these guys are going to crush it. Maybe all the Spanish community is going to do very well at the FIFA E World Cup, that they've taken the preparation and they're going to surprise some people.
All right, so we see that Neat's getting some hype from his own teammates and from the Spanish community. Let's talk about Fuma, though. He has really taken, let's say, the French FIFA scene by storm. He has been fantastic. Very similar to Clanky last week on the Xbox side of things when the Dane came out of nowhere and booked his ticket to the E World Cup.
I would say Clanky was even more unexpected because he was completely unranked. Whereas Fuma comes in the mid-20s, so it's not as if he hasn't been to a broadcast or he hasn't had any results, but he definitely didn't have a breakthrough. And coming into the FIFA 21 year, no one would have had Fuma as the top Frenchman, probably not in their top 5, maybe even not in the top 10, because there's so many notable players that have had a lot of success in the past. But right now, he's sitting here one game away from not only $100,000, big time increase in the pocketbooks, but he's also looking good for the next big name Frenchman, the guy that you need to be talking about.
Well, at a minimum, both players are going to walk with at least $70,000, but this is a $30,000 game, so there's still a lot riding on it. And of course, the trophy, anytime you enter into a tournament, you want to have the mindset that I'm going to win the trophy, so there's that at stake as well. What's your prediction for this, Mike?
Well, I'm sure the people at home want Fuma just because the Euros are coming soon. But I have a feeling Neat's going to do the upset. I think he's going to reverse the bracket. I don't know. Something tells me that we're going to see a bracket reset.
I like it. I like where your head's at. You want to see more FIFA action, world-class FIFA action. I'm here for it as well. Now it's time, everybody. It's go time. Grand final time. Let's turn over to Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley for the call of this massive match. Take it away, you two.
Yeah, I think the cops will be called if there's an onslaught in this grand final, but I don't see that being the case here. This is the final matchup. 2 from 64 that arrived just 2 days ago, battling out for the trophy and the chance to call themselves the PlayStation European Champion. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley guiding you through this action. There's one thing that I want to add about this. These two turn up in big games. E-Liga run winner against the E-La Liga champion. A massive game here, Richard Buckley. Where do you see this going?
2 domestic league winners battling it out for the chance to win $100,000. You can see the squad there of Fumo on your screen. R9, Pele, Hullet and Van der Sar, the icons in use. Eder Militao and Sergio Ramos as the 2 centre-backs. No Vieira in sight. That's the squad of Neat. We've just seen it in action all day today. You see the squads on screen right there. Good bench as well. Kevin De Bruyne, Bruno Fernandes, Lionel Messi, who was instrumental for his teammate Gravison. I'm sure Gravison will be behind Neat right now, supporting him on, Brandon.
He certainly will. And just a quick word on that news there. If you have just missed it, it's a sad day for hashtag Tom. And more importantly, it's a sad day for, I wouldn't say an England fan, but you know, the game hasn't kicked off yet. But more importantly, there will not be an England player.
Brandon, why have you just said that? Why have you just jinxed it already?
I don't mean to. It's a FIFA esports reference, but when Rich, it's been, I can't remember a time that there's been a FIFA World Cup final where there hasn't been an English player there. This is a first.
Yeah, it certainly has been. I mean, also when you look at Italy as well, what was the 2 Italians last week, 0 Italians this week. We had 14 that turned up this weekend, and none of them have made it to the top 9. Incredible scenes. Spain dominant. A third of the players who have got E-World Cup spots this weekend are Spanish. Will we have a Spanish winner? That is the question that we're going to find out.
Also, a very good outing for Scandinavia in general. We're just making relevance to the 32 players that are locked in for London, 6th to the 8th of August. We'll talk more about that across the 2 legs here. However, one of these 2 will be going into London full of confidence, touching down from either France or Spain. Neat from right to left here. You would have just seen his teammate qualified for the FIFA World Cup. Emotional scenes from Gravison. He's been a player that rightly said he's been trying to create a legacy for himself. He's been in the scene for such a long time. Also an E-La Liga champion. Now he has an E-World Cup spot to his name.
Early chance there for Fumo, looking to play it down the line. He was very good in the wide areas against Neat the first time around. I was actually doing the highlights for this match, Brandon, and in the first leg, absolutely nothing really to report. In the second leg, it was myself and Ryan actually on commentary in this game. The second leg exploded into life, and that was exactly the same for Neat in the losers bracket. The second leg against Peixoto was the game where he just burst into life and scored 5 goals.
Here's Neat now. Back to R9, defended well by Ramos. And it must be said, the interesting point about this one is these 2 have both actually matched twice. Previously in the tournament, they played in the Swiss rounds where Neat won 2-1. And then when it really mattered in the knockout stages, it was Fumo that won 4-3, which is allowed him to go on an incredible bracket run. He's really had a breakout year. Both of these 2 have had a breakout year in some ways. I mean, Neat was already known to some degree. At 16 years of age, he won the E-La Liga last year. Won it again this year. Back to back. Here comes Neat now. Chance, save. We'll go for a penalty. And Ramos. Oh no, it's Ruud Gullit.
Let's not forget he did go down to 10 men in the final 15 minutes in extra time. But it's worst case scenario for Fumo. He goes to ground. Ruud Gullit sent off. And Neat is in pole position to force a bracket reset. Why would you slide?
Well, he's looking for the block, wasn't he? But the animations led to a penalty and a red card. Gullit, I mean, I don't know who'd rather lose, Rich, Gullit or a centre-back there. I'd honestly say the centre-back. Well, up steps Neat now. 21 minutes on the clock. It will be Ramos that steps up. Surprise, surprise. The Spaniards saved by Fumo.
Huge save from the Frenchman.
Will just parry that one away. However, the problem is, Richard, he's got just under 70 minutes to play with 10 men on the pitch, and gaps will certainly appear. Van der Sar again has been heroic in this opening 25.
And he needs Van der Sar to be here at his very, very best if he wants to get anything out of this game. Just seeing, it's probably an attacker being brought off, a midfielder brought into that area. You see Kevin De Bruyne, he was the player brought on, and just trying to spot who it was actually taking off. Could have been Neymar, in fact, for Fuma, who's exited. No left-sided player, you can see there's nobody on the left at all. Everything's going down this right-hand side with Kylian Mbappe and then CR7 and R9 left up top.
It's one of those moments, isn't it, Rich? You can't plan for that to happen in a grand final. What, you know, there's no plan B. You don't know what to do. You know, who are you subbing off in that sort of situation? If you're in the shoes there, is it a striker off for you? Is it a different formation change?
Well, I was actually talking to Ryan about this because I'm getting deja vu. He went down to 10 men in extra time in the winners bracket final, believe it or not, and it was the centre-back that got sent off in that particular game. It's still kept 2 strikers up top, which I think is quite peculiar. I'm probably bringing off, maybe going to a 4-2-3-1 and bringing off a striker and then keeping it as my 2 CDMs and then my 3 cams, so I've got some sort of structure there. What he's done is taken off a left-sided player, he's kept his back 4 intact, 3 of his midfielders, right, central, and then 2 strikers up top. So certainly we'll see how this game does wander. And you see R9 sort of slipped into that left midfield spot now, so it looks like R9 could be occupying the left-hand side of the pitch, leaving CR7 up top on his own. Chance for Neat. Great save from Van der Sar again.
How many times is Van der Sar being called into action this first 45? One-way traffic from Neat surely needs to lead to a goal. It will eventually. With 37 minutes on the clock, Neat will score. And you can't argue, Richard, it hasn't been coming. He's been knocking on the door since the word go. The red card is aided him in his favour. And Neat looking for revenge in the best possible way in a grand final, which if he wins these first 2 legs, it will force a bracket reset.
Neat's got $100,000 on his mind. And in this predicament right now, yes, in the second leg, Fuma will go back to having 11 men on the pitch. The red card doesn't go across, so Hullet will be back in the team. However, you've got to think that Neat sees himself an opportunity here. Win this game 5-6-0. You settle the second leg. There's really no answer back for Fuma. He's got to answer back, and he's got to answer back now and then consolidate Fuma. Take a draw, take a 1-goal deficit into the second leg and give yourself a hope.
I mean, it's one of those for Fuma. Does he look to leave this game only 1 goal down, which, don't get me wrong, is going to be very difficult to do, or still somehow go for the tie with just 10 players on the pitch against a player that will punish you? He does score a lot of goals, Nick. Full roll scoop turn, R9. Lacra ketters his way into the box, can't get round Vieira on that occasion, though, and that's just a quarter of the first part of this story played. Again, these 2 players we have to revert back to. I'm curious to get your point on it and your opinion on it, Richard, as well. It seems like the common occurrence this year in the Global Series has been not necessarily players that have played well in the qualifiers, 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5, no matter where it is in the world. It's players that have played well in tournaments outside of this that may be a longer format, a virtual league to say, for example. The La Liga went on for about 4 months in total. And I just look at stuff like that where you're playing a lot of FIFA every week, 2 games a week sometimes, and a lot of the players that are at the E-World Cup, hate to say, have come from performances in virtual league partners.
So, yeah, Scandinavia as well, the E-Superliga, the Allsvenskan in Sweden. A lot of talent coming from those regions where it's the longer format league process. You're just getting better reps in. You're not playing online, you're playing against real people in real scenarios where the games mean more as well.
We have just missed this. This is our grand final here in Europe. The best 2 players across the 2 weekend matching up in a game. worth a lot of cash. You speak about big finals, big money moments. I mean, Dux Neat knows all too much about this. He's won already going to the E-World Cup. Well, there'll be a $500,000 prize pool there. But this man's off the back of winning 100,000 euros in the E-La Liga just back in May. When there's money on the line, this man always seems to turn up on the flip side for Vuma. He's the Liga Room winner. He teamed up with Leandro Peixoto, a player that these two actually have had to play already in the bracket. I mean, his brother, Diogo Peixoto, who will be at the E-World Cup final. And just, they formed a great duo in the E-Liga. FC Lorient, they played in a final against, I believe it was Mino and Rafsu of Olympique Marseille. But again, another rising star, another name that came out the woodwork. We did see Fuma involved in one qualifier this year. I think he finished in the top 12. Other than that, Neat's popped up a couple of times, hence why he's higher ranked in those Global Series rankings. Comes in at 13th place in the end. I think that really surprised me. Just on an off-topic here, speak about national pride, FIFA E-Nations Cup. Spain aren't there in the E-Nations Cup this year. That is a very surprising storyline for a nation that has so much talent.
Yeah, it really is. I think the format as well of the FIFA E-Nations Cup was slightly different. You're playing one-legged games. What we've seen from Neat, he's not been outstanding over one leg. As Fuma levels up the tie. What a piece.
Well, he might only have 10 men, but that's not going to stop him. The surprise package from France will once again arrive in a grand final. For being completely honest, Rich, he's done nothing all game, but just a little bit of brilliance. Mbappe heel-to-heel found Mr. Reliable in the box, and Cristiano Ronaldo to tie us up at 1-1. And to be honest, if I'm Fuma now, I'm seeing out this game at 1-1. Get myself into leg 2 from Even Stevens at an even playing field.
Saw R9 steal the ball back straight from kickoff, stopped Neat from coming forward, and the possession turned over to the Atlantide man. He looks up for this.
Oh, just to contradict my point, I was thinking he's going to try and see this out of 1-1. Looks to be the other way. Like he wants to go out for another goal, which is ridiculous.
How demoralising that would be as well for Neat, Brandon. If you lose this leg after you've had 11 men on the pitch for 70 minutes, that has to mess with your mind.
Here's Fuma now into R9, can't find the touch around Vieira. I mean, it's been a great year for Atlantide Wave. Ingham. Complete truth, it was again another organisation that came onto the scene sort of at the start of the FIFA 21 year. It's been founded by Salif Sane, the defender at Schalke, the Senegalese defender. He must be over the moon with the performances that have come in from his players. He will have representation at the FIFA E-World Cup. I mean, they had a great run in the E-Club World Cup. It was Marco and Naylor all that time ago back in February. They made a grand final there. They've been here, there and everywhere, not just in European tournaments all over the world. I think Goal Machine even had a spell at Atlantide Way. Global inside. Just off. 50 minutes left, I think. You had to be honest. It's a dream situation for Fuma. He was down to 10 men after 24 minutes. The penalty was saved as well. Let's not forget that. That penalty goes in. This could be a very different game.
Fuma is playing this game very, very well. He's managing it. He's took the sting out of Neat's attack.
Here he comes, heel to heel, back to R9. He's pushed away.
Offside? No. CR7. He'll play into Ruud Gullit. Chance here for Neat. Doesn't come to anything in the end.
Final 7 minutes. Again, Fuma, as I said, happy to get out of this game at an even playing field. I honestly think, Neat, this is where you have to really sort of ask yourself mentally. Is he going to come out of this leg disappointed that he didn't take this as an opportunity to score, one, the penalty, and more importantly, to score an extra goal on top? You should be looking to take something away from this, but to give credit to Fuma, he has looked after the ball and he has made it a frustrating 90 minutes for Neat.
He's not allowed him to exploit the extra man either. It's been a fantastic game management display from Fuma here, and if he goes into his second leg one apiece, the balance of play and the scales must be tipped in Fuma's way. Mentally, you've been down to 10 men for what, 75 minutes of this match, and you've only conceded one goal, and you're going into it level. Incredible from the Frenchman.
There's a pause that's coming late, and you can see, look at the reaction from Fuma there. He knows, or sorry, from Neat, he knows what a chance this has been for him. And a frustrating game, he puts his hands up saying, what could I do? I've not had the ball. I've not been able to create. It's a chance that's been wasted.
We'll just wait for the official full-time whistle. There might be a final chance here. I thought the game had finished. Now it has.
Cleared out of play in our PlayStation Grand Final. Look at that. Disappointment from Neat. You can understand why. 1-1 at the halfway point. Looks like tears in the eyes of Neat. There's no need to be upset. He's still way in this final, but he knows what a chance this was. But that's the halfway point here in our Grand Final leg one. Fuma 1, Ducks Neat 1. Second leg on the way after this break.
Welcome back to the European PlayStation Playoffs Grand Final. We're going into leg number 2 between Duxney and Atlantide Waves. Fuma survived the first leg after being down to 10 men. Can the Frenchman see it out in leg number 2, or will we go in to a bracket reset?
I mean, a quick word on the
from
bracket
left to right.
resets. We've had so many of them this year, and they always just seem to deliver those extra storylines that we want to see. Neat from left to right after a disappointing leg one, no doubt. He was upset with the performance. Reverse elastic. Oh, Cristiano Ronaldo. It's a better start from Neat after what looked to be a very animated Spaniard after leg one. Going 90 minutes toe-to-toe of a player that had 10 men on the pitch for 70 minutes of that game. You can tell he was frustrated on his webcam after the time. That's the start that he needed to have. 5 minutes in, Cristiano Ronaldo getting him underway.
We thought that Neat looked frustrated, even agitated in between the 2 legs. He's definitely recomposed, refocused. A laser of a finish from Ronaldo out the back of the reverse elastico, past the goalkeeper. Nothing Fuma can do about that one. Maybe just gets Hullet sent off again, Fuma. He seemed to do all right in the last leg. Plenty of time for both of these 2 players to seal their destiny.
Mbappe back to Llorente now, trying to find Cristiano Ronaldo. Does well into R9. He's bundled in the box, but the referee waves that one away.
It was a really nice reverse, I should say, La Croqueta cancel inside the box. He was just looking to create a little bit of space, was Fuma. It's all about answering back quickly, not letting this lead affect your game plan, your tactics. You can get a goal back within the next sort of 5-10 minutes. Don't see the balance of play changing too much.
Pele. To Hullet. Pele again. Not forget that he came back with just 10 men on the pitch in leg 1. Moving, grooving. Cristiano Ronaldo does well, directional. Now into the space, goes down to ground. He'll be a free kick the other way.
He just loves sliding.
Sometimes it's not needed. It's a bit reckless. Hence why he got a red card in leg 1. Just offside there with Neymar. I think one thing that's in the favour, Richard, of Fuma here, call me crazy, this man's had about a 2-hour break before he's had to play another game today. A lot of time to just sit back, relax. He knows the player he's playing against. Of course, you can argue it the other way and say, I'd rather be playing, constant reps of FIFA, long ball over the top, is R9 onside. There he was. But I think that suits Fuma more, in my opinion.
That was a huge chance, by the way, just going on the back of that R9 touch. If he brings that down a little bit better, Neat were in to make it 3-1. As Fuma plays a long and hopeful ball over the top, going nowhere. I think I'd rather be the player coming through the losers bracket, getting that experience, getting that momentum. Yes, I've got to win 2 best-of-2s, but still, I know that I'm more than comfortable and more than good enough to win 2 best-of-2s.
Feet from Neat, tries to La Croqueta his way, and it's just the debate you've had a weekend about Riera. You just seem like you can't get round him. Can't be directional nutmegged, you can't be La Croqueta at times. His just frame is too big to get around. He's teasing that play a lot, not necessarily always using it, is Fuma. Bruno Fernandes plugs it into R9's feet. This is where he can be dangerous. Where's those ongoing runners? Ronaldo, offside trap spanned by Neat. Is clever on the flip side. CR7 still, where's that ball? Where's that key to unlock the door? Here's Pele. Is there a cutback available? Goes out for a goal kick in the end, and he's done very well to get out of that.
Yeah, the offside traps were very nice from Neat as well, constantly forcing Fuma into double thinking, taking an extra second just to see if the ball was onside. Do I play it now? He found Pele on the wide option. However, awful touch from the Brazilian, and in the end, Neat's good defending rewarded with a goal kick.
Seen these go in from this sort of distance. Played short cleverly. One back well, back to Hullet. This could be a gift. Hullet still. Hullet on his own. Well played, Vieira. Fuma has stand strong countless number of times when he's been in those areas. There it is a guessing game. He's been on the back of a penalty that he gave away when he fell into one of his traps earlier in leg one.
It was very, very good defending from Fuma, you've got to say. He didn't bite into the lack of cancel. He just stood off, waited, and then picked his pocket.
And there's the chance! You speak about picking pockets, Richard. Look no further. That's more than picking pockets. That's Kylian Mbappe. Gobbling up everything that's left on the table. It was all created by R9 and Cristiano Ronaldo, and just set up for the Frenchman to bring the French player back into the tight 2-2.
It was a fantastic pass as well, out to Pele on the edge of the box. He then fired it back into Mbappe. First time strike, left-footed past the goalkeeper. Mbappe's left foot has been questioned over the last couple of weeks here in the European playoffs. That time it came up clutch for Fuma. Neat comes forward. R9.
Well, he's led 2 times already, Richard, across these 2 legs. Both times Fuma's replied. He's going to look to lead for a third one. Fuma can break that pattern as we come into half-time here in the second leg. Just to tell you everyone the story again, this is a $100,000 game of FIFA here in the PlayStation European playoffs. This is the story of the land, the lay of the land, sorry. Neat wins this game on the aggregate scoreline, a bracket resets form. We play again for 2 legs of FIFA. If Fuma wins, he will be your PlayStation champion, and that'll be the end of the European playoffs. It was Neat that struck first after just 4 in-game minutes, but this was a great goal, Richard Buckley.
It really was. The ball roll scoop turn into Pele, and then that first time pass to Mbappe. One touch to settle it, left-footed strike, arrowed into the bottom left corner. Fuma, you've got to say, against the run of play, because Neat was quite dominant in that first half. Levelling up the score, 45 minutes left to play here. If we're still tied, we'll go to extra time. When these two have matched earlier in the tournament, 2-1 win for Neat, 4-3 win for Fuma. There's been nothing to separate these two all tournament long. Will it come down to a 1-goal swing again in our grand final?
What I find interesting here about the way the Neats play this FIFA across the weekend, Ducks Gaming have been a brilliant, brilliant staple this year in FIFA esports. Everything they're doing is producing results. They're producing not just top quality FIFA players, they're just producing, I'd honestly call them FIFA monsters. The players they are creating, Adriman, Neat and Gravison, those have been mainly the 3 that have lived together in Spain. They've all got their own coach, they've all got their own setup. You've seen promotion videos across broadcast this year of how they set up their days. You heard Gravison, an emotional Gravison today. He wants to create a legacy in this esport, and I think Ducks Gaming are wanting to also do that as well.
Absolutely, and I think the success that Ducks Gaming have had has also inspired a lot of other Spaniards who maybe aren't on Ducks Gaming's roster. Players like Andoni, Pepe Botello, Hidalgo, Daniel Aguilar, who was coaching Gravison this weekend. So much Spanish talent coming through the ranks. I think this is going to be a flash in the pan in FIFA 21, but going into future iterations of FIFA, I think not only Ducks Gaming, but the Spaniards are going to continue to dominate.
Here comes Mbappe for Fuma, recycle well, heel to heel! It's magnificent from the French player in the box. The one more into R9, and the heel to heel to pull R9 away with the easiest of finishes. The first time he's led across the 2 legs. Is that the goal that will crown him a PlayStation European champion?
That heel to heel was unbelievable, to be honest. The way that he took the heel to heel, the extra skill move, if he'd have just shot straight away with R9, he gets that blocked on the line, but because they're heel-to-heel, he took another player out of the equation and then slotted it past into an empty net, really, past the extra defender on the line. Goalkeeper nowhere to be seen, and Fuma has now got 30 minutes left to hold on to win $100,000.
He looks like he's going for the kill now, Richard Buckley. As we said, this is the third time these two have played. You can just see in the facial expression from Neat. Deflated, disappointed. Not like the same Neat that we've seen across different games in the broadcast, where he's been fired up, ready to go. It's been business as usual from Fuma, who's looking for another goal. He scores again. He'll be writing himself into the history books, not as just an E-World Cup finalist, not just as an E-Liga 1 champion, but more importantly, as a European PlayStation playoff champion. A man that was never on a broadcast. Qualifier 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5. We never saw him in the top 6. We never saw him in live action play. He peaked late with an E-Liga 1 win in May, and that was enough for him to just fuel this performance we've seen across the 3 days. Mbappe, CR7! This man is looking dangerous and, more importantly, fearless. 25 days away from London for the FIFA World Cup final. I'm scared to see this man in action.
Super work down the byline from Kylian Mbappe. He travelled, he knocked it past Alphonso Davies like he wasn't even there. And you substitute R9 for CR7, same name, same result. Ronaldo, heel to heel. No, you're not getting deja vu. Fuma, 4-2. The Frenchman leads. Just look at this 45-degree fake shot. Completely takes Alphonso Davies out of the game. He gets into the box. Good composure. CR7, heel to heel. He was still controlling Ramos on the line. Not a chance that Sergio Ramos can do anything about that. And Fuma leads 4-2 here in our grand final.
Think of a case study, Richard, of how to manage a grand final with so much money on the line. This man's been in the wars. He had 10 men for 65 minutes in leg one, and somehow pulled himself out that game with an even scoreline.
Neat will come at him very, very aggressively now, though. There'll be bodies flying forward. Fuma's defended so well, though, all weekend long. Especially since we've come into the bracket play, he's looked a different player completely.
Llamada para Alfonso Agulló. Tu hijo Foncho.
Well, he's 80 minutes away from his first ever European title. He'll be off to the FIFA World Cup with all the confidence in the world. 2 French players will be in London. Diogo Peixoto and Fuma, who looks to go and score again. La Croqueta! Get the man's name on the trophy now. $100,000 richer, and a name that should be feared for when he touches down in London in 25 days' time to go up against the best 32 players in the world.
What an outstanding second leg from Fuma. He's found an exploit. He's found a weakness in Neat's game. It's down this right-hand side. The fake shots, the 45-degree fake shot, exploiting Alphonso Davies, really, as well. Getting in behind him, getting the ball into the box, and then his composure has been second to none. Whether it's a heel-to-heel or a La Croqueta cancel. Outstanding work from Fuma in the final third. And he will be your champion unless Neat. It's not going to happen.
Just to put this in context as well across the board here, if we have to be honest, other than Peixoto and Fuma, it hasn't been the strongest of years for France, in all honesty. They had 5 players that qualified for the playoffs here on the PlayStation. 2 of them have made it through, which is absolutely remarkable. But you look on the Xbox, you got Mino in 17. Razaya was there as well within that conversation. The PlayStation, don't get me wrong, Peixoto has had an outstanding year. He's at the E-World Cup. Followed that by Fuma. We haven't seen much of Maestro other than in the E-Liga, sorry. Kurt Deiler, we saw him a couple of times. He played in the playoffs. Rafsu got knocked out in Swiss. It's nothing to take away from these players. But the storyline has been this year, new names, new players emerging. This man will be part of that, all right? I think there'll be a stat somewhere. I'm sure Dr. Nightwatch will know it. How many players are new to the E-World Cup this year? There's not many players that are repeated qualifiers that are going to be at their second, third, fourth E-World Cup. There's at least more than half, nearly probably 2/3 of the pack in London that will be new names there. But maybe this is the transition period that we needed in FIFA esports.
There might not have been a lot of great France performers or French performers this year, Brandon, but Fuma will be flying the flag high as R9 goes in to put a cherry on top of the cake. Smash it straight at the goalkeeper. He won't care. It goes out of play, and Fuma
will be your French champion here in the PlayStation European playoffs. The man that was ranked 24th in the Global Series rankings coming into this one. And again, I think any would say an unknown quantity who has stepped up for Atlantide Wave. He came in as a virtual league champion in the E-Liga room of FC Lorient and Leandro Prosciutto. He will be in London. He will be a name to be fearful of. Fuma, congratulations.
A $100,000 richer Fuma will be. He'll be one of the top seeded players going into the FIFA E World Cup Grand Finals as well. Cracking stuff, Brandon, to be honest with you. Two relative surprise winners the last 2 weekends, whether it was Fuma or Levi Frederic from Inter Esports, both players turning up when the lights shone brightest. Two incredible performances, and both of those two full of confidence going into London in a couple of weeks' time.
Oh, absolutely. This year has been a year of surprises, and what a pleasure it's been covering the Global Series in Europe. A massive thank you to EA for having myself, Richard Buckley, on set, Gaskin, Lisa Manley, Ryan Pessoa, and so many more talented individuals in the casting booth. We can't wait for the FIFA E World Cup Grand Final. And Richard Buckley, 25 days' time, the best 32 matchup for a prize pool worth $500,000. I cannot wait for that one.
Incredible stuff. What a year it has been. We found our last 32. Fuma is your champion here on the PlayStation. And for one final time this season, let's hear from Jimmy and Mike to crown our champ.
Thank you, Richard Buckley, and thank you, Brandon Smith. I got the megaphone out because Fuma, 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 doing the business, coming back against NEAT, which is not easy to do. Obviously showed his quality throughout these 3 days and throughout the season. Curious to see how NEAT's going to do in the E-World Cup. There's only one champion, Mike Lebel, and that is Fuma from France, putting his flag in the ground and saying, I am the new king of the jungle, maybe, perhaps, maybe. I don't know, maybe that might be too strong. But what an exciting game from him, and just having the mental fortitude from coming back against a very good player.
It's still early, I think, to go to the decisions in the jungle and who's going to claim what. But I'll tell you, this is something that we have seen this year in particular. There's so many, I don't even want to say new names, but names that you didn't expect that are making runs, that are really making a difference. Their stock is on the ultimate rise right now, and he looks so composed throughout that matchup, which is maybe my big takeaway, is how comfortable he looked at the biggest of stages in front of the most amount of people in a grand final.
Yeah, it was really impressive performance. So let's bring in our champion now. Fuma from France is joining us. My man, first and foremost, congratulations on winning the trophy, $100,000, and booking your ticket to the E-World Cup.
Je dois parler français ou anglais?
En français, Béatrice va traduire le tout.
Oui, tu peux dire en français, je suis là.
Je suis très content d'avoir le tournoi. Et c'était super compliqué contre NEAT, c'est un super joueur et ouais, je suis très content.
He is very happy. It was difficult, but he's definitely very happy.
First off, congratulations. I wouldn't even know that he was happy, which is my question. How do you stay so calm?
La question c'est comment tu restes calme tout le temps?
Il y avait mon coach qui était avec moi qui m'a beaucoup aidé mentalement. J'avais aussi le coach d'Atlantide qui était avec moi par message. Et je me suis dit qu'il fallait rester calme. Un match, c'est un BO2, c'est long. Et fallait rester calme pour vouloir gagner le trophée.
Well, so he said he's heard his coach with him, and he said to be calm and to win, and that's it. He said he's calm and he won.
Well, hopefully that will serve him well in the E-World Cup. We're taking a look now at the highlights. And really what I loved about this game was that, and please ask him this, please, with regard to, he lost to Dux Need on day one in the Swiss format, but then beat him today twice, which is not easy to do against one of the top young players in the FIFA esports scene. How did he have the mental fortitude to be able to do that?
Donc, vous avez perdu.
J'ai compris.
T'as compris?
Ouais.
Ok. Dis-moi.
Le match au round suisse, c'était vraiment 50-50, ça s'est joué à rien. Je savais que je pouvais le battre. Et la première victoire aujourd'hui, elle m'a fait beaucoup de bien mentalement. Et là, aujourd'hui, en grande finale, c'était compliqué avec le carton rouge, le premier, mais j'ai rien lâché. Je me suis dit que je pouvais le battre encore une fois.
So he said it is difficult, of course, but when he win the first time today, it was more easy, and that's it. He won also the second time.
Yeah, it was incredible, and I want to offer up our congratulations once again to Fuma, who booked his ticket to the E-World Cup. That was first. Then he won the trophy and $100,000. So Fuma, we salute you with a vuvuzela. Congratulations, my friend, and we wish you the best of luck in London for the E-World Cup. There he is. Atta boy. My vuvuzela skills are next level, Mike LaBelle. They are next level.
I would
Speaking
hate
of next
to sit
level,
next
this whole
to you.
tournament
I would hate
was
to sit next-
unbelievable. Give me your final thoughts about what we witnessed and what you expect heading into the E-World Cup in London.
I really feel that we're seeing a transition. So many of the players qualified for the FIFA E-World Cup, top to bottom. You can name any of the regions. There's a few names you might recognize, but the majority are not the household names. They're not the most notarized or the most accomplished. And I love to see that. It just means that we're in this transition period where there's so many new players that are developing into the future stars.
All right, now that we've had everybody qualify for the E-World Cup after so many players were trying to get there, let's take a look at our list. Here are the 32 names that are going to be in London. Wow, Mike LaBelle. Wow is all I have to say. We see some familiar names and we have a lot of newcomers. So I'm going to put you on the spot as I do, as you work through this. Do you think a newcomer is going to win this E-World Cup, this iteration, or do you think it's going to be a familiar name, people that have had experience in the E-World Cup before?
I think it's going to be a player that's had a lot of experience. I don't really want to say that's a FIFA E-World Cup finalist because, for example, Interlevy, who won last weekend on the Xbox end, he's been playing for over a decade as a pro FIFA player. He just never had a chance to get to a FIFA E-World Cup. But could someone like that win? Could somebody like that has that much LAN experience really perform well at London? I think the answer to that is yes. So I expect it to be someone who is not in their rookie season. Let's say that. Not a rookie to win the FIFA E-World Cup. You can take that quote.
You heard it here from Mike LaBelle. Clip that off and make sure you send it to him in case a newcomer does end up winning. And that's it, Mike. It's been an honor to do this with you. It's an honor to be a part of this amazing team of people, both in front of the camera and behind it. And we are done and dusted for our last event of the season before the E-World Cup. So on behalf of Mike, all of our amazing casters, I'm Jimmy Conrad. I want to say thank you for watching first and foremost. This has been an unbelievable tournament. I want to say thank you again to everybody behind the scenes that's making us look better than we deserve to be wholeheartedly. A special group of people. And I want to offer up another congratulations to Fuma for being our champion of the European playoffs on the PS4 side. He booked his ticket to the E-World Cup along with 8 others, and he won $100,000. FIFA esports is in great hands, and I can't wait for the future. We'll see you at the E-World Cup. GG!